you haven't seen part 1 already, link is in the description below. Happy Halloween. Alright, starting off in tier 3, we're going to be talking about Alfredo Galan, and he was born on April 5th, 1978, and he is a Spanish serial killer known for his killing spree between January 4th and March 18th, 2003, during which he murdered 6 people and wounded 2 others. He was called unremarkable and an introverted high school student who ended up joining the Spanish army in 1998 and served as a corporal while participating in humanitarian missions in Bosnia before returning to Spain to help with the Prestige oil spill cleanup. He was eventually diagnosed with neurosis and anxiety and dismissed from the army and would begin working as a security guard at Madrid Barajas Airport. His killing spree would begin on January 24th, 2003 with the shooting of 50-year-old Juan Francisco Ledesma and continued with the murder of 28-year-old Juan Carlos Martin Astasio on February 5th. He would continue to kill around 3 more people, and his final victims were a Romanian couple whom he killed on March 18th, would eventually confess to the murders on July 3rd while intoxicated, providing details that match evidence not publicly known, and he would be arrested and is scheduled for release in 2028 after serving 25 years in prison. The next person we're going to talk about is Beverly Allitt, and she was born October 4th, 1968, in England, and is a notorious English serial killer who between February and April 1991 murdered 4 infants and attempted to murder 3 others. She was working as a state-enrolled nurse on the children's ward and would administer lethal doses of insulin to at least 2 victims and introduced a fatal air bubble into another's body. Her spree of attacks, occurring over a 59-day period, would draw suspicion from medical staff only after the death of Becky Phillips prompted an investigation, and it was revealed that Allitt was the sole nurse on duty during these attacks and had access to the drugs used. In May of 1993, she would be convicted on 4 counts of murder, 11 counts of attempted murder, and 11 counts of grievous bodily harm, receiving 13 life sentences. And as of October 2023, she is undergoing a mental health tribunal to assess a potential transfer to a mainstream prison, which would make her eligible for parole after 6 months. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Carlos Eduardo Puig, and he was born January 19th, 1952, and is an infamous Argentine serial killer whose spree lasted from May 1971 to February 1972, and he was convicted of at least 11 murders, including the killing of an accomplice. His early life in a middle-class family was marked by troubles and strained relationships, including a difficult school experience and strained ties with his father, and his criminal career began with theft but escalated to violent crimes with accomplice Jorge Ibanez, including a series of brutal robberies and murders. After Ibanez's death in a suspicious car accident, he would partner with Hector Somoza, but ultimately killed him, which would lead to his capture, and he would be arrested on February 4th, 1972 after his identity was discovered in Somoza's possession, which will be arrested and tried in 1980 and sentenced to life imprisonment, and he remains incarcerated to this day, having spent over 51 years behind bars as of 2024. The next person we're going to talk about is Clifford Olson, and Clifford Olson Jr. was a notorious Canadian serial killer who confessed to murdering 11 children and teenagers before 1980 and 1981. He was initially a con artist with an extensive criminal record and was serving a sentence for fraud in 1976 when he became influenced by fellow inmate Gary Francis Marcoux, leading to his growing sexual interest in children and murderous tendencies. His killing spree would begin after he was released with the abduction and murder of Christine Weller in November 1980, followed by a series of brutal killings that culminated in a string of 6 victims in July of 1981 alone. He would be arrested in August of 1981 on suspicion of attempted abduction and would strike a plea deal with authorities, confessing to the murders and leading police to the victims' bodies in exchange for financial benefit to his family. He would be sentenced to concurrent life terms in 1982 and would die while incarcerated on September 30th, 2011. The next person we're going to talk about is Jose Durangel Vargas Gomez, and he was born May 14th, 1957, and is a Venezuelan serial killer and cannibal whose gruesome crimes would shock the public. He was born into poverty and ended up accumulating a criminal record that included minor thefts and a prior murder for which he was briefly institutionalized. He would end up preying on men in San Cristobal, Táchira between November 1998 and January 1999, and he would use a tube-shaped spear and occasionally rocks and would hunt his victims, primarily targeting athletes and laborers. Once he killed his victims, he would proceed to consume parts of their body, burying their feet, hands, and heads, and he often left a trail of decomposing flesh due to his lack of proper storage. His preference of victims excluded women and children, as he claimed they were too pure to eat. Eventually, on February 12, 1999, the discovery of remains in an area associated with drug gangs and cults led to a broader investigation, and it ultimately revealed Vargas's involvement. His shack contained human remains, including heads, feet, and hands, all prepared for consumption. He would receive multiple life sentences, and his crimes would not stop in prison, as he would later become involved in a 2016 prison riot where he killed 2 inmates and then served their body parts to eat to other inmates. However, he still remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Earl Nelson, and he was born May 12th, 1897, and was a notorious American serial killer, rapist, and necrophile, recognized as the first known serial murderer in the 20th century. He was raised by his devout Pentecostal mother in San Francisco and would exhibit disturbing behavior from a young age, exacerbated by head injuries he sustained in a bicycle accident. His early criminal activities included petty theft and burglary, leading to institutionalization and multiple escapes from mental hospitals. And in 1926, he would begin a brutal killing spree across the West Coast and the Midwest, targeting middle-aged landladies whom he would approach under the guise of renting a room and then proceeding to strangle them, often engaging in necrophilia and mutilation. His crimes would spread to Canada, where he committed his final murders before being apprehended in June 1927, and he would be tried in Winnipeg for his final murders and was convicted and executed by hanging on January 13th, 1928. The next person we're going to talk about is Fernando Hernandez Leyva, and born in 1964, he was a notorious Mexican serial killer whose criminal activities spanned 5 states, with his confirmed murder count standing at 33, though he confessed to killing around 100. Despite the scant details of his early life and the unclear motivations behind his violent behavior, his criminal life was marked by a series of arrests, escapes, and violent acts. He was initially apprehended in 1982 and would be recaptured in 1999 and would come to the public eye after confessing to over 100 murders and kidnappings during a televised appearance. His trial, which involved accusations of robbery, kidnapping, and murder, would see him retract his confessions of their claims of torture and coercion, although authorities did not address his allegations. And his imprisonment has since been marked by many notable incidents, including unsuccessful suicide attempts, and he is set to complete his sentence in 2049 at the age of 84. The next person we talk about is Francisco Garcia Escalero, and he was a Spanish serial killer whose spree spanned from 1987 to 1994, during which he was convicted of murdering at least 11 people and engaging in acts of necrophilia and cannibalism. He was born in Madrid and had a troubled upbringing marked by a strained relationship with his abusive father and a series of early criminal activities, including theft and rape. His erratic behavior and growing mental illness would lead to his confinement in psychiatric institutions and reformatories, and he would eventually be released in 1984, which would lead him turning to a life of begging and substance abuse, which was again exacerbated by his diagnosed schizophrenia. His murder spree would begin in 1987 with the decapitation and burning of a sex worker named Paula Martinez, and his subsequent victims were often homeless individuals, and they would be brutally attacked, and following their deaths, he would proceed with acts of decapitation, mutilation, necrophilia, and burning. In 1994, following the escape from a psychiatric hospital and the murder of his accomplice, Victor Luis Criado, he would attempt to end his own life and would be arrested again. And during his trial in 1995, he was deemed insane and was sentenced to confinement in a psychiatric hospital. The next person we're going to talk about is Francisco Guerrero Perez, and he was a Mexican serial killer whose spree lasted from 1880 to 1888, murdering at least 20 prostitutes and committing one additional murder in 1908. He was born into poverty and had a harsh upbringing marked by his mother's physical abuse and his father's absence. And after moving to Mexico City and working as a shoemaker, he led a double life, presenting himself as a devout Catholic while secretly harboring misogynistic and violent inclinations. His crimes were characterized by extreme cruelty and sexual mutilation that involved strangling, slitting throats, and occasionally decapitating his victims, whom he would then dismember and dump in the Consulado River. Bragging about his murders in public, he would be arrested in 1888 for the murder of Marcia Gallardo and the assault of a woman named Amelia, but was only convicted of these 2 charges and sentenced to death, which was later changed to 20 years in prison. He would eventually be pardoned in 1904, and he would resume his criminal activities, culminating in the murder of an elderly woman named Antonia in 1908. He would be arrested again and tried for her death and found guilty, and while awaiting execution, he would die in November 1910 while incarcerated. Alright, the next people we're going to talk about are Futoshi Matsunaga and Junko Ogata, and this is a pair of notorious Japanese serial killers whose case was marked by extreme cruelty and manipulation. Now, Matsunaga, before he met Junko, was already involved in systematic abuse, as his criminal activities began with defrauding a married woman whose child would die under suspicious circumstances. Despite being married, Matsunaga was involved with at least 10 mistresses, and in 1982 he would become involved with Junko Ogata, one of his former schoolmates. In 1984, Matsunaga promised to marry Junko, but her mother, Shizumi, did not approve of this relationship because of Matsunaga's abuse. Matsunaga would then Shizumi as a result of this, and in 1985 he would convince Junko that her family hated her and persuaded her to move in with him. His first victim would be a married woman with 3 children in 1993, as he convinced her to leave her husband and run away with him, telling the woman that Junko was his sister. Now, one of her children would die under mysterious circumstances in September of 1993, and her other 2 children went to live with their father. And during their relationship, Matsunaga would defraud the woman for 11.8 million yen, or around $150,000 US, and she would die mysteriously in March of 1994, and the police were unable to prove that Matsunaga killed the woman or her child. He would continue to manipulate and torture numerous individuals, including his own partner, Junko, including her family, as on December 1997, Matsunaga would coerce Junko to electrocute her 61-year-old father to the point of death. And he would also have her mother strangled on January 20th, 1998. Several weeks later, he would command another couple he had manipulated to strangle their 10-year-old daughter and would force Junko to kill the couple's 5-year-old son. Like, this guy was sick, man. This guy was sick, bro. They would dismember and boil their victims' remains in pots and finally dispose of them in washrooms or the sea. And Matsunaga even blamed the murders on Junko, after practically all her family was killed, except for like 2 of them. Matsunaga will be found guilty and placed on death row, and is currently incarcerated awaiting execution, and Junko would be given a life sentence. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Janine Jones, and she was a former American licensed vocational nurse convicted of murdering and injuring numerous infants and children during the 1970s and 1980s. Now, after being adopted by a nightclub owner and his wife, she worked as a beautician before attending nurse school in the late 1970s, and her first marriage, which produced 1 child, ended in divorce, and after reconciling with her first husband and having another child, she married a 19-year-old nursing assistant shortly before her eventual indictment after she was arrested. Her criminal activities would come to light when she was working at Bexar County Hospital's Pediatric Intensive Care Unit, where a statistically improbable number of deaths occurred under her care. And she would eventually be arrested and charged with poisoning 6 children. And her actions led to her 1985 conviction, resulting in a 99-year prison sentence. And she received a life sentence without parole eligibility until she is approximately 87 years old. Alright, the next people we're going to talk about is Glenn Helzer and the Children of Thunder. And Glenn Helzer was born July 26, 1970, and was a cult leader and spree killer who founded the Children of Thunder with his brother Justin and Don Godman. He was raised in a devout Mormon family and served in the National Guard and as a missionary before becoming a stockbroker, and he would be diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 1998 and eventually excommunicated from the Latter-day Saints Church, and he declared himself a prophet. He developed the, quote, 12 principles of magic, planning to take over the Latter-day Saints Church, and to fund his ambitions, he extorted and murdered an elderly couple in July of 2000, and then later killed his girlfriend, Selena Bishop, to cover up his tracks. He also murdered his girlfriend's mother, Jennifer Valerian, and her friend, James Gamble, to eliminate witnesses. And the murders will be uncovered when police found dismembered bodies in the Sacramento River Delta and linked them to Helzer through vehicle descriptions, fingerprints, and a weapon. He would be arrested on August 7, 2000 after a brief chase, and sentenced to death after pleading guilty. His brother, Justin Helzer, was also sentenced to death but died by in 2013, and his other accomplice, Don Godman, would take a plea deal and received a 25-year-to-life prison sentence. The next person we're going to talk about is James Dale Ritchie, and he was born November 4th, 1976 in Anchorage, Alaska, and was a serial killer who terrorized the city in 2016, committing a series of murders primarily in parks and along bike paths. An athlete and former stockbroker, he had a troubled past involving drug dealing and criminal behavior, and after returning to Alaska in March of 2016, he acquired a Colt Python handgun and began a spree of killings. His first 2 victims were Brianna Foisey and Jason Netter Sr., who were found dead along a bike path on July 3rd, and he continued his rampage on July 29th by killing Travion Kendall Thompson, the son of a childhood friend, and on August 28th he murdered Kevin Turner and Bryant DeHusson in Valley of the Moon Park. His killing spree was connected by the same weapon used in all the murders, and he would manage to evade capture until November 12th, 2016, when he was killed in a shootout with police officers. He would be shot after opening fire on an officer who approached him in response to an unrelated call. The confrontation ended with James Dale Ritchie's death and the connection to his gun to all the previous murders. The next person we talk about is Joachim Kroll, and he was born April 17, 1933, and was a German serial killer. and cannibal who murdered at least 8 women and young girls from 1955 until 1976. He was the 6th of 9 children, and his family would move to North Rhine-Westphalia after World War II, where he began a killing spree following his mother's death in 1955. Working as a toilet attendant and later at Thyssen Industries, he targeted his victims in various locations and would quickly strangle random victims and then engage in acts, followed by him mutilating their bodies for later consumption, with a disturbing habit of cooking and eating parts of them to save on groceries. His arrest would come after a neighbor reported a blocked pipe in Kroll's apartment building, leading police to discover the dismembered body of 4-year-old Marion Ketter, with body parts in the refrigerator and a hand cooking in a frying pan. Kroll would be arrested and confessed to 14 murders, and was convicted of 8 murders and 1 attempted murder in April of 1982, receiving a life sentence, and he would die while incarcerated in 1991. The next person we're going to talk about is Jose Antonio Rodriguez Vega, and he was born December 3rd, 1957 in Spain, and was a notorious Spanish serial killer who terrorized the region by raping and murdering at least 16 elderly women, aged between 61 and 93, from August 1987 to April 1988. Vega, who harbored resentment towards his mother for expelling him from the family home, had a strained personal life, including a failed marriage and subsequent relationship with a mentally disabled woman whom he had abused. Despite presenting himself as a charming, hardworking individual to those around him, his criminal behavior was characterized by meticulous planning, as he would study his victims' routines before gaining their trust and access into their homes, often under the guise of performing household tasks. His organized killings included taking mementos from his victims, which he displayed in a, quote, red room in his home. The full extent of his crimes only emerged after police released a videotape of his home, revealing the personal belongings of his victims, and he would be arrested on May 19th, 1988, and would be convicted in November 1991 and sentenced to 440 years in prison. However, he would die while incarcerated on October 22nd, 2002, after being attacked by 2 inmates who stabbed him 113 times, while prison guards did not intervene. The next person we're going to talk about is Joseph Kallinger, and he was born December 11th, 1935 in Philadelphia, and was a notorious American serial killer who, alongside his 12-year-old son, Michael, embarked on a gruesome crime spree from November 1974 to January 1975, spanning Philadelphia, Baltimore, and New Jersey. Adopted by Austrian immigrants and subjected to severe abuse and neglect throughout his childhood, he developed a pattern of violence and instability that persisted into adulthood. He married twice, with his second marriage marked by extreme domestic violence and a history of mental health issues, including paranoid schizophrenia, and his criminal activities began with the murder of his own son, Joseph Jr., and would escalate to a series of assaults, sexual abuse, and robberies against 4 families, all of which he made his other 12-year-old son, Michael, participate with him. During such instances, he would make his victims watch as he raped their spouse, and this violent spree would culminate in the murder of 21-year-old nurse Maria Fashing in New Jersey during a home invasion. He would be arrested on January 8th, 1975, and was found guilty of multiple crimes, and was sentenced to life imprisonment on October 14th, 1976, and his son Michael was sentenced to a reformatory, and was released when he was 18. The next person we're going to talk about is Joseph Naso, and he was born January 7th, 1934 in Rochester, New York, and was a convicted American serial killer and rapist. After serving the U.S. Air Force in the 1950s, his personal life was marked by a long marriage that ended in divorce, followed by a troubling relationship with his son, who developed schizophrenia. Naso, a freelance photographer with a history of petty crimes, lived in various locations including San Francisco, Piedmont, Sacramento, and Reno, Nevada, where he was arrested in 2011. His confirmed crimes included abductions and strangulations of at least 4 women during this time, between 1978 and 1994, and he would only be arrested in 2010 after authorities discovered a diary detailing his crimes. He would be convicted on August 20th, 2013 and sentenced to death on November 22nd, 2013. The next person we talk about is Joseph Vacher, and Joseph Vacher was born November 16th, 1869, and was a French serial killer, and often compared to Jack the Ripper due to his gruesome crimes and scarred appearance. He was the 15th child of a illiterate farmer and endured severe poverty and strict Catholic schooling, and he joined the army in 1892 but was soon dismissed after attempting suicide due to frustration with his lack of recognition and a failed romantic pursuit of a maidservant named Louise. His severe facial deformity resulting from a self-inflicted gunshot wound would exacerbate his mental illness and fueled his hatred towards society, and after his release from a mental institution, he embarked on a spree of murders between 1894 and 1897, killing and at least 11 victims, including adolescent farm workers and shepherds. His crimes involved stabbing, disembowelment, rape, and at me. And in 1897, he would be arrested after a failed assault on a woman and would confess to multiple murders during his detention and would be sentenced to death and executed by guillotine on December 31st, 1898. All right, next person we're going to talk about is Jose Maria Yarabo, and he was a Spanish serial killer who between July 19th and July 21st of 1958 committed a series of brutal murders. After moving to the United States as a child and serving a prison term for human trafficking, he would return to Spain in the 1940s, initially engaged in a career as a professional gambler funded by money from his mother, but his financial situation would deteriorate following heavy drinking and drug use. In 1958, driven by financial desperation and anger over a ring that his girlfriend wanted back, he embarked on a killing spree, and on July 19th, he would enter Emilio Fernandez's house under the pretense of being a police inspector and murdered the servant woman that was there with a clothes iron and knife, and then shot Fernandez when he arrived home and proceeded to search for the ring that he pawned to him. He then killed Amparo Alonso, who was pregnant, when she stumbled upon him, and he spent the night at the crime scene before moving on to kill Felix Lopez at his workplace on July 21st. And his downfall would come the following day when he took a bloody suit to the dry cleaners, who reported him to police, and he would be quickly apprehended, tried, and convicted of 5 murders and was executed on July 4th, 1959. The next person we're going to talk about is Lonnie David Franklin, and he was an American serial killer responsible for at least 10 murders and 1 attempted murder in Los Angeles, California from 1984 to 2007. He was born on August 30th, 1952 and grew up in South Central Los Angeles and had a criminal history that included a dishonorable discharge from the U.S. Army and a conviction for gang raping a teenager in Germany. His reign of terror would span over 2 decades with a notable 14-year gap where he targeted primarily black women, many of whom were sex workers or drug users. The killings were initially dubbed the Southside Slayer or Strawberry Murders went largely unsolved until Franklin was identified through familial DNA matching in 2010. And his trial would begin in February 2016 and concluded with his conviction in May and a death sentencing in August. It was revealed that his criminal activities included taking disturbing photographs of his victims, many of whom were found shot with a .25 caliber gun, and who would also be suspected of additional cases and possibly connected to murders in Belize, but was never charged for these crimes, and he would die in his cell on March 28th, 2020. Alright, next person we're going to talk about is Luis Gregorio Ramirez Mestre, and he was born September 30th, 1980, and is a notorious Colombian serial killer, convicted of murdering 30 individuals across various municipalities in Colombia. Ramirez, who preyed on motorists between 19 and 30 years old, actually claimed to specifically target those under 1.7 meters tall and weighing at least less than 60 kilograms so he could easily overpower them. His method of operation involved using his charm and persuasive skills to gain the trust of motorcycle taxi drivers, whom he would then attack from the back seat. Upon reaching a secluded location, he would proceed to strangle the drivers into unconsciousness, often leading to their deaths by suffocation, and he would steal their personal items such as wallets, cell phones. He would eventually be captured in 2012 and sentenced to 57 years in prison, which was later reduced to 34 years due to the acceptance of the charges, and he is scheduled for release in 2032. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Marcelo Costa de Andrade, and he was born January 2nd, 1967 in Rio de Janeiro and is a notorious Brazilian serial killer responsible for the murder of 14 boys in 1991. His early life was marked by severe trauma and instability as he grew up in an impoverished favela, also witnessing his mother being abused, and was sent to live with his grandparents and would later be abused by an older man upon returning to Rio. He was expelled from a boys' school at age 14 and turned to prostitution in order to make money, and he would eventually be placed in a youth detention center but escaped, returning to a life of prostitution before finding temporary stability with Antonio Batista Freire, who introduced him to the Universal Church of the Kingdom of God. Despite his support, Andrade continued his criminal activities and, inspired by warped interpretation of religious teachings, embarked on a spree of abductions, sexual assaults, and murder of young boys. His killing spree began in April 1991 and included brutal acts such as strangulation and decapitation, and he would be arrested after one of his intended victims managed to escape and report the crime. Andrade would ultimately confess to his crimes, but was declared insane, resulting in his institutionalization at Henrique Roxo Psychiatric Hospital, where he remains to this day. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Nikolai Zumagliev, and he was born November 15th, 1952, and is a Soviet serial killer infamously known as Metal Fang, and was convicted of murdering at least 10 people between 1979 and 1980. He was raised in a troubled environment, and his early life was marked by instability and failed aspirations, leading him to a series of menial jobs and a brief stint in the Soviet army. His killing spree would begin in January 1979 with the murder of a woman, followed by several killings throughout that year. His initial arrest came after he accidentally shot a colleague while drunk, resulting in a diagnosis of schizophrenia and a subsequent release. He would then resume his murders until his ninth crime, which involved the dismemberment of a victim in front of horrified witnesses, leading to his capture in 1980. He would be declared insane and was institutionalized, but escaped in 1989 and eluded authorities for 2 years until he was captured again in 1991 after being caught stealing, leading to his return to psychiatric custody. And to this day, he has been held in a specialized psychiatric clinic in Octus, where he continues to be monitored despite his claims of recovery. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Patrick Kearney, and he was born September 24th, 1939, and is a notorious American serial killer and necrophile. As between 1962 and 1977, he would murder at least 21 young men and boys across Southern California. He was raised in a middle-class family and was a bullied, withdrawn child who developed violent fantasies and engaged in bestiality from a very young age. After working various jobs and a brief marriage, he began his killing spree targeting hitchhikers and young men from gay bars. Using a .22 caliber pistol, he would shoot his victims, then sexually assault, mutilate, and dispose of their bodies in trash bags or remote locations. And his youngest victim was a 5-year-old boy. His killing spree escalated in frequency after 1974, and he used his engineering background to meticulously plan his murders. And his capture would follow after the murder of a 17-year-old John Otis LeMay, whose remains were found in 1977. And Kearney would confess to 28 murders, but was only charged and convicted of 21, receiving 21 life sentences, remaining incarcerated to this day. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Patrick McKay, and he was born September 25th, 1952 in London, and is a British serial killer, considered one of the UK's most prolific murderers. He was diagnosed as a psychopath at 15, and his early life was marked by severe abuse, violence, and fascination with Nazism. And he would go on to embark on his crime spree from 1973 to 1975 across London, Essex, and Kent, committing a series of violent offenses, including the murders of elderly women Isabella Griffith and Adele Price, and priest father Anthony Crean. His murder spree involved a range of violent acts and thefts. After his arrest, he confessed to several murders, many of which were unsolved cases, and he would be convicted of manslaughter for 3 murders and sentenced to life imprisonment in 1975. And as of today, he remains incarcerated. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Pedro Pablo Nakata Ludena, and he was born February 28th, 1973, and is a notorious Peruvian serial killer, also known as the Apostle of Death. His early life was troubled, marked by abuse, trauma, and a strained family environment, which contributed to his violent tendencies, and he adopted the name Nakata in 2003 in an attempt to escape Peruvian justice, and began his murder spree in 2005, during which he used 9mm pistols with homemade silencers to kill at least 17 people, including drug addicts, prostitutes, and criminals, whom he believed were his divine targets. His killing spree, which also included the murder of his own acquaintances and various individuals he deemed undesirable, culminated in his arrest on December 28th, 2006, following a shootout with the police. Despite confessing to 25 murders, he was convicted of 17 and sentenced to 35 years in prison, meaning he'll be due for release in 2041. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Pedro Rodrigues Filho, and he was born October 29th, 1954, and was a Brazilian serial killer and vigilante whose criminal activities spanned from his teenage years to his imprisonment and eventual release. Rodrigues, who claimed to have killed over 100 individuals, was ultimately convicted of 71 murders and began a spree at 14, motivated by a mix of personal vendettas and a self-styled mission against criminals. His earliest crimes included shooting the deputy mayor who fired his father and would end up targeting drug traffickers, earning his reputation being called Lil Petey Killer. After a series of violent retributions, including the murder of rival gang members following the death of his pregnant girlfriend, he was imprisoned at 18, serving 34 years before his 2007 release, and would be rearrested in 2011 for inciting riots, and then was released again for good behavior in 2018. After his release, he would reinvent himself as a YouTuber, using his platform to denounce crime and share his experiences. His notoriety and parallels to fictional characters like Dexter Morgan would earn him the moniker Brazilian Dexter and the South American Punisher. However, his life would end abruptly when he was shot and killed on March 5th, 2023 by 2 assailants in a car, and the perpetrators remain at large to this day. The next people we're going to talk about are the Puccio family, and this was an Argentine criminal group notorious for their involvement in a series of high-profile kidnappings and murders in the early 1980s. The family, led by patriarch Archimedes Puccio and his wife Epifania and their 5 children, resided in a large, affluent home in Buenos Aires. Archimedes was suspected of participating in forced disappearances during Argentina's Dirty War, and their criminal activities would begin with the abduction of 23-year-old Ricardo Manoukian on July 22nd, 1982, demanding a large amount of money be paid in ransom from his family, and despite receiving $250,000, they would execute Ricardo. This was then followed by the kidnapping of engineer Eduardo Aulet, whose family paid $150,000, and then they would again kill their hostage, and proceeded to kidnap 2 or 3 more people before killing them while holding them for ransom. Their last known victim, Nelida Bolini de Prado, survived being held for nearly a month and would be rescued during a police raid on the Puccio home on August 23rd, 1985, and the whole family would receive lengthy prison terms. However, their youngest son would evade capture by fleeing the country, and 2 of the children and the wife were implicated but were never convicted of their crimes. The next person we're going to talk about is Richard Cottingham, and he was born November 25th, 1946 in the Bronx, New York, and is a notorious American serial killer, also known as the Torso Killer or the Times Square Ripper. His early life was marked by a fascination with bondage and pornography, and he led a seemingly normal life working as a computer operator while hiding his criminal activities. His criminal record included several minor arrests before his ultimate arrest in May 22nd, 1980 for the attempted murder and kidnapping of an 18-year-old prostitute. It would then be revealed that he was responsible of 6 murders in New York between 1972 and 1980 and 12 murders in New Jersey from 1967 and 1978, and he claims that his killing spree began in adolescence and involved as many as 100 victims, in which he targeted young women, particularly sex workers, whom he would drug, bind, and torture before killing them by strangulation and asphyxiation and dismembering their body parts and spreading them across the city. And he will receive life imprisonment and remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Robert Hayes, and he was born March 12th, 1982 in West Palm Beach, Florida, and he is a convicted American serial killer responsible for the murders of at least 3 women in Daytona Beach between December 2005 and February 2006. Hayes grew up in an abusive background and had a troubled adolescence, and was known for his friendly demeanor and involvement in parties. And would begin his murders in 2005, with all of his victims being shot in execution-style killings. He would use a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol, and despite early suspicion, he was not initially a suspect, and it wasn't until December 2016 the DNA from a Palm Beach murder matched him to the Daytona Beach killings. And in 2019, he would be arrested and charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder, and was convicted of the Daytona Beach murders and sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms without parole. The next person we talk about is Robert Lee Yates, and he was born May 27, 1952, and is infamously known as the Grocery Bag Killer, and is an American serial killer who committed at least 11 murders in Spokane, Washington between 1975 and 1998. His early life in Oak Harbor, Washington was marked by his grandmother's axe murder of his grandfather, and he would go on to serve as a correction officer and an army pilot before his descent into madness. His crimes primarily targeted sex workers whom he lured with promises of drugs or companionship, and then he would proceed to kill them and dispose of their bodies in rural areas. His method involved shooting his victims in the head or heart with a Raven .25 caliber handgun, often covering their heads with plastic bags. And his criminal activities would only be uncovered after he refused to provide a DNA sample in 1998, leading to his arrest in 2000, following discovery of blood linking him to the murders. In 2002, he would be convicted of killing 2 women in Pierce County and will be sentenced to death, which was changed to life without parole in 2018, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Ronald Dominique. And Ronald Dominique was born January 9th, 1964 in Louisiana, and was a serial killer, also known as the Bayou Strangler, responsible for the murder of at least 23 men and boys in Louisiana from 1997 to 2006. His early life was marked by poverty, social isolation, and struggles with his sexuality, which led to harassment and low self-esteem. And his criminal record began with minor offenses, but escalated to sexual harassment and assault. His murder spree would commence on July 1997 with the death of David Mitchell and continued over nearly a decade, involving victims primarily from low socioeconomic backgrounds, including drug users and vagrants. He would lure his victims through promises of drugs, sex, or financial assistance. Then he would then bound, rape, and strangle them to death before disposing of their bodies in remote areas. The pattern of his crimes remained undetected until late 2006 when DNA evidence linked him to the murders, and he would be arrested in December of that year after a tip-off and confess to the killings. And in 2008, he would be sentenced to 8 consecutive life terms without parole and remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Sonny Bean, and this guy is more like a folk tale-ish guy. So Sonny Bean was a legendary figure from 16th century Scotland and is said to have led a notorious clan of 45 members who committed heinous acts of murder and cannibalism over the span of 25 years. Now, according to sensationalized accounts, Bean was born into an East Lothian family of ditch diggers, and he left home with a woman named Black Agnes Douglas, who was reportedly a witch, and they would settle down in a coastal cave where they lived undiscovered for decades. They would then, of course, have numerous amounts of children in their clan that also included grandchildren suspected to be incestuous, and they would ambush and kill travelers, dismembering their bodies and consuming their flesh, preserving the leftovers in barrels. And despite periodic searches, the clan evaded capture until they were exposed after a violent attack on a married couple, and then King James VI, informed of the atrocity, would lead a posse that discovered the cave filled with human remains and stolen goods, and the clan would be subsequently captured and executed either through brutal dismemberment or burning, or suffocated after their cave was like blown up. I don't know. It's like a folktale, I guess. Take it with a grain of salt. The next person we're going to talk about is Steven Zellick, and he was born on October 29th, 1961, and is an American convicted murderer and former police officer from West Allis, Wisconsin, infamously known as the Wisconsin Suitcase Murderer. Zellick, who engaged in sadomasochism under the alias Mr. Handcuffs on various websites, would meet his victims through these platforms, including Jenny Games, who was murdered in Wisconsin on August 2012, while another victim, Laura Simonson, was killed in Minnesota on November 2013. Steven claimed that both deaths were accidental during sexual activities, and after killing his victims, he placed their bodies in suitcases, which he discarded along a roadway in Geneva, Wisconsin. And the decomposed bodies will be discovered on June 5th, 2014, with one body bound and gagged and the other one concealed in plastic bags. He will be arrested June 27, 2014, and charged with 2 counts of hiding corpses and later charged with murder. And he will receive a total of 70 years in prison and remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Vasily Komarov, and he was born January 1st, 1871, in the Russian Empire and was a notorious Russian serial killer who murdered at least 33 people in Moscow between 1921 and 1923. He was conscripted into the army and served time in prison for theft, and became an alcoholic and an abusive husband. And after escaping the White Army and moving to Moscow in 1920, he started a new life as a horse trader and carriage driver. When the new economic policy was introduced in 1921, he exploited it by luring clients interested in buying horses to his home, where he would serve them vodka and kill them with a hammer or slit their throats and dispose of their bodies in bags, often hiding them around his property or dumping them in the Moscow River. His wife Sophia, who discovered the murders, would eventually assist in the killings as well, and the police, initially investigating a series of bodies found in garbage sacks, would trace the murders back to Komarov after observing his suspicious behavior, and he would be arrested in March of 1923 and confess to the murders, leading authorities to some of the bodies. And Komarov and Sophia would both be sentenced to death and will be executed by firing squad in Moscow on June 18th, 1923. The next person we're going to talk about is Wayne Williams, and he was born May 27th, 1958 in Atlanta, Georgia, and is an American convicted murderer and suspected serial killer who is believed to be responsible for at least 25 murders that occurred between 1979 and 1981. Raised in the Dixie Hills neighborhood, he developed an early interest for radio and journalism, building his own career at a radio station and aspiring to be a pop music producer. However, his involvement in the Atlanta murders began to attract suspicion in May 22nd, 1981, when police surveillance detected a suspicious splash from the James Jackson Parkway Bridge, which was later linked to Williams' vehicle. After the discovery of Nathaniel Cater's body, which was found to have likely died from asphyxia, and the identification of fibers from Williams' home and car on other victims, police would arrest him in June 21st, 1981, and he would be ultimately convicted for the murders of Nathaniel Cater and Jimmy Ray Payne, and received a life sentence. Now again, it's suspected that he was responsible for 30 murders known as the Atlanta child murders, but he was never convicted of these, and he will be eligible for parole in 2027. The next person we're going to talk about is William McDonald, and he was born June 17th, 1924 in Liverpool, England, and was an English serial killer whose crimes spanned Queensland and New South Wales, Australia between 1961 and 1962. McDonald, who emigrated from England to Canada and then to Australia, committed his first murder in Brisbane in 1961, targeting 63-year-old Amos Hugh Hurst, and would continue his killing spree in Sydney, where he would lure his victims, often derelicts or homeless men, into secluded areas and then violently attacked and mutilated them. His method of operation involved involved stabbing his victims multiple times and severing their genitals, which led to his media nickname, the Mutilator. After a series of brutal murders, his final victim was Patrick Joseph Hackett, whom he murdered in a newly purchased store, and he would be apprehended in Melbourne in 1963 after a former workmate recognized him, leading to his arrest. Despite his claims of schizophrenia and a traumatic past, the jury convicted him and he was sentenced to 5 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, and he would die while incarcerated on May 12th, 2015 at the age of 90. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is William Boskett, and he was born December 9th, 1962 in Harlem, and is an American convicted murderer whose crimes as a minor would lead to significant changes in New York state law. Now, his early life was marked by extreme violence and trauma, including sexual abuse by his grandfather and a chaotic home environment, and at the age of 15, he committed multiple violent offenses, including the murders of Noel Perez and Moises Perez during attempted subway robberies in 1978. He received a subsequent 5-year sentence due to juvenile offender laws at the time, and this would spark public outrage and led to the enactment of the Juvenile Offender Act of 1978, which allowed juveniles as young as 13 to be tried as adults. After escaping from a youth facility in 1979 and serving additional prison time for violent incidents, he would eventually be sentenced to multiple life terms for assault on correctional officers during his incarceration. And as of 2024, he's serving an 82-year-to-life sentence at Wen Correctional Facility and remains incarcerated to this day. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Angel Maturino Resendiz, and he was born August 1st, 1959 in Puebla, Mexico, and was a notorious serial killer, also known as the Railroad Killer. He was active in the 1990s and was linked up to 23 murders across the United States and Mexico, primarily targeting his victims near railroads where he traveled by illegally jumping on and off trains. His method of operation involved bludgeoning his victims to death with rocks, pickaxes, and other blunt objects, often lingering in their homes to steal sentimental items and money. And he would even be briefly listed as the 457th fugitive on the FBI's 10 most wanted list before surrendering himself in July of 1999. He would be convicted of multiple murders and would be executed by lethal injection in 2006. The next people we're going to talk about is Carl Drew and the Fall Rivers Cult. And known for the Fall Rivers murders that were a series of 3 brutal killings in Fall River, Massachusetts between October 1979 and February 1980, Carl was the leader of a satanic cult called the Fall Rivers Cult, in which they made these killings as sacrifices to Satan. And their first victim was 17-year-old Doreen Levesque, who was found sexually assaulted and bludgeoned to death on October 13th, 1979 beneath the bleachers of a high school. Despite extensive investigation, no one was convicted for her murder, and on November 7th, 1979, 19-year-old Barba Raposa, a single mother with a history of drug abuse and sex work, would last be seen engaging in prostitution, and her body was discovered on January 26, 1980 in a wooded area. Their third victim would be 20-year-old Karen Marsden, also a sex worker who went missing on February 8th, 1980, and parts of her skull would be found on April 13th, 1980, and her full body would never be recovered. Now, members of this cult, including Carl Drew, Robin Murphy, and Andy Maltese would be implicated in these murders, with Drew eventually receiving a life sentence without parole, and Robin Murphy receiving a life sentence with parole, leading to her eventual release in 2004. However, was arrested again for parole violations in 2011, and Andy Maltese would be convicted and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The next person we're going to talk about is Lee Chun-jae, and he was born January 31st, 1963, and is a South Korean serial killer infamous for the Hwaseong serial murders, as between 1986 and 1994, he committed a spree of 15 murders and numerous sexual assaults, and his crimes will go unsolved for 30 years. He was initially convicted in 1994 for the murder of his sister-in-law and sentenced to life imprisonment with possibility of parole after 20 years, and he would be linked to the murders in 2019. However, the statute of limitations had expired, preventing further prosecution for these crimes, even with his confession and admission of guilt. The next person we're going to talk about is Alan Laguerre, and he is a notorious Canadian rapist, arsonist, and serial killer, with his criminal activities beginning June 21st, 1986, when he, along with accomplices Todd Matchett and Scott Curtis, would rob a convenience store in Black River Bridge, New Brunswick, and during the robbery, they severely beat the elderly owners John and Mary Glendinning, resulting in John's death and Mary's sexual assault. The trio would then flee, but was soon apprehended, and while serving his sentence at the Atlantic Institution, Laguerre escaped on May 3rd, 1989, after convincing authorities to let him use his washroom alone, and he would then pick the lock on his handcuffs and evade capture. During his 7-month fugitive period, he committed 4 more murders, killing Annie Flem, Linda and Donna Donnie, and Father James Smith, and he would eventually be recaptured on November 24th, 1989, following a failed carjacking. In 1990, he was sentenced for his escape and later convicted of the murders in 1991 using DNA profiling, and he remains incarcerated to this day, applying for parole in 2020 but ultimately being denied it in 2021. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Colin Ireland, and he was a British serial killer who preyed on gay men. He was born in Dartford, Kent, Ireland, and had a troubled upbringing and a history of criminal behavior from a very young age, including time in prisons for various offenses. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, he frequented the Culhern pub in Earl's Court, London, where he would target men who enjoyed the passive role in sadomasochistic activities, using his pretense of being gay to gain their trust. He meticulously planned his murders, carrying a kit of rope, handcuffs, and a change of clothes to each crime scene, and clean up very thoroughly afterwards. His killings, which he claimed were not sexually motivated, were initially not linked to him due to police inefficiencies and homophobia. However, his murders eventually came to public attention when he was arrested after fingerprints were found at crime scenes. And in 1993, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murders and would die while incarcerated on February 21st, 2012. The next person we're going to talk about is Javed Iqbal, and he was a Pakistani serial killer who gained infamy for his brutal crimes against children. He would confess to the rape, strangulation, dismemberment, and dissolution in acid of up to 100 boys aged from 6 to 16. He would do this while operating a villa provided by his father, preying on vulnerable street children, often runaways or orphans. His crimes would be revealed in 1999 when he sent a letter to police and a journalist detailing his actions and motive, which he claims stemmed from a vendetta against the police and societal injustices that he had endured. This confession and letter led to a massive manhunt, and he was eventually arrested and sentenced to death, with the judge passing the sentence saying, "You will be strangled to death in front of the parents whose children you killed, and your body will then be cut up into 100 pieces and put in acid, the same way you killed the children." However, this sentence was never enforced, as on October 9th, 2001, Iqbal and an accomplice were found dead in their prison cells, with their deaths officially attributed to by hanging. The next people we're going to talk about are the Vino del Mar psychopaths, and these were a group of Chilean serial killers and former Carabineros officers who committed a series of heinous crimes between 1980 and 1981 in Vina del Mar. Their crime spree included 10 murders and 4 targeting various victims, and often involving robbery and violent sexual assaults, and were committed by Jorge Jose Segredo Pizarro and Carlos Alberto Top Collins. They would eventually be arrested in 1982 after Segredo confessed, and would be executed on January 29th, 1985 by firing squad. Our next person we're going to talk about is Gordon Cummins, and he was born February 18th, 1914 in New Earswick, North Riding of Yorkshire, and was a notorious British serial killer, infamously known as a Blackout Killer, whose crimes unfolded in London during World War II between February 8th and February 13th of 1942. He hailed from a middle-class background with a father who ran a school for delinquent youths and had an unremarkable academic and professional history marked by frequent job dismissals. He even served in the Royal Air Force from 1935, accruing over 1,000 hours of flight experience, but earned a reputation for boastfulness and false claims about his background, and his killing spree would reportedly begin with the suspected murders of Maple Churchyard and Edith Eleanor Humphreys in October 1941. His brutal and sadistic crimes in February 1942 included the strangulation and mutilation of Evelyn Hamilton, Evelyn Oatley, Margaret Florence Lowe, and a failed attack on Catherine Mulcahy, who managed to escape and report the assault. His killing spree would culminate in the attempted murder of Margaret Haywood, whose rescue led to the discovery of evidence linking him to his crimes, and he would be arrested February 14th, 1942, and convicted for the murder of Evelyn Oatley, and subsequently executed on June 25th, 1942. The next person we're going to talk about is Jesse Pomeroy, and he was born November 29th, 1859 in Charlestown, Massachusetts, and holds the grim distinction of being the youngest person ever convicted of first-degree murder in the history of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. His early life was marked by violence, and by February 1872, at just 12 years old, he began a series of brutal attacks on younger children in Chelsea and South Boston, including the beatings and mutilations of several boys. His violent spree became widely known as the Fiendish Boy Attacks, and on September 17th, 1872, he would be identified by a victim who had survived an assault, leading to his arrest, and he was initially sentenced to 6 years at the State Reform School for Boys and paroled in February of 1874, thereby resuming his killing spree after his release, which included the murders of Katie Curran and Horace Millen. The discovery of Curran's body was concealed in his mother's dress shop and led to his rearrest, and in December of 1874, he would be convicted of murder in the first degree and sentenced to death. However, this would be changed to life imprisonment, and he would die while incarcerated on September 29th, 1832. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is John Reginald Christie, and he was a notorious English serial killer and alleged necrophiliac who terrorized London from the 1940s to the early 1950s. He was born April 8th, 1899 in Yorkshire and had a troubled childhood marked by an abusive father and a conflicted relationship with his mother and siblings. He joined the British Army during World War I and was injured during a mustard gas attack, leading to false claims of blindness and muteness. After marrying Ethel Simpson in 1920, he began a pattern of petty crime and imprisonment, with his most heinous crimes beginning in 1943, as he murdered at least 8 people, including his wife Ethel, by strangling them after incapacitating them with domestic gas. The police mishandled the investigations, failing to uncover Christie's earlier crimes and allowing him to kill more victims, and his final murders included Kathleen Maloney, Rita Nelson, and Hectorina McLean, and he would eventually be caught after leaving Rillington Palace in March of 1953 with the discovery of his victims' bodies leading to his arrest. He confessed to multiple murders and would be convicted on July 15th, 1953 and hanged. Our next person we're going to talk about is Julio Perez Silva, and he was born July 15th, 1963, and is a Chilean serial killer who terrorized the Tarapacá region between 1998 and 2001. Working as an illegal taxi driver, he preyed on young women and girls, offering them rides before taking them to remote locations where he would rape and kill them with blunt force trauma to the head. He disposed of the bodies in deep abandoned mines or landfills, and his crimes included the brutal murders of at least 14 victims. And despite his confession to these 14 murders, he's also suspected of additional disappearances. His reign of terror would come to an end when his last victim, Barbara Nunes, survived an attack and reported him to the authorities, and he would be arrested on October 4th, 2001, and convicted in 2004, receiving a life sentence with the possibility of parole, and he's currently incarcerated to this day. However, he has a potential release date of 2051, when he would be 88 years old. Alright, that's tier 3. Moving on to tier 4. The first person we're going to talk about is Alfred Gaynor, and he was a convicted American serial killer and rapist who perpetrated a series of brutal murders that terrorized the city of Springfield, Massachusetts in the late 1990s. He was born in 1966, and his criminal activities came to light in 1995 when the bodies of multiple women began turning up in the city. His victims were primarily women struggling with addiction and involved in prostitution, making them vulnerable targets, and his method involved luring these women into secluded areas or around their homes, where he would then assault, strangle, and ultimately kill them. In his spree, which spanned from 1995 to 1998, resulted in the deaths of at least 9 women, though he's also suspected in additional cases. The bodies were left in compromising and often degrading positions, and the case would gain significant media attention for both the horrifying nature of the crimes and for the challenges faced by law enforcement in connecting the murders and identifying the perpetrator. However, a breakthrough would come in the case in 1998 when DNA evidence linked Gaynor to several of the crime scenes, and he would be arrested, and in 2000 he would be convicted of multiple counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The next person we're going to talk about is Benjamin Atkins, and he's infamously known as the Woodward Corridor Killer, and he was a serial killer who terrorized Detroit, Michigan in the early 1990s. He was born on August 26, 1968, and had a troubled childhood marked by severe abuse and neglect, which were factors that likely contributed to his later violent behavior, as we see with everyone else we talked about up until this point. And between December 1991 and August 1992, he would embark on a horrifying killing spree, as over a period of just 9 months, he would brutally rape and strangle 11 women, leaving their bodies in abandoned buildings along the Woodward Corridor, a stretch of road notorious for its crime and poverty. He would lure victims with promises of money or drugs, leading them to abandoned buildings where he would then overpower, sexually assault, and strangle them. And he managed to evade capture due to the chaotic environment of the areas he operated in and the marginalization of his victims, who were often overlooked by society and law enforcement. And a breakthrough would come in the case in August of 1992 when he was finally apprehended following an intense investigation, leading to him confessing to the murders in chilling detail, and he would be tried and convicted of 11 counts of first-degree murder in 1994 and sentenced to multiple life terms without the possibility of parole. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Bruce McArthur, and he was a Canadian serial killer and former landscaper who orchestrated a series of murders that targeted the LGBTQ+ community in Toronto, Ontario from 2010 to 2017. He was born on October 8, 1951, and led a seemingly ordinary life, working as a self-employed landscaper, which allowed him to access various properties across the city. However, behind this facade, he would begin preying on vulnerable men, particularly those of Middle Eastern or South Asian descent, or those who were often marginalized within society. And his method involved luring his victims through dating apps and bars in Toronto's gay village, promising companionship or employment before brutally murdering them. He would often invite his victims to secluded locations, usually properties where he had worked, where he would proceed to overpower and strangle them. He would also proceed to dismember his victims and conceal their remains in planters and garden beds on properties that he had access to, making use of his landscaping business as a cover. His method of hiding the bodies allowed him to evade detection for years, even as the number of missing persons in Toronto's gay village would grow alarmingly. The investigation into his crimes would intensify in 2017 after the disappearances of several men from the gay village raised an alarm within the community and among law enforcement. And in 2018, police would search MacArthur's apartment and found crucial evidence, including photos of his victims and a calendar detailing their disappearances. And he would be arrested and charged with 8 counts of first-degree murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Karl Grossman, and he was born December 13th, 1860, and was a notorious German serial killer and sexual predator. He had a history of sadistic sexual behavior and multiple convictions for child molestation, and he even served a 15-year prison sentence for his heinous crimes against young girls. During World War I, he would sell meat on the black market and even ran a hot dog stand, with some suspecting that he used the remains of his victims in his products, as parts of missing women were frequently found in nearby canals. On October 21st, 1921, he would be arrested in Berlin after neighbors reported hearing screams from his apartment, where police discovered the freshly murdered body of a young woman, and he allegedly confessed to killing between 4 and 20 women, with some estimates suggesting that he may have murdered up to 100. However, his trial will be cut short when he hanged himself in a cell on July 5th, 1922, leaving the full extent of his crimes and his motives largely unknown. The next people we're going to talk about is David Allen Gore and Fred Waterfield. These two were cousins, also given the moniker quote, killing cousins, and they were American serial killers active in Vero Beach and Indian River County, Florida during the 1980s. Gore was born on August 21st, 1953, and Waterfield was born on September 29th, 1952, and later in their life, they conspired to kidnap and murder multiple women. Gore, an auxiliary sheriff's deputy, would use his badge to lure victims, while Waterfield would pay him to secure the women, and the first known victims were Ying Hua Ling and her mother, whom they murdered, dismembered, and disposed of in oil drums, and they continued their killing spree with the murders of 5 more women, until Gore would be arrested on July 26, 1983, after a witness saw him shooting one of their victims, Lynn Elliott. Subsequently, Gore led police to the remains of 3 victims and admitted to killing 6, and he would be convicted and sentenced to death in 1984, while Waterfield received 2 consecutive life sentences for the murders. Gore would be executed by lethal injection on April 12, 2012, and Waterfield remains incarcerated to this day. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is David Carpenter, and he was born May 6, 1930, and is also known as the Trailside Killer, and he's an American serial killer and rapist who stalked and murdered individuals on hiking trails near San Francisco, California between 1979 and 1981. He had a troubled childhood marked by abuse and cruelty to animals, and he first attempted murder in 1960 at 30 years old and served prison time for this and subsequent crimes, including a kidnapping in 1970. After his release from 1979 to 1981, he would kill 5 women in Santa Cruz using a .38 caliber handgun. However, 2 of his victims would survive, and he'd be arrested and convicted of 7 murders and was sentenced to death and is currently on death row at San Quentin State Prison. The next person we're going to talk about is Donald Harvey, and he was born April 15th, 1952, and is an American serial killer and self-described, quote, angel of death, who confessed to murdering up to 87 people, with 37 confirmed victims during his time as a hospital orderly between 1970 and 1987. Initially, he claimed to kill to ease the pain of terminally ill patients. However, his methods grew more varied and sinister, including poisoning people with arsenic, cyanide, and even murdering some of his victims by suffocating them. His victims were primarily cardiac patients, spanning from various demographics, and his killing spree was largely undetected for years due to lax oversight and his work in hospital areas where patients were not expected to survive. And he would eventually be apprehended in 1987 after an autopsy revealed cyanide poisoning in a patient's system, and this led to his confession and a plea deal that spared him the death penalty. He was sentenced to multiple life terms and spent the remainder of his life in prison until he was fatally beaten to death by an inmate in 2017. The next person we're going to talk about is Eric Edgar Cook, and he was born February 25th, 1931, and was known as the Night Caller, and was an Australian serial killer who terrorized Perth, Western Australia from 1958 to 1963. He committed at least 20 violent crimes, resulting in 8 deaths using various methods including shootings, stabbings, strangulations, and vehicular assaults. Now, Cook was raised in a violent household and had a troubled childhood marked by abuse, bullying, and early criminal behavior, which would lead him committing numerous burglaries that eventually escalated into opportunistic murders. He would finally be apprehended in 1963 after police caught him in a sting operation, and he confessed to his crimes. And despite an insanity defense, he would be found sane and convicted of murder and sentenced to death, and he would be executed in 1964 by hanging. The next person we're going to talk about is Francisco Antonio Laureano, and he was a young Argentine man believed by police to be a serial rapist and murderer responsible for the brutal killings of 13 women over a 6-month period from 1974 and 1975, and it's noted that he operated primarily on Wednesdays and Thursdays. around 6 p.m., and his victims were usually sunbathing women or those waiting at bus stops whom he would rape and then either strangled or shot with a .32 caliber revolver. He would actually eventually settle down in San Isidro, where he would work as an artisan and lived with his wife and stepchildren. However, he would be identified by a witness and subsequently killed in a police shootout on February 27th, 1975, and evidence would be found in his home, including stolen items from victims, which corroborated the police suspicions and linked them to his past crimes. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is Fritz Honka, and he was born July 31st, 1935, and he was a German serial killer who terrorized Hamburg's red light district between 1970 and 1975, murdering at least 4 women. Born in Leipzig, he endured a troubled childhood marked by abuse and the early death of his alcoholic father. After moving to Hamburg in 1956, he suffered a severe traffic accident that left him severely disfigured and led a life of failed relationships and heavy drinking, and his violent tendencies would culminate in the murders of at least 5 different women, all sex workers whom he dismembered and hid in his apartment. The stench of the decomposing bodies would be masked by pine-scented blocks until a fire in his building in 1975 led to the discovery of the remains. Honka would be arrested and confessed to the murders, but was ultimately convicted of 1 count of murder and 3 counts of manslaughter, receiving a 15-year sentence in a psychiatric hospital, and he would be released in 1993, living out his final years in a nursing home until his death in 1998. The next people we're going to talk about is Gervais Davis and Richard Holman, and these two were a pair of American serial killers, also known as the .22 caliber killers, responsible for at least 4 murders during robberies in Illinois between 1978 and 1979. Both men grew up in poverty, with Davis known for his small-time theft and alcoholism, and they would commit their first murder in December 1978, killing 78-year-old Frieda Mueller, and continued with a series of violent robberies resulting in multiple deaths, including 89-year-old Charles Babel, 84-year-old John Ortel, and 83-year-old Esther Setmeyer, and they would eventually be arrested after a botched robbery at an auto parts store where Davis killed clerk Frank Cash. They would be linked to numerous crimes and were convicted of multiple murders, with Davis receiving the death penalty and Holman receiving a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The next person we're going to talk about is Giuseppe Greco, and he was a high-ranking member of the Sicilian Mafia, notorious for his prolific killing spree during the Second Mafia War from 1981 to 1984. He would eventually become a hitman for the Sicilian Mafia and would be involved in at least 80 murders, using an AK-47 as his weapon of choice. He led a death squad that included infamous mafiosi and even participated in the Christmas Massacre. However, his demise would come in September 1985 when he would be murdered by fellow mafia members due to concerns to his growing power and independence. His body would be dissolved in acid, and the rumors of his death surfaced in 1988 and confirmed by an informant in 1989. The next person we're going to talk about is Gregorio Cardenas Hernandez, and he was born in Mexico City in 1915 and was a notorious Mexican serial killer, also known as the Tacuba Strangler. He became the first serial killer to gain widespread attention in Mexico, and his violent tendencies started when he was very young, exhibiting abnormal behavior, including cruelty to animals. He received a scholarship to study chemistry at UNAM, but began committing his murders in 1942, strangling and burying 4 women in his garden. He would be arrested after neighbors' suspicions led to police involvement, and he would be sentenced to life in prison. However, in 1976, he would be pardoned by President Luis Echeverria, and Cardenas would be celebrated as a rehabilitated man, giving a speech in Congress and working as a lawyer until his death in 1999. The next person we're going to talk about is Heriberto Seda, and he's also known as the New York Zodiac or the Brooklyn Sniper, and was an American serial killer active in New York City from 1990 to 1993, fatally shooting 3 people and wounding 6 others. Now, he was initially inspired by San Francisco's Zodiac Killer and would even send taunting coded messages to the police, claiming that he selected victims based on their zodiac signs. He lived as a reclusive high school dropout in Brooklyn before he would be arrested in 1996 after shooting his half-sister during a domestic dispute, and fingerprints and DNA evidence would link him to the murders that he committed in the early 90s, and would be convicted in 1998 and sentenced to 232 years in prison. The next person we're going to talk about is Jorge Riosi, and he was a Mexican serial killer who was active between 1991 and 1993, committing at least 13 murders, primarily targeting sex workers. He was formerly a talented painter, singer, and multilingual lover of the arts, and lived in a guest house with his friend's grandmother, whom he befriended and often painted for. However, he led a double life, dressing as a woman at night to carry out his crimes, leaving his victims strangled and hidden under beds with threatening messages written in lipstick on mirrors. And his case would reach its climax in April 7th, 1993, with a particularly brutal murder involving the removal of a victim's heart. And the true identity of the killer would be revealed on April 9th, 1993, when a prostitute escaped Jorge his attack, leading to a police chase, and he would become cornered in his rented room, and he set fire to destroy the evidence, but would ultimately be found unconscious with severe burns and a gunshot wound, and he would die shortly afterwards. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Karl Denke, and he was a German serial killer and cannibal who murdered and consumed dozens of homeless vagrants and travelers from 1903 to 1924. Born in what is now Poland in 1860, he had a troubled upbringing and a history of erratic behavior, though he was locally known as a charitable and respected member of the community. However, his brutal killing spree would begin with his first known victim, Ida Lohner, in 1903, and would continue with other victims. He would even keep a ledger of his murders and is believed to have sold the flesh of his victims as pickled meat, and he would be arrested after a failed attempt to kill one of his final victims, who managed to escape and alert authorities. And before he could be interrogated, he would commit suicide in his holding cell, and a subsequent search of his home would reveal horrifying evidence of his crimes, including human remains in brine, bone fragments, and items made from human skin. Although his ledger recorded 31 names, estimates of his total number of victims range from 42 to even higher. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Macario Alcala Conchola, and he was a Mexican serial killer who operated from 1960 to 1962, targeting women where he has prostitutes in Mexico City. Allegedly inspired by Jack the Ripper, he confessed to only one murder, but is suspected of at least 11 others. He was born in Mexico City and had a troubled background marked by failures in the Mexican army and professional boxing and a strained marital life, and his killing spree only came to light when the body of Julia Gonzalez Tejedas was found in a motel room with a message taunting the police chief written on the mirror, and Alcala would be arrested in September 1962 after police linked him to Gonzalez's murder. He would then be implicated on multiple other killings due to similar patterns and his own revealing statements, and he would be sentenced to 60 years in prison and would die while incarcerated in 1974. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Marc Godot, and he was born September 6, 1964, and is an American serial killer, kidnapper, thief, and rapist who terrorized the Phoenix metro area from August 2005 to June 2006, committing 9 murders and at least 84 other felonies during a 10-month spree. His crimes include sexual assaults, kidnappings, and robberies, and were marked by brutal killings, often involved shooting his victims in the head. Despite a large number of attempts and extensive police work, it would take over a year for authorities to arrest Godot, who was already on parole at the time, and he would be convicted of 76 out of 93 charges, receiving 9 death sentences and an additional 1,634 years in prison, and he remains incarcerated to this day. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Moses Sithole, and he is one of South Africa's most notorious serial killers. He was born November 17th, 1964, near Johannesburg, and had a troubled childhood marked by abandonment and abuse. And around 30 years later, between 1994 and 1995, he would and murder at least 38 women, though some estimates suggest higher numbers. He would allure women with false job offers, preying on their desperation in post-apartheid South Africa, and after gaining their trust, he would take them to isolated locations where he would assault, rape, and strangle them with their own clothing, leaving their bodies in open fields. His crimes would cause widespread panic, and the investigation into his crimes was one of South Africa's largest, culminating in his capture in 1995 in Johannesburg, after being identified through forensic evidence and survivor testimonies. In 1997, he would be found guilty of 38 counts of murder, 40 of rape, and 6 of robbery, receiving a 2,410-year prison sentence with no parole for at least 930 years. He remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Nanny Doss. She was an American serial killer responsible for at least 11 deaths, including those of 4 husbands, 2 children, 2 sisters, her mother, a grandson, and a mother-in-law. She was born November 4th, 1905 in Blue Mountain, Alabama, and her early life was marked by a strict and abusive upbringing under a controlling father. This oppressive environment fueled her fantasies of a perfect love life, which eventually turned deadly. Her killing spree would span from the 1920s to the 1950s, beginning with the suspected food poisoning deaths of her 2 children in 1927. She would marry and kill 4 more of her husbands using arsenic and rat poison, mixing it into their food and drink while feigning the role of a caring wife. Her motives included financial gain from the life insurance payouts and a desire for control driven by her twisted romantic ideals. The extent of her crimes will be uncovered in 1954 after the death of her 5th husband, Samuel Doss, whose autopsy revealed large amounts of arsenic. And during the investigation, Doss would confess to the murders, often giggling during her confessions, earning the nickname Giggling Granny. She would be sentenced to life imprisonment in 1955 and died of leukemia in 1965. The next person we're going to talk about is Niels Hogel, and he was a German nurse and is one of the most prolific serial killers in modern history, convicted of murdering numerous patients under his care. He was born on December 30th, 1976 in Germany and began his nursing in the late 1990s, eventually working at hospitals in Oldenburg, and his killing spree would span from 2000 to 2005, during which he administered lethal doses of medication to his patients, aiming to induce cardiac arrest or other life-threatening conditions. Hogel would then attempt to resuscitate them, sometimes succeeding, which he later admitted gave him a sense of power and gratification. He would further exploit these situations to demonstrate his perceived medical prowess, gaining admiration from his colleagues. However, suspicions would begin to arise due to his frequent presence during emergencies, and in 2005, a colleague would catch him administering non-prescribed medication, leading to his arrest and investigation, and he would be convicted in 2008 of 2 counts of attempted murder, and further investigations revealed many suspicious deaths linked to his shifts. And in 2015, he would be sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of 6 patients and attempted murder of 2 others. By 2019, he would be convicted of 85 additional murders, making him one of the deadliest serial killers in modern history, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Orville Lynn Majors, and he was an American nurse convicted of murdering patients at Vermilion County Hospital in Clinton, Indiana during the 1990s. Born on April 24th, 1961 in Indiana, he was initially regarded as a dedicated and caring nurse by his colleagues and community. However, his killing spree began shortly after he started working in the hospital in 1993, leading to over 130 unexplained deaths by 1995. He would use lethal doses of heart-stopping drugs such as potassium chloride and epinephrine, targeting elderly and critically ill patients, and his actions went unnoticed initially due to the chaotic hospital environment, but suspicions would eventually grow as the pattern of deaths emerged during his shifts. An internal investigation in 1995 led to his suspension and a formal police investigation, which uncovered damning evidence that led to his arrest, and he would be charged in 1997 with 6 murders, though it was believed that he killed many more, and he would be convicted of 6 counts of murder and sentenced to 360 years in prison and would die while incarcerated in 2017. The next person we're going to talk about is Peter Manuel, and he was a notorious Scottish-American serial killer whose brutal crimes began in the 1950s. He was born on March 13th, 1927 in New York City to Scottish parents and moved to Scotland at a young age, and his early life was marked by delinquency and criminal behavior, leading to multiple incarcerations for burglary and assault. However, he would begin to transform into a cold-blooded killer who between 1956 and 1958 embarked on a killing spree that left at least 7 people dead, targeting families and individuals in their homes, typically breaking in during the night. His victims ranged from young women to entire families, such as the Watt family, who he slaughtered in their Glasgow home. The brutality of his attacks was horrifying, as victims were shot at close range, and in some cases, he lingered in the house afterwards, eating their food and stealing personal items. A breakthrough would come after the murder of 17-year-old Isabella Cook in December 1957, when his distinctive shoe print was found at the crime scene, and he would be arrested in 1958 and would be convicted for 7 murders. And on July 11th, 1958, he would be executed by hanging. The next person we're going to talk about is Peter Tobin, and he was a Scottish serial killer and sex offender born on August 27, 1946, who would kill at least 3 people between 1991 and 2006. His early life was marked by instability and criminal behavior, including sexual offenses against young girls. In 1993, he would be sentenced to 14 years for raping and assaulting 2 14-year-old girls. After his release, he would murder Angelica Cluck in 2006, who he attacked and buried beneath a church floor, and Vicky Hamilton and Dinah McNoll. This led to an investigation, and 2 other girls would be found buried in his garden in 2007, and it was discovered that these girls had disappeared in 1991. He'd be convicted in 2008 and 2009 and received multiple life sentences and remains incarcerated to this day. The next people we're going to talk about are Robert and Michael Bever, and these are American brothers responsible for the horrific familicide, also known as the Broken Arrow killings, which occurred in their family home in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma on July 22nd, 2015. Robert, age 18, and Michael, age 16, meticulously planned and executed the murders of their parents, David and April Bever, and their 3 siblings, Daniel, Christopher, and Victoria, with only 2 younger siblings, Crystal and Autumn, surviving the attack. They were influenced by a violent media and a profound hatred for their family, and the brothers had harbored fantasies of mass murder for years. They spent months planning the massacre, stockpiling weapons, and recording their video diaries, detailing their intentions. On the night of the murders, they used knives to stab their family members to death, each victim suffering multiple stab wounds and a frenzy attack, and the crime scene was described as particularly gruesome, with blood splattered throughout the house. After the murders, the brothers planned to dismember the bodies and store them in bins before continuing their killing spree across the country, aiming for infamy by surpassing the death toll of other notorious mass murders. However, their plan would be thwarted when police, responding to their little sibling Crystal's 911 call, would arrive at the scene and apprehended the brothers as they attempted to flee. In 2016, Robert would be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, and Michael will receive a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 38 years. I'm not sure why this is on the list. I kind of had to include it because I'm a completionist, but there's a stark difference between serial killers and mass murderers. As I defined at the beginning of the video, that serial killers murder 2 or more people over the span of a long period of time. That's usually more than one day. However, someone who murders more than 2 people in one day is known as a mass murderer. And there's a very clear difference between mass murderers and serial killers. However, these people are still on the list. There's a couple more mass murderers. I don't want to skip over them because, they're here, so might as well. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is Robert Napper, and he's a British serial killer and rapist. He was born February 25th, 1966 in London, and his early life was marked by instability and trauma, with untreated schizophrenia and Asperger's syndrome exacerbating his violent tendencies. His criminal behavior escalated in the late 1980s and early 1990s as he terrorized Southeast London, raped multiple women between 1992 and 1993 that became known as the Green Chain Rapes, as he would often wear military-style clothing and carried weapons with him during these assaults. Despite the severity of these crimes, he evaded capture for years, culminating in the murder of Rachel Nichol in 1992, where she was stabbed 49 times and sexually assaulted while walking with her 2-year-old son. Advances in DNA technology would lead to Napper's conclusive link to the murder in 2008. However, he was already detained in a high-security psychiatric hospital for the 1993 murder of Samantha Bissett and her 4-year-old daughter, Jasmine, and he remains in Broadmoor Hospital, deemed far too dangerous for release. Our next person we're going to talk about is Ronald DeFeo Jr., and he is infamous for the brutal murders of his entire family in their Amityville, New York home, which was an event that inspired the Amityville horror legend. Now, he was born September 26, 1951, and he grew up in a tumultuous environment with an overbearing father and family strife. And on November 13th, 1974, at age 23, he would use a .35 caliber Marlin rifle to systematically murder his parents, Ronald DeFeo Sr., and Luis DeFeo, and 4 of his siblings, Dawn, Allison, Mark, and John Matthew. All 6 victims will be found shot in their beds, face down, in what appeared to be a carefully planned execution, and the brutality would shock the community and nation, especially since the victims were killed in their sleep without signs of struggle. Initially, DeFeo claimed that a mob hitman was responsible, but his story would fall apart under scrutiny, leading to his confession where he cited various motives, including hearing voices. During his trial, his defense attorney argued insanity. However, he would be convicted in November 1975 to 6 counts of second-degree murder and sentenced to 6 concurrent 25 years to life terms. The murders would inspire the Amityville horror franchise, starting with a 1977 book and a 1979 film, which fictionalized the events and suggested a haunted house, and Ronald DeFeo Jr. would die in custody on March 12, 2021. I believe this would be more defined as a mass murder, not a serial killer, but he was on the list. And our next person we're going to talk about is Rudy Bladel, and he was an American serial killer who committed a series of murders of railway employees in the Rust Belt region from 1963 to 1978. He was born into a railroad family in Chicago in 1932, and his criminal spree began with the murders of Roy Bottorff and Paul Overstreet in 1963, followed by several more killings, including John W. Marshall and James McCory, with a pattern of violence targeting railway workers. His crimes were driven by resentment after being laid off from his job and a desire for revenge. He would eventually be arrested in 1978 for purchasing firearms illegally, and after his release, he would be arrested again for a triple murder in Jackson, Michigan, and he would ultimately be convicted for all of his previous crimes and sentenced to life imprisonment after his confessions, and he would die while incarcerated in 2006. The next person we're going to talk about is Russell Williams, and he is one of Canada's most notorious criminals who led a double life as a military colonel and a sadistic criminal. He was born March 7, 1963 in Bromsville, England, and moved to Canada as a child and embarked on a distinguished military career, eventually becoming the commander of CFB Trenton. Despite his accolades and exemplary record, he led a secret life of crime, beginning with break-ins and thefts in 2007 in the Ottawa and Belleville areas, where he stole women's underwear and documented his actions with photographs. His crimes escalated to sexual assaults, and he continued to meticulously photograph and videotape his attacks. The full extent of his depravity emerged following the 2010 investigation into the murders of Jessica Lloyd and Corporal Marie-France Comeau, as Lloyd was abducted and murdered in January of 2010, and Comeau, a fellow military personnel, would be sexually assaulted and suffocated in November of 2009. DNA evidence and tire tracks would link Williams to these crimes, and a search of his home revealed extensive evidence, including stolen items and detailed crime records. He would confess and would be sentenced in October 2010 to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for 25 years, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Stefan Leder, and he is a former German nurse and one of the most prolific serial killers in modern German history, responsible for the deaths of at least 29 patients, though suspected of many more. He was born in 1978 and began a career at Sonthofen Hospital in Bavaria that took a dark turn between January 2003 and July of 2004 when he began administering lethal doses of medication to patients under his care, often choosing elderly or terminally ill patients. He would use drugs such as muscle relaxants and sedatives to induce respiratory failure, and he ensured that the deaths appeared natural, allowing him to continue undetected. The hospital would, however, notice an unusually high number of deaths during his shifts, leading to an investigation that revealed fatal doses of medication administered without medical justification, and a breakthrough would come when a pharmacist noted unusual patterns in medication orders, and he would be arrested in July of 2004. In his trial in 2006 would see him confess to his crimes, and he would be convicted of 16 counts of murder, 12 counts of manslaughter, and 1 count of attempted murder, and would receive a life sentence, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Vasily Kulik, and he was a Russian serial killer active in the 1990s. He was born in 1956, and his troubled childhood and history of criminal behavior escalated into a series of violent crimes, beginning in 1991 and lasting until his arrest in 1992. Years before, in 1982, he graduated from the Irkutsk Medical Institute and left home to begin work as a medic at an ambulance station, and he frequently began using the information of his patients to break into their homes, where he committed a series of child rapes, very few of which were reported to the police. He would eventually commit his first murder in 1984, where he drugged and strangled an elderly woman that he encountered in the street, and his second victim was an 8-year-old girl, and his third was a 53-year-old woman whom he had killed with a gun and a kitchen knife. Over the next 2 years, his victims included 6 children and 7 elderly women, and the youngest was only 2 years old. His method involved gaining people's trust or overpowering them, leading them to secluded areas where he would beat, rape, and ultimately kill them, often mutilating their bodies and displays of extreme brutality and sadism. The spree is estimated to include at least 13 confirmed victims, though the number could actually be higher. A massive manhunt intensified as the body count rose, and in 1992 he would be apprehended after a botched attack on a woman who escaped and provided a description of him to authorities. And he would be convicted for multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death in 1993. The next person we're going to talk about is Wang Xiang, and he was born January 16th, 1975, and emerged as one of the most notorious serial killers in Chinese history. His early life was marked by severe abuse from his alcoholic father and lack of formal education, leading him to a life of crime, and his criminal activities would escalate from petty theft to a horrifying spree of violence beginning in 1992 that culminated in the murder of around 45 people, including 10 rapes and 34 robberies. His method of operation involved attacking men suddenly and raping women, sometimes post-mortem, while they would be walking around in public parks. And in 2003, he would be arrested following a lengthy investigation and subsequent confession, revealing grisly details of his crimes, including a case in which he killed an entire family and a young girl. He would be convicted of his heinous acts and sentenced to death on March 23, 2005, and executed by firing squad on November 17, 2005. The next person we're going to talk about Yu Young Chul, and he was born April 18th, 1970 in South Korea and is a notorious serial killer, offender, and self-confessed cannibal. He operated between 2003 and July of 2004 and would be convicted of 20 murders, although he confessed to 26, with his victims primarily being wealthy elderly couples and female sex workers. His method of operation involved bludgeoning his victims with a hammer and mutilating their bodies, with some bodies being found dismembered and buried. And his violent spree also included allegations of cannibalism, although this was not definitively proven. He would be arrested in July 15th of 2004, confessing to his crimes after being caught in a sting operation arranged by a massage parlor. He admitted to being inspired by other criminals in movies, with his motives rooted in resentment from his impoverished background and personal vendettas. And he would be sentenced to death on December 13th, 2004, and he remains on death row to this day. The next people we're going to talk about are Gerald and Charlene Gallego, and these were a pair of American serial killers and rapists who terrorized the Sacramento, California area from 1978 to 1980, murdering at least 11 victims, primarily teenagers, and often keeping them as slaves before killing them. Gerald's troubled upbringing, marked by severe abuse and early criminal activity, laid the foundation for his later crimes, while Charlene's descent into drug and alcohol abuse and her dysfunctional relationships contributed to her involvement in the killings, and their reign of terror would begin together with the abduction of 16-year-old Sandra Kate Butler in 1978, followed by a series of brutal murders in which they would lure victims with promises of employment or rides and subjected them to horrific violence, including sexual assault and murder. Their eventual capture in 1980 would be facilitated by a witness who reported their car's license plate, and Gerald would be convicted and sentenced to death. And Charlene, who testified against Gerald in exchange for a reduced sentence, would be released in 1997 after serving her time. And the next person we're going to talk about is Larry Eyler, and he was a notorious serial killer who committed a series of heinous crimes in the early 1980s across multiple states in the American Midwest. He was born on December 21st, 1952 in Indiana, and his early life was marked by instability and abuse, which combined with his troubled psyche and sexual identity crisis contributed to his violent behavior. His murder spree began in 1982, claiming at least 21 victims, predominantly young men and teenage boys, whom he lured into his vehicle with offers of rides, drugs, or sexual encounters. His method of operation involved abducting his victims, driving them to isolated areas, and subjecting them to horrific acts of torture before stabbing or strangling them. And his crimes would span several states, including Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, and Wisconsin, which complicated the investigation for authorities. However, a breakthrough would come in August of 1984 when Eyler would be arrested in Chicago after a potential victim escaped and alerted authorities. Significant evidence including bloodstains, rope, and handcuffs would link him to the murders, and he would initially be charged with the murder of 16-year-old Daniel Bridges, whose dismembered body was found in a trash bin, leading to his conviction and death sentence in 1986. And while on death row, he would admit to killing 21 other young men, providing details that matched unsolved cases. And Eyler would eventually die while incarcerated from AIDS-related complications in 1994, shortly before his execution. Our next people we're going to talk about is Lee Boyd Malvo and John Allen Muhammad, infamously known as the DC Snipers, who engaged in a series of chilling and random attacks during a 3-week period in the fall of 2002, terrorizing the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. Now, born on December 31st, 1960, Muhammad had had a history of criminal behavior and military service, while Malvo, born on February 18th, 1985, was a very troubled teenager. And together, they would use a modified rifle to execute sniper attacks from the truck of a blue Chevrolet Caprice, targeting innocent people in public spaces like gas stations, shopping centers, and parking lots. Their spree began on October 2nd, 2002 and ended on October 24, 2002, claiming the lives of 10 people and wounding several others. The randomness and apparent lack of motive behind their attacks created widespread panic and complicated the investigation, and a breakthrough would come when a tip-off led authorities to their vehicle in Maryland, resulting in their dramatic arrest on October 24th. Muhammad would be sentenced to death and executed on November 10th, 2009, while Malvo, due to his age, received life imprisonment without parole. The next person we're going to talk about is Tamara Samsonova, and she was born April 25th, 1947 in Russia, and is infamously known as Granny Ripper or Baba Yaga. After graduating from Moscow State Linguistic University and working for 16 years at the Grand Hotel Europe in St. Petersburg, her life would take a dark turn following the disappearance of her husband in 2000, whom she was suspected of having murdered. And in 2003, she would kill and dismember her tenant, Sergei Batanin, scattering his remains along a highway. Her violent tendencies would continue when in March of 2015, she poisoned 79-year-old Valentina Olenova with a phenazepam-laced salad and then gruesomely dismembered her body and scattered her pieces around the apartment. The discovery of Olenova's decapitated and dismembered body in a pond in July 26, 2015 would lead to Samsonova's arrest, and forensic psychiatric examination later deemed her as a danger to society, of course, resulting in her confinement to a psychiatric institution. And she is currently under investigation for a total of 14 murders, with evidence including a diary detailing her gruesome crimes. The next person we're going to talk about is Raul Ociel Martin, and he is a Mexican serial killer and kidnapper who was born September 1st, 1980, and targeted homosexual men in Mexico City between October and December of 2005. A former military member with a history of violent crime, his method of operation involved luring victims from a popular gay bar, abducting them, and subjecting them to prolonged torture by suffocation before ultimately murder them. His crimes were marked by sadistic nature, with the bodies of his victims often left in suitcases around the cities, and his capture in January 2006 was followed by a series of kidnappings and ransoms, including a notable instance in which he spared a victim after receiving a ransom. He justified his actions by expressing his homophobic beliefs and viewing his murders as a, quote, societal service, and he would be convicted on September 4th, 2008, and sentenced to 128 years in prison, and remains incarcerated to this day. The next people we're going to talk about are Lauren Herzog and Wesley Shermantine, and they're infamously known as the Speed Freak Killers, and they're a serial killer duo convicted of 4 murders and suspected in the deaths of up to 72 people around San Joaquin County, California. They both grew up in Linden, California, where they developed a friendship and engaged in violent criminal behavior. And their criminal activities came to light with the 1998 disappearance of Cindy Vanderheyden, whose blood was found on Shermantine's car, leading to their arrest, and they would then be implicated in multiple murders, with Herzog eventually receiving a 78-year sentence and Shermantine being sentenced to death. However, Herzog would commit suicide in 2012, and Shermantine remains on death row to this day, and has since provided information leading to the discovery of human remains in various locations, with their total numbers of victims remaining uncertain to this day. Our next person we're going to talk about is Belle Gunness, and she was born in Norway in 1859 and was an infamous Norwegian-American serial killer active in Indiana from 1884 to 1908, and she is believed to have killed at least 14 people, though estimates suggest up to 40 victims. Now, she would typically lure men to her rural Indiana farm through personal ads and then subsequently murdered them for financial gain. Her early life involved working in Chicago and marrying twice, with both of her husbands and 2 of her children dying under suspicious circumstances that allowed her to collect substantial insurance payouts. And her criminal activities would come to light in 1908 after her farmhouse burned down, revealing the remains of a headless woman and 3 children. And subsequent investigations uncovered at least 11 more bodies buried on her property, with many victims dismembered and their remains buried in various shallow graves. And despite the initial belief that she perished in the fire, many suspect that Gunness faked her death, and her true fate remains unknown to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Richard Angelo, and he was a convicted serial killer who terrorized patients in hospitals during the late 1980s. He was born on January 4th, 1962 in East Meadow, New York, and was a registered nurse whose position allowed him to exploit his access to vulnerable individuals in a healthcare setting. Over the period of just a year, he would be responsible for a series of murders and attempted murders, with his crimes primarily involving the deliberate administration of fatal doses of medication to his patients. And he was said to have been motivated by a perverse desire for attention and pathological need to feel powerful and indispensable. His initial crimes went undetected as the medical staff and families attributed these sudden deaths to natural causes, the patient's pre-existing conditions. However, suspicions would of course arise when a pattern of unexplained deaths would begin to emerge. And in 1989, an investigation would be conducted, leading to his arrest, and they discovered evidence that included medical records, witness testimonies, and coroner sightings implicating Angelo in the deaths of at least 25 people. And he would confess to the murders, admitting to a disturbing compulsion to kill in order to, quote, help or rescue his patients. In 1990, he would be convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Stephen Port, and he was born February 22nd, 1975, and is a British serial killer and is convicted of murdering 4 young men and assaulting several others between 2014 and 2015 in London. He reportedly met his victims through online dating apps and lured them to his flat, where he would drug them with GHB, them and fatally overdose them. Despite early police failures to link the deaths, a pattern would emerge, leading to his capture on June 18th, 1996 after a botched assault. He would be convicted on June 24th and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. The next person we're going to talk about is Trevor Hardy, and he was an English serial killer convicted of murdering 3 teenage girls between December 1974 and March 1976. He operated in the Manchester area and first killed Janet Leslie Stewart, who was 15, on New Year's Eve in 1974 by stabbing her and burying her in a shallow grave. He then murdered Wanda Scala, who was 17, on July 19th, 1975 by attacking her with a brick, robbing and sexually assaulting her before leaving her partially buried on a building site. His final victim was Sharon Mossoff, who was 17, and he killed her in March 1976 by stabbing, strangling, and dumping her in the Rockdale Canal. He would initially escape arrest after bragging about Scala's murder and would be finally apprehended in August 1976 and sentenced to life imprisonment in 1978 and would die while incarcerated in 2012. The next person we talk about is Gerald Archer, and he was a Canadian serial killer active between 1969 and 1971. He was born in 1932 and had a criminal history prior to his murders, which included robbery and breaking and entering, and his spree began with the brutal killing of 62-year-old Jane Woolley in January of 1969, who was beaten, stabbed, and sexually assaulted in her London apartment. His next victim was 57-year-old Edith Othier, who was similarly attacked and killed in September 1970 in her Merlin home. And his final confirmed murder was that of 57-year-old Belva Russell in January 1971, who was beaten to death in her Chatham apartment. He would be arrested the next month for Russell's murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he would be paroled in 1985 and lived as a drifter until his death from a heart attack in 1995. And his 2 other murders would only be confirmed after investigations following his death. The next person we're going to talk about is Takehiro Shiraishi, and he was born October 9th, 1990, and is a Japanese serial killer and who operated between August and October of 2017. He lured up to 9 victims, mostly young women, including 3 high school girls, by using Twitter to contact individuals who were suicidal, offering to either assist or merely observe their suicides. Previously, he had worked as a scout for brothels in Tokyo's red light district, and his crimes would be uncovered when a missing woman's brother initiated a private investigation, and with the help of a contact, set up a meeting with Shirashi. When the police arrived at Shirashi's apartment, they discovered 9 dismembered bodies in various storage containers, and he confessed to the murders, revealing that his motive was to manipulate and sexually assault his victims under the guise of helping them. In October of 2020, he would plead guilty to all 9 murders and was sentenced to death, and he is currently on death row to this day. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Richard Biggenweld, and he was an American serial killer and arsonist who committed a series of murders in Monmouth County, New Jersey from 1958 to 1983. He was born in Staten Island, New York, and had a troubled childhood marked by abuse and psychological issues. He committed his first murder on December 18th, 1958. At the age of 18 by killing a grocery store owner during a robbery in New Jersey. After serving 17 years for this crime, he would be paroled in 1975 and continued his criminal behavior after his release. As in 1983, he continued killing, targeting young women, including an 18-year-old girl whom he murdered and left in a wooded area behind the Burger King. And he would be arrested in January of 1983 after his accomplice, Darren Fitzgerald, provided information about the murders and led police to multiple bodies. And he'd be found guilty of 5 murders, but is also suspected in several other cases. And he would die while incarcerated on March 10th, 2008. Alright, that's tier 4. Yeah, moving on to tier 5. And the first person we're going to talk about is Aaron Cicelo, and he was an American serial killer responsible for a series of deadly shootings in Phoenix, Arizona between 2015 and 2016. His rampage would begin on August 12, 2015 with the shooting of 61-year-old Raul Romero and would continue for over a year, resulting in 9 deaths and several injuries. The victims varied in age, gender, and ethnicity, making it difficult for authorities to establish a clear motive or pattern, as these people seem to be targeted at random. And Cicelo's method involved driving up to unsuspecting victims and opening fire with a handgun before speeding away. A breakthrough would come in the case in 2017 when ballistics evidence linked him to multiple shootings, including the killing of Romero, and further investigation revealed his involvement in other initially unrelated shootings, and he would be arrested on April 19th, 2017, and will be charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder, aggravated assault, and drive-by shootings. And he's facing life imprisonment, and considering other trials that he's going to be going through, it might end up culminating in the death penalty. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Agustin Salas de Valle, and he was born in 1964 and is a Mexican serial killer. He operated in Mexico City's Central Zone between 1989 and 1993 and is believed to have murdered over 20 women, primarily sex workers, though he was only convicted for 1 homicide. He would target his victims in the streets, luring them to hotels where he would strangle them with various objects or occasionally stab them, and he would leave their bodies half naked, often hidden under beds, and sometimes even left messages on mirrors or walls in the hotels. Despite multiple arrests of suspects and copycats over the years, it wasn't until April 6, 1993 that he would be apprehended following the investigation of a particularly gruesome murder that involved elaborate ritualistic markings. Witnesses would identify him as the perpetrator and forensic evidence linked him to the crime, and although he never confessed to all the murders, he was sentenced to 50 years in prison for a murder he committed on April 6th. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Alexander Spasivtsev, and he was born March 1st, 1970 and is a notorious Russian serial killer who even operated with the help of his mother, Lyudmila, and it is believed that he murdered over 80 people, primarily street children and young women. He operated between 1991 and 1996, as after being charged from a psychiatric treatment facility in 1991, it was said that he was embittered by his past traumas and failed treatment for erectile dysfunction, and in his ensuing anger, he began abducting and torturing victims in his apartment, often cannibalizing their remains. The discovery of severed body parts in the Aba River would lead investigators to suspect a serial killer, though the case was initially complicated by theories of organ smuggling and gang involvement, and he would eventually be apprehended in late 1996 after police, responding to complaints about foul odor and suspicious behavior, found him in the act of disposing of a dismembered body. His arrest followed the capture of his mother, who was actually involved in the disposal of evidence, and Alexander's diary and evidence collected at his apartment would link him to numerous crimes, though he only confessed to 20 murders. He would be declared insane and was committed to a psychiatric hospital, while his mother received a 13-year prison sentence. Alright, the next person to talk about is Altemio Sanchez, and he was a Puerto Rican serial killer and predator who and murdered at least 3 women and assaulted 9 to 15 more in Buffalo, New York between 1975 and 2006. He was born in Puerto Rico and raised in the US and led a seemingly ordinary life as a machinist, factory worker, and community coach, but secretly would used this ruse to commit his violent crimes, often using ligatures or cords to strangle his victims. His criminal activities, which included beatings and sexual assaults, would be linked through DNA evidence found at crime scenes, ultimately leading to his arrest in 2007. And despite initially escaping justice, his connection to multiple attacks would be confirmed through DNA, and he would eventually confess to the murders of 3 women, while investigations have also suggested that he was involved in other unsolved cases, and he would be eventually sentenced to 75 years to life in prison in 2007 and would die by suicide while incarcerated in 2023. The next person we're going to talk about is Andre Crawford, and he's a Chicago serial killer, rapist, and who murdered 11 women between 1993 and 1999, predominantly targeting drug-addicted or sex-working black women in the Inglewood neighborhood. Now, Crawford was born in Chicago and endured a troubling childhood marked by alleged abuse and neglect, which he claimed contributed to his criminal behavior. And after a series of low-skilled jobs and substance abuse, he would be dishonorably discharged from the military and fell into a pattern of petty crime and violent assaults. And his murders would involve luring victims with promises of crack cocaine or money, and then proceeding to stab or strangle them to death. And he would later perform sexual acts on their corpses. He would be arrested in 2000 after DNA evidence linked him to multiple murders, and he would confess to 14 attacks, expressing no remorse. And he would be convicted of all charges in 2009, receiving a life sentence without parole. And he would die while incarcerated in 2017. The next person we talk about is Anthony Sowell, and he was an American serial killer and rapist convicted in 2011 for the murders of 11 women whose bodies were found in and around his Cleveland, Ohio home in 2009. Now, he endured an abusive and traumatic upbringing involving severe physical and sexual abuse, and Sowell himself even began his niece almost on a daily basis for 2 years, starting when she was 10 years old. And it was also reported that other males in his household would engage in the same activity. He served a stint in the U.S. Marine Corps but faced legal issues, including a 15-year prison sentence for attempted rape, from which he was released in 2005. And after his release, he would begin to lure women to his home, where he would then strangle them and conceal their bodies in various locations, including the basement and backyard. And the eventual discovery of the bodies would lead to his arrest in 2009. And after an extensive legal battle, he would be sentenced to death and would eventually die in prison from terminal illness in 2021. The next person we talk about is Bobby Joe Long. And Robert Joseph Long, or Bobby Joe, was an American serial killer and rapist. He was born with Klinefelter syndrome on October 4th, 1953, and faced childhood bullying and head injuries, contributing to a troubled upbringing. He would eventually marry in 1974 and divorced in 1980. And in 1983, he would move to Tampa Bay, Florida. It was there when, over an 8-month period in 1984, while on probation for assault, he would abduct, rape, and strangle at least 8 women. His crimes would be discovered following the abduction and escape of 17-year-old Lisa McVeigh, who provided critical evidence that led to his arrest. And forensic evidence would link him to multiple murders, and he would eventually confess to 9 murders. He would be sentenced to death in 1986 after pleading guilty to 8 homicides and the rape of McVeigh, and he would be executed by lethal injection on May 23rd, 2019. The next person we talk about is Cary Stayner, and he was born August 13th, 1961, and is an American serial killer who was convicted of murdering 4 women between February and July of 1999 near Yosemite National Park. He was the older brother of a kidnapping victim, Steven Stayner, which led to his troubled upbringing marked by feelings of neglect and overshadowing by his brother's media attention that he claimed contributed to his criminal behavior. He would begin his crimes in 1999, abducting at least 4 women, and his confirmed victims were all found near the Cedar Lodge where he worked, including Carol Sund, her daughter Julie Sund, an Argentine exchange student Silvina Peloso, and a Yosemite Institute employee Joy Armstrong. And Stayner would eventually be arrested after his vehicle was linked to Armstrong's murder, leading to a confession of all 4 killings. Though he pled guilty to Armstrong's murder and was sentenced to life in federal court, he contested his sanity in state court for other murders, citing a history of mental illness and familial abuse. However, he would be convicted of multiple murders in 2002, and he remains on death row in San Quentin State Prison. The next person we talk about is Charles Sabraj, and he was born April 6, 1994, and is a notorious serial killer and fraudster known as the Bikini Killer. He operated primarily in the 1970s along the Hippie Trail in Southeast Asia, and he is believed to have murdered at least 20 tourists, including 14 in Thailand. His early life was marked by petty crime, and he later engaged in a series of elaborate scams and robberies across Europe and Asia, and his killing spree would involve poisoning and strangling his victims, often disguising his crimes and evading capture through multiple multiple stolen identities. His criminal activities would be ultimately revealed through the investigations of Dutch diplomat Herman Knippenberg and others, and he would be arrested in India in 1976 and was served 21 years of imprisonment, escaping in 1986 and later returning to France. However, he would be arrested again and subsequently convicted in Nepal for the murders of 2 women and sentenced to life in prison, but he would be released in December of 2022 due to his old age. The next person we talk about is Chester Turner, and he was born November 5th, 1966 in Warren, Arkansas, and is an American serial killer and sex offender that is suspected to have murdered at least 14 women and an unborn child in Los Angeles between 1987 and 1998. Now, he led a transient lifestyle and had a known criminal record, including theft and drug possession, and was initially identified as a killer known as the Southside Slayer before DNA evidence linked him to the murders. His violent spree included the rapes and strangulations of women across a specific corridor in Los Angeles, with his first confirmed victim being Diane Johnson in 1987 and his last being Brenda Breeze in 1998. And he would be arrested in 2002 after being convicted for a separate rape and then was subsequently linked to the murders via DNA. He would then be convicted of 11 murders in 2007 and sentenced to death, and he remains on death row to this day at San Quentin State Prison. The next people we're going to talk about is Cosmo DiNardo and Sean Michael Kraft, and these were a pair of serial killers who between July 5th and July 7th of 2017 in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, murdered 4 young men, as this pair would lure their victims under the pretense of buying marijuana. Jimmy Taro Patrick was their first victim, who vanished on July 5th, followed by 3 others on July 7th, and each victim was killed the same day they went missing, with their bodies later being discovered in a common grave in DiNardo's family farm. When they were arrested, DiNardo confessed to the murders, citing feelings of being cheated or threatened during their drug deals, and DiNardo himself would plead guilty to 4 counts of murder, receiving 4 consecutive life sentences without parole. And Kratz would also be convicted of multiple counts related to the murders and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole as well. The next person we're going to talk about is Diego Casanova, and he was born in 1980 in Argentina and is a notorious serial killer known for his brutal crimes within prison. Now, he was initially imprisoned for robbery, and he would gain infamy as the prisoner killer after murdering 5 inmates between 2004 and 2016. His criminal records includes the stabbing death of the 67-year-old Francisco Quevedo during a robbery in 2004 and the subsequent killings of 2 prisoners in 2006, both of whom were transferred to his prison for protection but were murdered by Casanova and other accomplices. In November 2006, he would also murder Jose Manuel Cruz by stabbing him 20 times while he slept. And in 2010, he murdered 35-year-old Dario Vega Gonzalez during a riot he orchestrated to be transferred to another prison, and his final known victim was 17-year-old Andres Florentino Penaloza, who he killed with a makeshift crowbar after he was transferred to Casanova's cell. Casanova is described as a extremely psychopathic and antisocial, and has been living in solitary confinement ever since his last murder, and remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Diogo Alves, and he was a Spanish-born criminal who operated in Lisbon, Portugal between 1836 and 1840, committing at least 70 murders. He fell into a life of crime after moving to Lisbon, where he became involved with an innkeeper, Maria Gertrudes, and he would prey on poor passerbys, robbing them and then disposing of their bodies by throwing them from a 60-meter-high aqueduct to stage their deaths as suicides. Although these aqueducts murders were never definitively proven, Alves and his accomplices were convicted for other crimes, including the murder of a doctor's family. And after his capture, he would be hanged on February 19th, 1841 alongside an accomplice, and his head would be severed and preserved in formaldehyde for scientific study, though no significant research has been conducted on it. His head is still displayed at the University of Lisbon's Faculty of Medicine and remains a historical artifact. The next person we're going to talk about is Donald Gene Miller, and he was born December 28th, 1954, and is an American serial killer and rapist. As between 1977 and 1978, he committed a series of 6 attacks in Michigan, 4 of which were fatal. Miller, who was an otherwise well-regarded student and youth minister, became violent after his fiancée broke off their engagement in late 1976. His first victim would be Martha Sue Young, who he strangled in early 1977 after she rejected his marriage proposal, and his subsequent victims would include Merida Choquette, who he stabbed 17 times in 1978, posing her body and then cutting off her hands and then covering it in cinder blocks in a property in Township. Wendy Bush on June 27, 1978, who disappeared from Michigan State University campus, and his fourth and final victim, Christine Stewart, on August 14, 1978, whom he met on the street during a walk home from the campus auto shop. And during the attack, he strangled Stewart, then loaded her corpse into his car and drove outside of town where he dumped it. After a failed attack on Lisa Gilbert in August of 1978, Miller would be arrested primarily due to eyewitnesses providing his vehicle's details, and he was convicted in 1979 for the rape and attempted murder, initially receiving a 50-year sentence with eligibility for parole. He would also be convicted of involuntary manslaughter for the murders of his other victims in a plea deal to reveal their locations, leading to a 15-year sentence. And he will be eligible for parole application in August 2027 with a projected release date of March 24th, 2031 if he serves his full sentence. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is Floresvaldo de Oliveira, and he was born November 18th, 1958 and was a Brazilian vigilante and former military police officer, infamous for his involvement in over 50 murders on the outskirts of Sao Paulo during the 1980s. He initially gained notoriety for his extrajudicial killings and was eventually arrested on September 22nd, 1983 after being accused of multiple murders, though he only confessed to a fraction of them. He claimed that his actions were apparently driven by a skewed sense of justice and targeting victims based on their appearance, which led to widespread fear and outrage. After numerous trials, he was sentenced to 113 years in prison, but managed to escape 3 times before eventually being transferred to another prison. While incarcerated, he became a pastor and even held an art exhibition in 1998, and in 2012, after serving 27 years, he was released. However, less than 2 months after his release, he was shot and killed by 2 unknown assailants on September 26, 2012. The next person we're going to talk about is Francisco das Chagas Rodrigues de Brito, and he was born in 1964 and is a Brazilian former miner and mechanic who is regarded as one of the country's most prolific serial killers, convicted of multiple homicides involving children. His heinous crimes would come to light in 2004 with the murder of a boy named Jonathan dos Santos, who had been seen meeting Brito before his disappearance. Upon investigation, he would be linked to the deaths of at least 16 boys, with evidence of his involvement in similar crimes dated back to 1997. Scientific evidence, including the discovery of severed body parts and remains at his residence, confirmed his guilt, and he was suspected of murdering and emasculating up to 42 children. It was claimed that he not only sexually abused his victims, but also mutilated them by removing their ears, fingers, and genitalia. And of course, he would be arrested and convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to 580 years in prison. The next person we talk about is Francois Varove, and he was a French serial killer and who terrorized Paris and its surrounding regions for several decades. He was born January 22nd, 1962, and led a double life as a respected police officer and a member of the Gendarmerie, which is like a military force with law enforcement duties. It's kind of like a special forces police force type of thing. He also briefly held elected office as a municipal councilor between 2019 and 2020, which allowed him to evade suspicion for many years. However, his criminal activities had begun years before, starting in the 1980s and continuing into the 1990s, involving a series of brutal rapes and murders marked by extreme violence and premeditation. His first known crime was the 1986 rape and murder of 11-year-old Cecile Bloch in Paris, followed by several other heinous acts. And despite numerous investigations and composite sketches, he remained elusive until 2021, when advances in DNA technology led authorities to call in 750 men, including Francois, for DNA testing. Realizing he was about to be exposed, he would commit on September 29th, 2021, leaving behind a confession note that confirmed his identity and detailed his remorse, thereby closing one of France's most notorious cold cases. The next person we'll talk about is Gerald Schaefer, and he was born March 25th, 1946 in Wisconsin and raised in Atlanta, and was the eldest of 3 children in a troubled family. His relationship with his father was strained, and he felt neglected compared to his sister, leading him to describe himself as the product of a forced marriage. His disturbing behavior began early, including stealing women's underwear, fantasizing about death, and engaging in sexual arousal through self-tied restraints. He practiced hunting animals in the Everglades and even cross-dressed, initially claiming it was to avoid the Vietnam draft. He pursued various careers, including teaching and law enforcement, eventually becoming a sheriff's deputy in Martin County, Florida. In 1972, he would use his police authority abducting hitchhikers Pamela Wells and Nancy Trotter, but they would escape, leading to his arrest. And after serving a brief prison sentence, he would be released, and this would lead them abducting and killing Susan Place and Georgia Jessup, and the investigation into these crimes would lead to evidence implicating him in over 30 women's disappearances. Despite a mountain of evidence, he would only be tried for 2 murders and would be sentenced to life, and he would eventually be murdered by fellow inmate Vincent Rivera on December 3rd, 1995. The next person we're going to talk about is Eugenio Sabera, and he was born in Mexico City in 1928 and was a Mexican serial killer whose crimes in 1952 would shock the nation. Despite only having 2 confirmed victims, it is believed that he may have committed more, as his family continually covered up his excesses, attributing them to a mere, quote, eccentricity. His first known murder occurred on March 11, 1952, when a minor traffic incident led him to shoot Army Captain Armando Lepe, and following this, his family facilitated his escape to Spain under a false identity, where he was to be committed to a psychiatric institution. That same day, he committed his second confirmed murder, killing Hortensio Lopez and engaging in necrophilia with her corpse before abandoning her body and returning to his hotel. He would eventually be arrested and diagnosed with schizophrenia and severe personality disorders, leading to a 40-year prison sentence. And he would be released in 1982 after 30 years of imprisonment, living out his final years as a, quote, harmless figure before dying of natural causes in 1985. The next person we're going to talk about is John Edward Robinson, and he was born December 27th, 1943 in Cicero, Illinois, as a notorious American serial killer, kidnapper, and forger, convicted of multiple murders and known for his use of online chat rooms under the alias, quote, slave master to lure his victims. Now, Robinson, a prolific con man with a history of embezzlement and fraud, would use his charm and fraudulent businesses to exploit and murder at least 8 women, though the full extent of his crimes remains uncertain. His method of operation involved creating fake opportunities and relationships, which he would then exploit, abducting and killing his victims, and often engaging in acts of necrophilia. His criminal activities would span across Kansas and Missouri, with at least 6 victims, and his crimes came to light in 2000 when authorities discovered the bodies of several victims in chemical drums on his farm and in storage units. His 2002 Kansas trial, the longest in the state's history, would result in a death sentence, and he secured a plea deal in 2003, which spared him from capital trial, but sentenced him to multiple life terms. However, in 2015, the Kansas Supreme Court upheld his death sentence for 1 conviction, and he has remained on death row ever since. The next person we're going to talk about is Joseph Roy Metheny, and he was born March 2nd, 1955 in Baltimore, Maryland, and was a convicted serial killer and rapist known for his brutal crimes. Despite claiming to have murdered up to 13 people, evidence only confirmed his involvement in 5 murders, and he was only convicted for 2. Now, he had a troubled upbringing marked by neglect and family issues that possibly contributed to his violent tendencies, and he began his criminal activities in the 1990s, targeting drug-addicted women and homeless individuals, and he would become known for his brutal methods that included strangulation, stabbing, and sexual assault. His known victims included Kathy Ann Magaziner, whom he buried and later desecrated, Kimberly Lynn Spicer, who he murdered and attempted to hide, and Rita Kemper, who he kidnapped and attempted to rape, but who eventually escaped. And he would be arrested in December 1996 after his friend reported his involvement in Spicer's murder. Metheny would later confess to additional murders and led police to the remains of his victims, and he would be convicted of murder in 1998, receiving a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and he would die while incarcerated on August 5th, 2017. The next person we're going to talk about is Juan Fernando Hermosa, and he was born February 28th, 1976 in Ecuador, and was Ecuador's youngest serial killer. He was adopted and raised in Quito, and his criminal career began at age 15 when he led a gang responsible for a spree of murders over 4 months, totaling 23 victims, including taxi drivers and gay men. The method of operation would literally just involve walking up to the victims and shooting them with a 9mm pistol. He would eventually be captured in January 1992 after a violent confrontation with police, and would be sentenced to 4 years in a juvenile facility, where he continued his criminal activities, orchestrating a prison escape and fleeing to Colombia. However, he would return to Ecuador and was arrested and eventually was released in 1996, only to be brutally murdered on his 20th birthday, with his disfigured body found on the banks of Agua Rico River, showing signs of torture, including machete cuts and multiple gunshot wounds to the head, and they were only able to identify him through the documents he had in his pocket. The next person we're going to talk about is Larte Patrocínio Opinelli, and he was a Brazilian serial killer and rapist active in Sao Paulo from 1990 to 1999. He was born in 1952 and would eventually target children, exploiting his bicycle as a tool to lure them into secluded areas where he would commit his heinous crimes, and his method of operation involved beating and strangling his victims, with his spree resulting in at least 10 confirmed murders. He would actually manage to evade capture for nearly a decade, during which he instilled fear and panic among the local community, and his arrest and subsequent conviction will bring some closure to the victims' families. He would be convicted and sentenced to life in prison and would die while incarcerated on January 3rd, 2013. The next person we're going to talk about is Larry Bright, and he was born July 8th, 1966, and was an American serial killer and who terrorized central Illinois between July 2003 and October 2004, with at least 8 confirmed murders. Operating primarily in Peoria and Tazewell County, Bright targeted women aged from 30 to 41, often sex workers and African American women. And his gruesome nickname, the Bone Crusher, would stem from his practice of burning his victims' bodies before crushing the bone fragments with a hammer. Now, he was initially a suspect in December 2004, following an incident reported by a sex worker who had narrowly escaped an attack from him. However, it was not until January 2005, after a search of his property, would uncover human bone fragments, and then he would eventually be arrested that year. He later confessed to the murders, detailing his brutal acts, including the strangulation and burning of his victims. And in 2006, he was sentenced to 8 life terms without the possibility of parole, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Ricardo Silvio Caputo, and he was born in 1949 in Mendoza, Argentina, and was a serial killer whose reign of terror would span throughout the 1970s. Now, after relocating to New York City in 1970, Caputo, who had a traumatic childhood marked by physical and sexual abuse, would embark on a series of murders, with at least 5 confirmed victims, and despite his violent spree, he was only formally charged and convicted in the 1970s. After escaping from the Manhattan Psychiatric Center in 1974, he remained a fugitive through the 1980s and would eventually surrender to authorities in 1994. And during his incarceration at Atticus State Prison, he would also be suspected of additional murders, though he was never charged or confessed to these crimes, and he would die while incarcerated in October of 1997. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Tiago Henrique Gomes de Rocha, and he was born February 4th, 1988, and is a Brazilian former security guard and serial killer who confessed to killing 39 people, primarily targeting homeless individuals, women, and homosexuals. He operated from 2011 to 2014, and he would approach his victims on a motorbike and would shout "robbery" and proceeded to shoot them, although he never stole anything. And his arrest would come after he was caught riding a motorbike, ironically with a stolen number plate, leading to a discovery of a .38 revolver and other evidence at his home. And in May of 2016, he would be convicted of 11 murders and sentenced to 25 years in prison. The next person we're going to talk about is Tony Costa, and he was born August 2nd, 1944, and was an American serial killer active in Truro, Massachusetts from 1968 to 1969. His heinous crimes would only come to light when dismembered remains of 4 women were discovered in a forest clearing on his marijuana farm, and the victims were found to be subjected to severe mutilation and even showed signs of necrophilia. The investigation into their deaths garnered international media attention, partly due to false claims of cannibalism and other grotesque details. And Costa, who had a criminal history dating back to a violent offense in 1961, had previously fled California before returning to Massachusetts. And his fingerprints and knowledge of the victims would link him to the murders, and he would be convicted in May of 1970, receiving a life sentence, and he would eventually die from apparent suicide by hanging in 1974. Our next person we're going to talk about is Wayne Bowden, and he was a Canadian serial killer who committed his crimes between 1969 and 1971, earning the moniker of the, quote, vampire due to his discerning practice of biting into his victims' breasts. He was born in Dundas, Ontario, and was a quiet, muscular high school student athlete and was a pleasant person before his descent into violence. His first murder would occur on October 3rd, 1969, when he was 21 years old, and he killed Shirley Audette in Montreal, followed by 3 other women, and his method of killing involved rape, strangulation, and mutilation, with bite marks serving as a distinctive hallmark of his crimes. His arrest would be precipitated by a broken cuff leak and a distinctive blue Mercedes-Benz linked to one of his murders, and the forensic breakthrough in this case would come through the pioneering use of odontological evidence, through which orthodontist Gordon Swan's comparison of Bowden's dental impressions, the bite marks on the victims, would lead to his arrest, making him the first person in North America to be convicted based on such evidence. And he would be sentenced to life imprisonment, confessing to 3 murders, and he would die while incarcerated in 2006. Alright, the next person we're talking about is Oscar Garcia Guzman, and he was born in 1990 and is a serial killer in whose crimes would come to light in late 2019. Now, he was initially identified as a suspect in the disappearance of a Technological University of Mexico student, and police would discover the bodies of 3 women in his Toluca home, 2 who he buried in his backyard and 1 hidden in his bathroom. Now, Guzman would flee after discovery, but was eventually captured in Mexico City on December 6, 2019, and his confessions included not only the 3 women found at his residence, but also the murder of his own father in 2006, and he would be sentenced to multiple life terms in prison, amounting to around 217 years and 6 months, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Wesley Allen Dodd, and he was an American serial killer and offender who in 1989 committed heinous crimes in Vancouver, Washington. Now, his early life was marked by claims of emotional neglect and potential abuse, and he began his criminal activities with indecent exposure and child molestation before escalating to murder. His first victims were 11-year-old Cole and 10-year-old William Neer, who he lured into a secluded area, sexually assaulted, and then killed. And later he would abduct and torture a 4-year-old, ultimately strangling and hanging him, keeping his body as a trophy. Dodd would eventually be arrested after a failed abduction attempt in November 1989, leading to his confession of the murders and subsequent discovery of his detailed diary and other incriminating evidence. And during his trial, he would plead guilty and was sentenced to death, opting for hanging over lethal injection, and he would be executed on January 5th, 1993.
What would be your intention if you're forced to live in prison?
Do everything I can to escape, and if necessary, kill prison guards on the way out, and I'll go right back to doing what I did before as soon as I hit the streets.
Which is what?
Kill kids.
Killing kids.
Yes.
So you should be executed for the safety of others.
Our next person we're going to talk about is Bela Kiss, and he was a Hungarian serial killer born around 1877 and is believed to have murdered at least 23 young women and one man, attempted to preserve their bodies in metal drums on his property. He was known for his interest in astrology and occult practices, and he would lure women through matrimonial and fortune-telling advertisements, eventually strangling them and pickling their corpses in alcohol within airtight barrels. His crimes would be discovered in 1916 when a house owner inspecting his property found the barrels containing decomposed bodies, and Kiss, who was in the military at the time, was reported to be recovering from injuries in a Serbian hospital, but would actually escape before authorities arrived. And despite extensive investigations and numerous sightings, his fate and exact victim count remain a mystery to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Yves Trudeau, and he was a Canadian outlaw biker and contract killer born on February 4th, 1946. Being a former member of the Hells Angels North Chapter in Laval, Quebec, Trudeau was a key assassin during various biker wars, including conflicts with the Popeyes, Satan's Choice, and the Outlaws. And his criminal career spanned from 1973 to 1985, during which he admitted to killing 43 people and became notorious for his expertise in bomb making and ruthless efficiency. Frustrated by cocaine addiction and fearing for his life from fellow gang members, he became a crown witness after the Lennoxville massacre, where the Hells Angels targeted his own chapter, and in exchange for his cooperation, he received a lenient life sentence with eligibility for parole after 7 years. And he was granted parole in 1994, assuming a new identity, living discreetly until his arrest in 2004 for sexually assaulting a minor, leading to a 4-year prison term. And he would be diagnosed with cancer in 2006 and would die while incarcerated in 2008. The next person we're going to talk about is Leonarda Cianciulli, and she was born April 14th, 1894 in Montella, Italy, and was an Italian serial killer who murdered up to 3 women between 1939 and 1940. Now, she had a history of attempts and imprisonment for fraud, as she believed she needed to perform human sacrifices to protect her son, Giuseppe, who was about to join the Royal Italian Army. She ended up killing 3 women and turned their bodies into soap and tea cakes using caustic soda. And the discovery of her crimes came after the disappearance of one of her victims led to an investigation during which she confessed, partly to absolve her son. And she would be found guilty and sentenced to 30 years in prison and would die while incarcerated on October 15th, 1970. The next person we're going to talk about is Marc Dutroux, and he was born November 6, 1956 in Brussels, Belgium, and is one of the most infamous and reviled criminals in Belgian history. His reign of terror, marked by abduction and murder, began in the late 1980s and continued through the mid-1990s. And his upbringing was troubled with reports of abuse from his parents, and following his parents' separation in 1972, he left home and worked as an electrician before descending into petty crime and theft. The late 1970s, his criminal activities had escalated to car theft and drug dealing, and he had multiple convictions for assault, as his predatory behavior was evident early on, with cases of him harassing young girls at ice skating rinks. His criminal behavior would take a darker turn in the 1980s, as in December 1985, he initiated a series of abductions, kidnapping several girls, and would be arrested in 1986, but only sentenced to 13 and a half years in prison, and was released after 3. And upon his release, he would resume his criminal activities with a more sinister approach. In 1995, he kidnapped 2 8-year-old girls, imprisoning them in a dungeon he constructed in his basement. And his subsequent victims, teenage girls Anne Marshall and F.J. Lambrechts, were abducted in August of 1995 and subjected to horrific abuse before being murdered. He would also kill his associates in November of 1995, including Bernard Weinstein, a former accomplice, to prevent him from testifying against him. And he would be arrested the next month in December. He, along with his other accomplices, Michel Martin and Michel Leliver, would be found guilty on June 17, 2004, and Dutroux received a life sentence. Martin was sentenced to 30 years, and Leliver would be sentenced to 25. During the trial, Dutroux claimed to be part of a larger file network, but no conclusive evidence supported this assertion, and he remains incarcerated to this day. All right, and this person we're going to talk about is Arthur Gatter, and he was born in 1940 and was a German serial killer whose crimes spanned from February 1st to May 22nd of 1990. Originally an electrician who had lived in Australia before returning to Germany, his life unraveled as his schizophrenia worsened, leading to erratic behavior and deteriorating living conditions. He would begin a killing spree targeting the homeless population in Frankfurt, and he would attack all his victims with a metalwork hammer, who were all found brutally bludgeoned to death in various locations around the city. After he killed 3 victims, the police would launch Operation Berber in response to these murders, and were unable to capture Gatter until his final act of violence, as on May 22nd, after a witness reported his crime, Gatter would be apprehended, and the hammer used in his attacks was discovered hidden in his possession. A psychiatric evaluation declared him insane, and before he could face trial, he committed suicide in his cell on December 12th, 1990. The next people we're going to talk about are the Academy Maniacs, and these were a pair of killers, Artyom Alexandrovich Anofriev and Nikita Vakhtangovich Litkin, who were a pair of notorious Russian serial killers whose brutal crime spree lasted between December 1st, 2010 and April 5th, 2011, that left 6 dead and 9 injured. The duo, both teenagers, were influenced by extremist ideologies, with them both being involved with white power skinheads, and their murderous spree was driven by a desire for notoriety and inspiration from notorious serial killers like Alexander Petrushkin and Andrei Chikatilo. This was marked by their extreme violence, using mallets, hammers, and knives, and notable attacks included the brutal murder of 12-year-old Daniel Semyonov and 69-year-old Olga Mikhailovna Pirog, and their last victim, a 63-year-old homeless woman that they filmed and mocked after her death. The investigation was challenging due to their meticulous planning and the assumption that the perpetrator was a single person and was actually older. However, forensic advancements led to their capture on April 5th, 2011, and Anofriev was sentenced to life imprisonment in 2013, while Litkin received a 24-year sentence, later reduced to 20 years. However, he committed suicide while incarcerated in 2021. All right, the next people we're going to talk about are the Beasts of Satan, and this was a notorious Italian group convicted of a series of heinous crimes between 1998 and 2004, including alleged satanic ritual murders. Their first known crime was a January 1998 double murder of 19-year-old Chiara Marino and her boyfriend Fabio Tolis, who were killed in a drug-fueled occult rite. And despite the initial belief that the couple had just run away, an investigation uncovered their connection to the group, and they would commit a third murder in January 24 that involved a brutal killing of one of the members' ex-girlfriends who was shot and buried alive, and the boyfriend or ex-boyfriend would be arrested and he would confess, and a subsequent investigation would reveal the group's deep involvement in Satanism and occult activities. And suspicions would even be extended to other unsolved cases and violent deaths in the area, though definitive connections remain unproven, and their trials would begin in 2005, resulting in significant prison sentences for the main members, including life sentences. However, a couple of them got released. It is what it is. It be like that sometimes, as we've seen. It really be like that. Our next person we're going to talk about is Joseph Paul Franklin, and he was born April 13, 1950, and was a notorious American serial killer, white supremacist, and domestic terrorist whose spree of violence spanned the late 1970s and early 1980s. He had a tumultuous upbringing marked by severe abuse and neglect, and adopted extreme racist ideologies and a violent agenda inspired by Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. This would lead to him embarking on a murderous campaign targeting black and Jewish individuals, as well as other perceived enemies. And his criminal activities included the 1977 firebombing of the Beth Shalom Synagogue in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and a series of racially motivated shootings across the country, such as the killing of an interracial couple in Wisconsin and the shooting of civil rights activist Vernon Jordan. His killing spree also involved the murder of 2 hitchhikers in West Virginia and numerous other victims, and his arrest would come in 1980 after being identified by a blood bank worker who noticed his distinctive racist tattoos. Franklin would be convicted and sentenced to multiple life terms and death penalties across several states, and he would eventually be executed by lethal injection on November 20th, 2013. The next person we're going to talk about is Gary Milberg, and he was born February 27, 1949 in St. Louis, Missouri, and is an American serial killer responsible for the murders of at least 5 people between 1990 and 1993. Despite growing up in a relatively prosperous environment, his life unraveled after he was arrested for a series of crimes starting in 1972, including assault and robbery, for which he was deemed insane but later paroled. His criminal behavior would then escalate to drug dealing and frequent encounters with prostitutes that led to his eventual killing sprees. His victims would include 4 different women, all of whom were found discovered in various places, including a body found between mattresses, a dumpster, and even in a wooden box. And his eventual murder of 57-year-old Kenneth Atchison in 1993 after attempting to sell him a car would lead to his arrest when a search revealed Kenneth's body in Milberg's basement and was found to be tortured and asphyxiated. Gary Milberg would receive a life sentence without parole and remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Enriqueta Ripoll, and she was a notorious Spanish criminal who engaged in child abduction and murder. She was born in Spain in 1868 and initially worked as a maid and later turned to prostitution, eventually opening a brothel that catered to wealthy clients with perverse desires. Her criminal activities would include kidnapping children from impoverished neighborhoods, whom she would then exploit and murder, claiming to use their remains in magical remedies and potions. And her reign of terror would go largely unchallenged until 1912, when she was finally arrested after being caught kidnapping. And following her arrest, investigators found gruesome evidence in her apartment, including preserved human remains and bloodstained clothing. Her trial never took place, and she was killed by fellow inmates in prison in May of 1913. The next person we're going to talk about is Donald Leroy Evans. And born July 5th, 1957, he was an American serial killer who confessed to murdering at least 3 people between 1985 and 1991, primarily targeting victims at parks and rest areas across over 20 U.S. states. Born in Michigan, he began his criminal career in 1986 with a rape conviction in Galveston, Texas, for which he only served 5 of a 15-year sentence. And after his parole in 1991, he was briefly employed as a motel desk clerk, but was dismissed due to his status as a convicted sex offender. He would later be arrested for the abduction and murder of 10-year-old Beatrice Louise Ruth in Gulfport, Mississippi in August of 1991, and he'd be convicted of sexual battery and murder and received the death penalty. And while he was incarcerated, he claimed responsibility for over 70 additional murders across 22 states, though authorities would remain skeptical until his detailed descriptions matched unsolved cases in Florida. He'd eventually plead guilty to the 1985 murder of Gene Smith in exchange for a life sentence, and he would actually escape from Harrison County Jail in 1993 but was recaptured, and he would eventually be stabbed to death by another inmate in 1999. The next people we're going to talk about are the Benders family. And the Benders family, or the Bloody Benders, were a notorious family of serial killers in Labette County, Kansas, were active from May 1871 to December 1872. They were supposedly comprised of John Bender, his wife Elvira, their son John Jr., and their daughter Kate. And contemporary accounts suggest that John Jr. and Kate might have been husband and wife rather than just siblings. Whatever. It was said they operated at a small inn and general store on their property, attracting travelers who they subsequently murdered. And their method involved reportedly luring victims to a trap door under the dining table, where they would be struck with a hammer by one of the Benders before having their throats cut, and their bodies would then be buried on their land, often in shallow graves or dumped in a well. And their crimes would come to light when Dr. William Henry York would go missing, leading to a search that uncovered multiple bodies on their property. And following the discovery, the Benders would flee, and their exact fate remains uncertain, with various legends claiming that they were lynched or escaped to Mexico. Our next person we're going to talk about is Gary Ray Bowles, and he was born January 25th, 1962, and was an American serial killer who murdered at least 6 men in 1994. He was born in Clifton Forge, Virginia, and raised in Rupert, West Virginia, and experienced severe abuse from his stepfather and lived as a homeless prostitute during his youth. And after multiple prison sentences for violent offenses, he would embark on a killing spree, beginning with John Hardy Roberts in Daytona Beach, Florida on March of 1994. And over the next 6 months, he would murder 5 more men across various states using their credit cards after luring them with his typical method of prostitution, assault, and strangulation. He would eventually be apprehended on November 1994 in Jacksonville Beach, Florida after murdering Walter Jamel Hinton, and he confessed to all 6 murders, citing a grudge against gay men as motivation due to his personal grievances. Bowles would be sentenced to death, and he was eventually executed by lethal injection on August 22nd, 2019. And the next person we're going to talk about is M. Jaishankar, and he was an Indian criminal and serial killer notorious for a series of rapes and murders between 2008 and 2011. He began his criminal career as a truck driver before escalating to violent crimes, and over the span of a spree, he committed around 30 crimes across Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, including the rape and murder of at least 19 women. His method of operation involved targeting sex workers and women in isolated areas, often using a machete or a black handbag to suffocate them. And his criminal activities will come to light in 2009, culminating in a series of brutal attacks that included the rape and murder of a police constable. After a manhunt led to his arrest in October 2009, he would escape from custody in March of 2011, only to embark on a new spree before being recaptured a month later. Despite being in prison, he managed to escape again in August 2013, leading to his arrest the next month in September, and he would be found dead in his cell on February 27th, 2018, after his own throat following another failed escape attempt. The next person we're going to talk about is Jose Luis Calva, and he was born June 20th, 1969, and was a Mexican writer and serial killer whose horrific crimes will come to light in 2007. Now, his troubled childhood was marked by the death of his father at a young age and traumatic experiences, including being raped by an older boy. In 1996, he would meet and marry his wife, Aide, with whom he had 2 daughters, but the couple would divorce, leading Calvin to a deep depression. And in October 2007, he would be arrested by federal preventative police on suspicion of being involved in the disappearance of his girlfriend, Alejandra Galeana. And at the time of his arrest, he was actually found consuming a dish of human meat, and his apartment was found to contain his girlfriend's mutilated body, with more human flesh in the refrigerator and a frying pan with cooked flesh. It's unknown how many victims he had, as Calva committed suicide while incarcerated on December 11th, 2007. All right, the next people we're to talk about are the Ripper Crew, and they were also known as the Chicago Rippers, and this was a notorious organized crime group involved in a series of heinous crimes in Illinois between 1981 and 1982. Composed of Robin Gett, Edward Spritzer, and the brothers Andrew and Thomas Cocorales, the group was responsible for the murders and mutilations of at least 17 women. Their first victim, Linda Sutton, was abducted in May 1981 and found mutilated, with her left breast being amputated. And over the following year, they continued their brutal spree, abducting and killing at least 5 other women. And their crimes not only included murder and mutilation, but also cannibalism, as they were found to have eaten parts of their victims' bodies. They would eventually be apprehended after a series of crimes, including the murder of a drug dealer and another victim, Beverly Washington, who managed to escape and provide crucial description of her attackers. And Robin Gett would be convicted for multiple crimes, receiving a 120-year sentence, and Spritzer would be sentenced to death, though this was changed to life without parole in 2003. Andrew would be convicted of several murders and executed in 1999, and Thomas would be sentenced to life without parole, but this conviction was later overturned, and he was released from prison in 2019. All right, the next person we talk about is Andres Pandy, and he was born June 1st, 1927, and was a Hungarian-Belgian serial killer convicted of murdering 6 family members in Brussels between 1986 and 1990. Originally from Hungary, he moved to Belgium after the 1956 Hungarian Revolution and became a church counselor and religious teacher. He was first married to Ilona Torres, with whom he had 3 children before their separation, after which he began an incestuous relationship with their daughter Agnes. His second marriage was to Edith Fintor, who's a woman with 3 children from previous marriages that led to further abuse, as after marrying Fintor, he continued his abusive behavior, including another incestuous relationship with their daughter Timea, who would actually run away and report these accusations of abuse. And following these accusations, Pandy and his daughter Agnes would be implicated in the disappearance of several family members, including his ex-wife, 2 sons, and stepchildren. Pandy would eventually be arrested in 1997, and his daughter would be arrested shortly thereafter and confessed to participating in the murders, including the killings of her mother, siblings, and step-siblings. The bodies were dismembered and disposed of, with the remains of 7 additional unknown victims found on those properties. And Pandy would be convicted in 2002 and sentenced to life imprisonment, where he died in 2013. And Agnes would be sentenced to 21 years in prison. And yeah, she should be getting out pretty soon. But yeah, that's the end of tier 5. Moving on to tier 6. So the first person we're going to talk about is Adam Leroy Lane. And he was born August 7th, 1964 in Jonesville, North Carolina, and is a convicted murderer and suspected serial killer known as the Highway Killer due to his criminal activities spanning highways that ran through his trucking routes. Lane, who dropped out of high school and worked as a truck driver and a chicken plant worker, would commit a series of violent crimes in the summer of 2007, and his first known victim was 42-year-old Darlene Ewald, who he murdered in her home in West Hanover Township, Pennsylvania on July 13, 2007. He would then attack Patricia Brooks 4 days later in York County, Pennsylvania, and she survived the assault. And his third victim was 38-year-old Monica Massaro, who was killed in her home in Bloomsbury, New Jersey, around 12 days later on July 29th. And his final attack would occur the next day in Chelmsford, Massachusetts, where he broke into a home and violently assaulted a 15-year-old Shay McDonough, who survived after her parents would subdue Lane. Lane would be arrested at the scene and was later linked to the crimes through DNA evidence found on his knife and gloves, and he would be sentenced to 25 to 30 years in Massachusetts for the attack on McDonough, 50 years in New Jersey for Massaro's murder, and 10 to 20 years in Pennsylvania for the attempted murder of Brooks. And to chalk it up, he would also be given a life imprisonment, and he's currently incarcerated to this day. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is Angelo Stasi, and he was a 66-year-old nurse who was convicted for the murder of Maria Teresa Del Unto on March 29, 2001, and was also implicated in the deaths of 7 elderly patients at the Villa Alex nursing home in Sant'Angelo Romano, where he worked. Stasi would be arrested for his crimes on November 28th of 2001 and will be sentenced to 24 years in prison, and he was also ordered to pay 20,000 euros, and it was claimed that the murders began after a financial dispute between Stasi and Maria, who had lent him money, and Stasi was initially suspected but not arrested due to insufficient evidence, and he was eventually apprehended after further investigation revealed his involvement in the deaths of 7 elderly residents ranging from 70 to 90 years old at the nursing home, and he currently remains incarcerated to this day. day. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is Billy Chamirmir, and he was born December 8th, 1972, and was a Kenyan-born U.S. resident convicted serial killer charged with the murders of elderly women in Dallas, Texas, and its suburbs. He was born in Kenya and was actually previously convicted for offenses including DUI and assault, and his criminal activities would escalate as he posed as a medical professional or maintenance worker to gain access into the homes of elderly women whom he would then smother with pillows. He'd be arrested on March of 2018 and was initially indicted for 12 counts of capital murder, and after a mistrial in November of 2021, he was retried in 2022 and was sentenced to life in prison. And he would eventually die in prison after being killed by his cellmate on September 19th, 2023. Alright, the next person we talk about is Billy Mansfield, and he was born in 1956 in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and is a convicted American serial killer, child molester, and offender responsible for the murders of at least 5 women and girls between 1975 and 1980. He was raised in a troubled household with an abusive father, and he experienced a troubled adolescence marked by substance abuse and criminal behavior. And after a failed marriage and several legal issues, including sexual misconduct and assault, he would begin his killing spree in 1975. His crimes included the abduction and murder of 15-year-old Elaine Ziegler in Ohio and the rape and strangulation of Renee Salling in California. And in 1981, after his arrest for Salling's murder, authorities would discover the bodies of 4 other victims buried at his family home in Spring Hill, Florida. He would be convicted of Salling's murder in 1982, receiving a 25-year to life sentence, and would also plead guilty to Florida murders, receiving 4 additional life sentences, and he remains incarcerated to this day. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Christopher Scarver, and he was born July 6, 1969 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and is a convicted murderer, infamous for the 1994 killings of fellow inmates Jeffrey Dahmer and Jesse Anderson at Columbia Correctional Institution. Scarver, who had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and suffered from delusions, initially faced life imprisonment for the 1990 murder of Steve Lohman, and while in prison, he would attack Jeffrey Dahmer and Jesse Anderson during a work detail on November 28, 1994, using a metal bar and a wooden stick. Scarver later claimed that God had instructed him to commit the murders, and both Dahmer and Anderson would be fatally injured, with Dahmer dying an hour after the attack and Anderson 2 days later after being removed from life support. Scarver was subsequently sentenced to 2 additional life terms and transferred to various high security facilities, and he was reportedly held in solitary confinement for 16 years and even expressed a willingness to write a tell-all book about Dahmer's murder in 2012. The next people we're talking about is Dale Hausner and Samuel Diatamen, and they were a duo of serial killers responsible for a spree of drive-by shootings and arsons in Phoenix, Arizona from May 2005 to August 2006. The pair, often under the influence of methamphetamine, would target random pedestrians and animals, committing at least 8 murders and 29 other shootings. They would eventually be linked to their crimes through a tip from Samuel's friend, and they would be arrested in August 2006, with Dale being charged with 88 felonies, including 8 murders and receiving life imprisonment without parole, and Samuel being sentenced to death in March of 2009. However, he would commit suicide in prison by overdose in June of 2013. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is David Stephen Middleton, and he was born June 25th, 1961, and is a former police officer and convicted serial killer. He served as a Miami-Dade Police Department officer and used his position to rape vulnerable women, including a 16-year-old, resulting in a conviction for false imprisonment and battery. After serving his time, he relocated to Nevada and began working as a cable TV repairman. He would then become the prime suspect in multiple murders, and his known victims included Thelma Davila, a Guatemalan casino worker, and Catherine Powell, a respected teacher, both of whom were found dead in 1995. Investigators would eventually link Middleton to these murders through the use of evidence such as fiber matching and his known criminal history, and additionally he faced accusations of raping women in Florida and was also implicated in the disappearance of Buffy Rice Donahue in Colorado, though she was never formally linked to him. Middleton would be convicted of the murders of Davila and Powell in 1997 and sentenced to death, and he remains on death row. The next person we talk about is Harold Jones, and he was born January 11th, 1906 in Monmouthshire Wells, and was a British child murderer who at the age of 15 committed 2 heinous murders in 1921. He was initially acquitted of the murder of an 8-year-old and would later then be found guilty of the subsequent murder of an 11-year-old, which he confessed to after his acquittal. He had lured 11-year-old Florence Little into his home under false pretenses where he brutally killed her before attempting to cover up his crime. He would eventually confess to both murders, especially the one he was acquitted for, and he was able to avoid the death penalty and was released on parole in 1941, living under a new alias, even getting married and fathering a child, and he would die of bone cancer on January 2nd, 1971. And the next person we're going to be talking about is Henry Louis Wallace, and he was born November 4th, 1965, and is an American serial killer convicted of murdering 11 black women across South Carolina and North Carolina between March of 1990 and March of 1994. He was raised in Barnwell, South Carolina, and endured a troubled upbringing marked by his mother's verbal abuse and an unstable life marked by drug use and criminal activities. He would commit his first murder, which was that of 18-year-old Tashonda Bethea, in March of 1990, but was not charged until he killed again in May of 1992. By then, his crimes would escalate as he raped and strangled victims, including those he knew from work, such as Taco Bell co-workers, and would set the bodies on fire to destroy evidence. His murder spree would end when he was arrested in 1994 after confessing to 11 murders, and his trial began in September of 1996, where he was found guilty of 9 murders and sentenced to death. And he remains on death row to this day, having married a former prison nurse in 1998. The next person we're going to talk about is John Leonard Orr, and he was born in 1948 and is a notorious American serial arsonist, mass murderer, and former firefighter who committed one of the most extensive arson sprees in history, setting nearly 2,000 fires in over 30 years. As a fire captain and arson investigator in Glendale, California, he utilizes expertise to both commit and investigate fires, often using time, incendiary devices, and small distractions to evade detection. His crimes included the 1984 South Pasadena fire that killed 4 people and was later linked to him after his fingerprint matched the evidence found on the scene, and he would be arrested in 1991 following a complex investigation involving tracking devices and forensic evidence, which then revealed his involvement in other fires. In 1992, he would be convicted of 3 counts of arson, later pleading guilty to additional arson charges in Los Angeles, and in 1994, he would be indicted on 4 counts of first-degree murder and 21 counts of arson, being convicted on all charges in 1998 and sentenced to life in prison without parole. And he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Manuel Octavio Bermudez, and he was born October 15th, 1961 in Trujillo, Valdecaca, Colombia, and was a notorious serial killer and rapist. He was orphaned at birth and subjected to severe abuse from his adoptive mother and alcoholic father, and endured a traumatic childhood marked by a permanent limp from a severe injury inflicted by his mother. Around 30 years later, from 1999 to 2003, he would brutally rape and murder at least 21 children across various towns in Valdecaca, using his former occupation as an ice cream vendor to lure victims with promises of money. He would then abduct them, strangle them, and often inject them with a syringe to incapacitate them. And his criminal activities would come to light with the disappearance of 12-year-old Luis Carlos Galvez, who had last been seen with Manuel, who would be arrested on July 18, 2003, and was found with incriminating evidence, including newspaper clippings of the murders and a victim's wristwatch. And in 2004, he would confess to the murders of 21 children, 17 of whom were found, and he would be sentenced to 25 years in prison. So, yeah, it should be getting out pretty soon, in like 5 years or so. Yeah. The next person we're talking about is Michael Silka, and he was an American spree killer born on August 20th, 1958, and embarked on a violent rampage in Alaska during May of 1984, claiming the lives of at least 9 people. His early life in the northwest suburbs of Chicago was marked by a fascination with firearms and numerous encounters with the law, including arrests for weapons violations and resisting arrest. After a troubled stint in the U.S. Army, where he was noted as an expert marksman but faced multiple legal issues, he would flee to Alaska in 1983 to escape legal troubles in Illinois. And in Alaska, he would first come under suspicion for murder when a neighbor, Roger Culp, went missing, and Silka was found with bloodstained evidence but managed to evade capture. By May 14, 1984, he arrived in Manly Hot Springs, where he initially gained local favor with his wilderness skills. However, by May 17th, 6 villagers would disappear after visiting his campsite, prompting an intensive manhunt. The search would lead to a dramatic shootout on May 19, 1984, in which Silka, cornered by Alaskan state troopers, engaged in a fierce battle, fatally shooting trooper Troy L. Duncan before being killed himself. The bodies of 4 victims would later be recovered from the Tanana River, where Silka is believed to have discarded them in hopes that he would remain undiscovered. And despite extensive investigations, his motives for his killing spree remain unclear to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Michael Fourniret, and he was a French serial killer born on April 4th, 1942, and was responsible for the murders of at least 12 people across France and Belgium between 1987 and 2003. Fourniret, who claimed to have been sexually abused as a child, began his criminal activities following his release from prison in 1987, where he had been incarcerated for sexual assault. He would then begin committing crimes with his wife at the time, Monique Oliver, and they would lure victims, mostly young women and girls, under false pretenses and subjected them to horrific violence. Their crimes included the murders of Isabelle Laville in 1987 and more than several others continuing into the 2000s. After Fourniret's arrest, he confessed to additional murders and was eventually convicted of 7 murders in 2008, receiving a life sentence without parole. And Oliver, who had aided him, was also sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 28 years. 1986, and Fortenray would die while incarcerated on May 10th, 2021. The next person we talk about is Norman Afzaal Simmons, and he was a South African rapist and suspected serial killer whose reign of terror occurred in Cape Town during the late 20th century. He was born in Cape Town and was a highly intelligent individual, fluent in 7 languages and employed as a grade 5 teacher. However, between October 1986 and April 1994, he would lure young boys aged from 9 to 13 from train stations and would subject them to brutal sexual assault. He would then strangle them and leave their bodies in shallow graves with their hands bound and sometimes strangled with their own underwear. His heinous crimes were meticulously investigated with significant input from forensic psychologists, leading to Simon's arrest, and in 1995 he was convicted for the murder of a 10-year-old and received a 35-year sentence, of which he served 28 years. And in November of 2023, he was released on parole. But there's no worries, he's under house arrest, right? Yeah. The next person we talk about is Sidney Cook, and he was born April 18th, 1927, and is a notorious English child and suspected serial killer. He was a fairground worker with a penchant for exploiting children and even led a pedophile ring during the 1970s and 1980s that was suspected of murdering up to 20 boys. His criminal activities were initially exposed in 1985 following the gang rape and manslaughter of 14-year-old Jason Swift, for which Cook and 3 other accomplices were convicted. Although Cook was sentenced to 19 years for manslaughter, his ring, infamously known as the, quote, Dirty Dozen, was implicated in several other murders, including that of 7-year-old Mark Tildesley in 1984 and 6-year-old Barry Lewis in 1985. Despite confessions from gang members and detailed investigations, Cook's direct involvement in these cases was never fully proven due to legal and procedural issues, and he would be paroled in 1998, but was later rearrested in 1999 following new evidence and confessions related to numerous sex offenses. Ultimately, he would receive 2 additional life sentences in December of 1999, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Terry Rasmussen. He was born December 23rd, 1943, and was a notorious American serial killer and convicted murderer. Between 1978 and 2002, his crimes span across the whole U.S., marked by his use of various identities, and his criminal activities included the suspected murder of his girlfriend, Denise Bowden, who vanished in 1981, and the subsequent abuse and abandonment of her daughter, whom he deserted in 1986. His most heinous acts were linked to the Bear Brook murders in New Hampshire, where the bodies of Marlise Honeychurch and her daughters Marie Elizabeth Vaughn and Sarah Lynn McWaters and an unidentified 4th child were found in barrels between 1985 and 2000. However, he was only officially convicted of the murder of Eun Sun Jun in 2002 and sentenced to life in prison, and he died in 2010, and he wasn't officially linked to the other murders until 2017. So, yeah. The next person we talk about is Manuel Blanco Romasanta, and he was born on November 18th, 1809, and was one of Spain's first recorded serial killers who was notorious for his gruesome crimes. In 1853, he would confess to 13 murders and claimed that he was cursed and would transform into a wolf, thereby becoming known as the Werewolf of Alaris. His killing spree was marked by the disappearance of several women and children whom he had deceived into traveling with him, and he would eventually be arrested in 1852. And although he admitted to the murders, he claimed that they were committed while he was under a lycanthropic curse. However, they found him guilty of 9 murders and sentenced him to death. That was later changed to life in prison, and he would die while incarcerated December 14th, 1863. The next person we're going to talk about is Dana Sue Gray, and she was born December 6th, 1957, and is an American serial killer who in 1994 would murder 3 elderly women and was caught after a 4th victim survived. Now, she had a interesting early life marked by family instability, educational difficulties, and drug abuse. After becoming a nurse and engaging in various sports and business ventures, her life would unravel due to significant debt and bankruptcy, filing with her then husband at the time, Tom Gray. And her criminal activities would begin in February of 1994 when she killed Norma Davis, an elderly woman she knew well, followed by June Roberts, whom she strangled in her home before stealing credit cards and indulging in shopping sprees. On March 16th, she would then murder 87-year-old Dora Bibe in a similar fashion, using her credit card for further shopping. And her spree would be briefly interrupted when she attacked Dorinda Hawkins, who survived and provided a description that led to her capture. She would eventually be convicted of 3 murders and was sentenced to life in prison, and she currently remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Felicitas Sanchez Aguilan, and she was a notorious Mexican nurse and midwife active in the 1930s who became infamous for her crimes. She was born in 1890 in Cerro Azul, Veracruz, and had a troubled upbringing and developed a penchant for cruelty, which included poisoning street dogs. After becoming a licensed nurse and marrying Carlos Conde, she had twin daughters but would abandon them, and they eventually got divorced in 1910. She would then move to Mexico City, where she illegally performed abortions and engaged in illegal adoptions. Sometimes she would also allow her patients to give birth, and then she would then sell the babies. But her murderous activities would begin when she kind of had too many babies, so she started killing these babies, often poisoning them or strangling them before dismembering them and disposing of the bodies. And in April 1941, human remains would be discovered near her residence, leading to her arrest, and she would commit suicide while facing trial on July 16th. 1941. The next person we talk about is Freddy Armando Valencia, and he was a notorious Colombian serial killer and was born in 1982, Bogota. He grew up in the Kennedy locality and showed early signs of violence, and was sent to specialized martial arts school before studying industrial engineering at university, which he ended up abandoning due to heavy drug use. His life would then take a dark turn as he became homeless and would venture out to prey on female drug addicts by luring them with promises of food and shelter. And between 2012 and 2014, he committed a series of heinous crimes, sexually assaulting and strangling his victims, and even engaging in pedophilia with some of them. Although Colombian authorities have linked him to the deaths of 9 women, Valencia himself claimed responsibility for up to 100 murders, including minors, and he would be diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and is currently serving a 36-year prison sentence. The next person we talk about is Kanpatimar Shankaria, and he was an Indian serial killer who was active between 1977 and 1978, confessing to murdering at least 70 people, driven by a perverse sense of pleasure he got from killing. He earned the nickname of Kanpatimar, which means one who hits under the ear, due to his method of killing, which involves striking his victims on the neck below the ears with a hammer. And he'd be convicted in early 1979 and executed by hanging on May 16th, 1979. And he expressed remorse, with his final words being, "I have murdered in vain. Nobody should become like me." The next person we're talking about is Peter Kudzanowski, and he was born August 13th, 1903 in Dixon County, Pennsylvania, and was an American serial killer who became known for his violent crimes, as he confessed to murdering 20-year-old Harley Quinn, 5-year-old Julia Molozianowski, and 7-year-old Joseph Storelli, with his confessions revealing that he committed these acts under the influence of alcohol. It wasn't until 1928, when he was arrested in Detroit for public intoxication, that he initially confessed to these murders, and he would be found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to death, and was electrocuted at Trenton State Prison. The next person we're talking about is Kristen Gilbert, and she was born November 13th, 1967 in Fall River, Massachusetts, and is an American serial killer and former nurse who was convicted of murdering 4 patients and attempting to kill 2 others at the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Northampton, Massachusetts. She initially trained as a nurse and began working at the VAMC in 1989, exploiting her position by injecting patients with lethal doses of epinephrine, causing cardiac arrests that she would often rescue them from, or try to. However, this manipulation led to a high number of deaths during her shifts. And a formal investigation began in 1996 after nurses raised concerns about the increase of cardiac arrests and a suspicious decrease in epinephrine supplies. She would be arrested and eventually convicted in March of 2001 of 3 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of second-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted murder, receiving a sentence of 4 consecutive life terms without parole, and she remains incarcerated to this day. The next people we're to talk about is Gwendolyn Graham and Kathy Wood, and these two were a pair of American serial killers born August 1963 and March 7, 1962 respectively, who were convicted of killing 5 elderly women at the Alpine Manor nursing home in Walker, Michigan in 1987. They both worked as nurses' aides, and Graham and Wood would form a personal and romantic relationship in 1986, which allegedly fueled their crimes. They were charged with smothering their victims, all incapacitated by age or Alzheimer's disease, as a part of a sick love bond, with Wood claiming that they chose victims to spell out the word murder. Their killings reportedly involved Graham taking souvenirs, though no evidence was found of this, and the investigation was prompted by Woods' ex-husband's tip that led to their arrest in 1988 after the exhumation of 2 victims, and Wood would actually testify against Graham in exchange for a reduced sentence, claiming Graham was the mastermind, and Graham maintained her innocence, asserting that the murders were fabricated by Wood. However, in 1989, Graham was sentenced to 5 life terms, and Wood received 20 years per charge, but was paroled in January of 2020, and the Alpine Manor nursing home has since been closed. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is Ray Dell Sims, and he was born in 1935 and is an American serial killer convicted of murdering at least 5 girls in Fresno, California between 1974 and 1977. He was originally in prison for the 1977 murder of a 17-year-old Jeanette Hairstein and will be sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. However, the link to his other murders would only emerge in 2001 through DNA testing, which would tie him to the killings of 17-year-old Kathy Stark, 15-year-old Elizabeth Ann Ortega, 18-year-old Robin McKiller, and 15-year-old Ava Hernandez, all of whom were strangled. His previous convictions would also include rape, and his high-profile case would gain the attention when DNA evidence conclusively identified him as the perpetrator of all these crimes. Despite being found guilty in Ortega's case in 2008 and receiving an additional life sentence, the death penalty could not be pursued due to a nationwide moratorium, and he continues to serve his sentence at San Quentin State Prison with no additional crimes having been linked to him as of today. The next person we're going to talk about is Anthony Lorette, and he was born October 1st, 1951, and was a prolific American serial killer and rapist, convicted of a single murder in St. Charles, Missouri in 1980, but later confessed to 31 murders across 11 states from the 1960s. Now, his criminal activity began with the stabbing of 26-year-old Jeanette Wade in Florida in 1976, and continued with an apparent series of brutal killings, including a 52-year-old Betty Brunton and 24-year-old Beverly Wortman, and he would leave a trail of violence that extended through the late 1970s with murders in Kansas, Missouri, and Florida. In July of 1980, he would kill 18-year-old Mary Fleming in St. Charles, leading to his arrest after fleeing the state, and he would be convicted of this single murder that resulted in a death sentence. And while incarcerated, he would confess to the additional murders while on death row, detailing his crimes and providing accurate descriptions of the scenes, and he would eventually be executed by lethal injection on November 29, 1995. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is David Avendano Ballina, and he was reportedly the leader of a gang called Las Goteras that was active between 1997 and 2007, and they were known for poisoning and robbing clients, resulting in at least 70 deaths, making him one of Mexico's most prolific murderers. The gang operated primarily in Mexico City's bars and restaurants, extending to various states, and they gained infamy for using lethal combination of alcohol content drinks mixed with ophthalmological drops containing benzodiazepine or cyclopentolate to incapacitate their victims, that eventually led to their deaths from cardiorespiratory failure. Victims who survived suffered severe after effects like blindness or acute hangovers, with many of them not even reporting their attacks due to not knowing what the fuck happened. The gang would be significantly disrupted when 18 of them would be arrested in May of 2007, revealing Avendano as a key figure, and he would be arrested in 2008, and many of the members received 40 to 47 year sentences and remain incarcerated. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is Robert Dale Henderson, and he was born March 14th, 1945, and was a spree killer from Missouri who committed a series of murders across several states in early 1982, resulting in at least 12 deaths. He was born in Missouri and had a hard early life marked by a troubled stint in the army and various criminal activities, including robbery and involvement in a suspected marijuana ring. After his release from prison in 1981, he moved in with his new wife's family, but would soon embark on a violent spree not long after. As on January 14th, 1982, he would kidnap, sexually assault, and murder Geraldine Stanfield in Cincinnati, Ohio, before moving on to kill his in-laws, Ivan Barnett, his wife Marie, and their son Clifford in Cherry Fork, Ohio on January 21st. And his murders would continue in South Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, and Louisiana, culminating in the killings of hitchhikers in Hernando County, Florida. After his 12th victim, Henderson would turn himself in at a jail in Punta Gorda, Florida on February 6, 1982, and he would be sentenced to death and executed by electric chair on April 21st, 1993. The next person we're going to talk about is Gilbert Paul Jordan, and he was born December 12, 1931, and was a Canadian serial killer recognized for using alcohol as a weapon in his murders. Jordan, a former barber with a criminal record dating back to 1952, including convictions for rape, indecent assault, and car theft, will be linked to the deaths of at least 8 to 10 women between 1965 and 1988, who were primarily First Nations women from Vancouver's downtown east side. His method involved luring victims, often alcoholics or sex workers, into bars or his barbershop, getting them heavily intoxicated, and then pouring liquor down their throats to cause fatal alcohol poisoning. Despite his clear pattern, police initially overlooked many of the deaths as alcohol poisoning instead of murder, and in October 1987, he would be linked to the death of Vanessa Lee Buckner, which would then lead to surveillance of him targeting women in Vancouver, and he would eventually be charged in a 1988 manslaughter conviction for Buckner's death, resulting in a 15-year sentence that was later reduced to 9 years. Following his release, he faced multiple legal issues, including charges for sexual assault and breaches of probation, and was rearrested in 2004 for violating probation terms. And he would eventually die while incarcerated in 2006. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is Gennady Mikasevich, and he was born April 7th, 1947, and was a notorious Soviet serial killer who murdered at least 36 women from 1971 to 1985. He was born in the village of Ist, and his killing spree would begin in May 1971 following a personal crisis after his girlfriend left him while he was serving in the army. Initially, his crimes appeared to be acts of rage and revenge, but they soon became systematic as he began targeting women for and murder. He would use a car to lure his victims and employed improvised tools like cores or household items for strangulation, and maintained a facade of normalcy as a devoted family man and a proud member of the Communist Party. The eventual investigation into his crimes, which escalated to 12 murders in 1984 alone, would gain momentum in the late 1980s when a young investigator would link the murders and identified the pattern, suspecting a serial killer. Mikasevich would actually attempt to mislead authorities with an anonymous letter from a fictitious group called the Patriots of Witzbeck, which led to his undoing when handwriting analysis and other evidence would reveal his guilt, and he would be arrested in December of 1985 and diagnosed with psychopathy, and was executed by firing squad in 1987. The next person we're going to talk about is Kendall Francois, and he was born July 26, 1971, and was a serial killer from New York, convicted of murdering at least 8 women between 1996 and 1998. He was a high school athlete and former U.S. Army soldier, discharged for obesity, where he returned to Poughkeepsie and enrolled at Dutchess Community College, where he began working as a student monitor, and he was nicknamed Stinky due to his odor and inappropriate behavior. His killing spree began with sex workers whom he strangled and stored in the attic of his family home at 99 Fulton Street, and his murders often involved and the use of his red car to lure victims, and this would escalate until police, who had long had him as a suspect due to complaints about his violence towards prostitutes, would finally apprehend them in September 1998 after an assault on Christine Sala. The ensuing investigation uncovered a gruesome scene at his home, including the bodies of 8 women, with Francois ultimately pleading guilty to multiple charges to avoid the death penalty, and he would be sentenced to life imprisonment without parole and would die while incarcerated on September 11th, 2014. Our next person we're going to talk about is Walter Earl Ellis, and he was born June 24th, 1960, and was an American serial killer who raped and strangled at least 7 women in Milwaukee, Wisconsin from 1986 to 2007. He was born in Holmes County, Mississippi, and his family would move to Milwaukee in the mid-1960s, where he would begin displaying antisocial behavior and a criminal propensity from an early age. His criminal record included numerous offenses such as robbery, drug trafficking, and assault, often avoiding serious consequences due to his status as a police informant. His murders were initially considered isolated incidents, but would eventually be linked to him by DNA evidence in 2009, leading to arrests later that year after his DNA matched samples from the crime scenes. And he would be charged with the murders of 7 women and was later suspected in other unsolved cases. And he would plead guilty to all charges in 2011 and was sentenced to 7 consecutive life terms without parole. And he would eventually die while incarcerated on December 1st, 2013. Our next person we're going to talk about is Hiroaki Hidaka, and he was born April 17th, 1962, and was a Japanese serial killer born in Miyazaki Prefecture, who, after failing to enter his desired university and struggling with financial issues, would drop out of university and begin working as a taxi driver in Hiroshima starting in April of 1989. Despite marrying in 1991 and having a daughter in 1993, his life would begin to deteriorate, exacerbated by his wife's mental health declining, and his criminal activities would escalate when he began killing and robbing 4 women, including a 16-year-old girl, between April and September of 1996, and he would be apprehended on September 21st, 1996, and subsequently sentenced to death by the Hiroshima District Court, and was executed by hanging on December 25th, 2006. The next person we're going to talk about is Maxim Petrov, and he was born in 1965 and is a Russian serial killer who was convicted of murdering 11 people in St. Petersburg between 1999 and 2000. He was a practicing emergency doctor, and he would use his medical knowledge to target his patients, initially robbing them by visiting their homes, measuring their blood pressure, and administering an anesthetic to render them unconscious before stealing their possessions. His crimes would eventually escalate to murder when he killed his first victim on February 2nd, 1999, after an interrupted robbery led him to stab the victim's daughter and strangle the unconscious patient. Petrov then refined his method, using a lethal combination of drugs to ensure his victim's death and setting fire to their homes to obliterate evidence. Despite initial invasion of capture, police would eventually identify him through a list of lung patients who had undergone fluorography, leading to his arrest on January 17, 2000, and he would be found guilty of 11 murders and sentenced to life imprisonment in 2002. Though he is actually suspected of committing up to 19 murders in total, he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Andres Ulysses Castillo Villarreal, and he was a Mexican serial killer active in Chihuahua City between 2009 and 2015. He would often target young men, luring them with promises of drugs before transporting them to a secluded location or his home, and there he would incapacitate them with blunt force before them and ultimately killing them with severe head injuries before dismembering their bodies with a saw. His method of operation included leaving toys beside the mutilated corpses, which became a signature linked to his traumatic childhood experiences of repeated sexual abuse. His victims will be found with their remains dismembered and hidden in various locations, and he was arrested on January 6, 2016, while in possession of methamphetamine, and would confess to the murders and would be subsequently sentenced to 120 years in prison on December 5th, 2017. And the next person we're going to talk about is Roy Fontaine, and he was a Scottish serial killer and thief who committed his crimes while employed as a butler for British aristocracy. He was born in Glasgow in 1924 and began his criminal career as a teenager and evolved from petty theft to more serious crimes, eventually using his bisexuality to infiltrate London's gay scene, and he would adopt the alias Roy Fontaine and continued his criminal activities, including jewel thefts. In 1975, after being released from prison, he took a job as a butler for Lady Hudson, where he committed his first murder on his acquaintance David Wright after a dispute over stolen jewelry. He would later move to London, become a butler to Walter and Dorothy Scott Elliott, whom he murdered with his accomplice Michael Kiddo to rob their estate. The pair also killed the housekeeper and their half-brother in order to dispose of evidence, and their downfall would come when suspicious behavior led to their arrest in North Berwick, and Roy Fontaine would be convicted of 4 murders and was sentenced to life in prison, remaining incarcerated until dying in 2002. The next person we're going to talk about is Harry Powers, and he was born on November 17, 1892 in Netherlands, and was a Dutch-born American serial killer who lured victims through Lonely Hearts advertisements, ultimately murdering them for their money. He immigrated to the US in 1910 and settled in West Virginia by 1926, and married Louetta Strother in 1927, and would continue his criminal activities under the alias Cornelius Orvin Pearson. His crimes would come to light in 1931 when he was linked to the disappearances of Asta Eicher and her children, all of whom he had murdered and buried on his Quiet Dell property. His arrest was followed by an investigation that uncovered bloody evidence in his home and a freshly filled ditch containing the bodies of his victims. He would eventually face trial and would be sentenced to death on December 12, 1931, and was executed by hanging on March 18th. 1932. The next people we're to talk about is Juan Carlos Hernandez Bejar and Patricia Martinez Bernal, and the couple whose heinous acts included killing at least 20 women and reportedly feeding their victims' hearts to their pet dogs will be apprehended on October 2018 after police caught them pushing a stroller filled with human remains through the streets, and subsequent investigations will reveal further remains in buckets of cement and wrapped in plastic in the refrigerator at their home. They would be found guilty of additional crimes, including the murder of an unnamed woman in March of 2018, leading to new sentences and 40 years each. And previously, they'd also been sentenced for human trafficking related to selling the baby of one of their victims and disposing of their victims' bones. Their method of operation involved Bernal luring young women to their home under false pretenses, while Hernandez Bejar would then kill and dismember them. And since their arrest, they have faced 8 separate sentences, and they remain incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Andres Mendoza, and he's a Mexican serial killer and butcher born November 29th, 1947. Initially suspected of at least 19 murders, further investigations into him would reveal a staggering 4,600 bones believed to belong to around 19 victims, including 17 women, a child, and a man. Mendoza, a former neighborhood leader and butcher, had a troubling fascination with the film The Silence of the Lambs, though this connection has been disputed by experts, but we're going to include it because it's interesting. His criminal activities will come to light in May 15, 2021, when authorities found him with the dismembered body of Reina Gonzalez Amador, a woman reported missing the previous day. In his home, they discovered numerous macabre items, including skin faces, hair, and personal belongings of the victims, as well as recordings and a notebook listing potential targets. It was found that Mendoza would lure his victims from bars and murder them in his homes after serving them alcohol, and he would eventually be sentenced to life imprisonment in 2022 and remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Dorothy Puente, and she was born January 9th, 1929 in Redlands, California, and was an infamous serial killer who carried out her crime spree in the 1980s. She was raised in a troubled household marked by her alcoholic parents and her mother's death in a motorcycle accident, and her early life was marked by instability and abuse, including sexual abuse at an orphanage where she and her siblings were sent. Her first marriage at age 16 to Fred McFowle ended in separation, and she later married merchant seaman Axel Brand Johansson, adopting a false identity during their turbulent relationship. Her criminal tendencies would emerge early, including a 1948 arrest for forgery and subsequent jail time, and her criminal career would continue with a conviction in 1960 for operating a brothel under the guise of a bookkeeping firm. And in 1961, her unstable behavior led to a psychiatric evaluation that diagnosed her as a pathological liar with an unstable personality personality. After divorcing from Johansson in 1966, she portrayed herself as a devout Christian and a benevolent caregiver, running a boarding house in Sacramento. And throughout the 1980s, she would use this boarding house to exploit elderly and mentally disabled tenants, as her crimes involved drugging her victims and then murdering them to steal their social security checks. Her criminal activities would be discovered on November 11th, 1988, when police, responding to a tip about a missing tenant, uncovered the first body in her yard. She would then flee but was captured in Los Angeles on November 16th, 1988, and the jury convicted her of only 3 of the 9 murder charges on August 26, 1993, and she was sentenced to life in prison, dying while incarcerated on March 27th, 2011. The next person we talk about is Robert Black, and he was born April 21st, 1947, and was a Scottish serial killer and pedophile convicted of the kidnapping and murder of 4 girls aged between 5 and 11 in the UK between 1981 and 1986. He was a former van driver who exploited his job to abduct victims and was ultimately convicted in 1994 for the murders of 3 girls and the attempted abduction of a 4th, receiving life imprisonment. And in 2011, he would be further convicted for the 1981 murder of 9-year-old Jennifer Carty. He would also be linked to several other unsolved child murders across Britain, Ireland, and Europe, though he never confessed to his crimes. And despite his appeals, he remained incarcerated until his death from a heart attack in 2016. The next person we talk about is Gary Addison Taylor, and he was an American serial killer, serial rapist, and robber who was active from 1954 to 1975. He was born in Michigan in 1936, and his early life included living with his family in Howell, Michigan, before moving to Florida, where he randomly began attacking women with a hammer. In 1957, after juvenile incarceration, he returned to Michigan, becoming a machinist and commencing an spree of shooting, robbing, and stabbing women. In 1961, he was declared insane and committed to Michigan's Ionia State Hospital, later transferring to Detroit's Lafayette Clinic. He would then be released in the 1960s, where he married and moved to Seattle, then to Houston after a divorce. And in Houston, he would be a pregnant teenager, and it's suspected that he also murdered a go-go dancer at the time. And after failing to report to his hospital in 1973, he was classified as an escaped mental patient, and he was briefly detained in Washington for an unrelated murder, but was released due to lack of information. And in 1975, after a sexual assault arrest, he would eventually confess to 4 murders, leading to the discovery of 2 bodies in his Michigan home and 2 in his Washington home. He would be convicted of the 4 confessed murders and sentenced to life imprisonment, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Wesley Brownlee, and he was a serial killer responsible for what is known as the Stockton serial shootings that lasted from April 2021 to September 2022, during which the shooter targeted individuals alone in dimly lit areas without committing robbery. Now, Wesley Brownlee, a Stockton resident, would be arrested on October 15, 2022 in connection with these shootings and was found armed and wearing dark clothing and a mask around his neck. The shootings claimed multiple lives and spanned various dates, with victims being shot in the early morning or at night. In the investigation, following numerous law enforcement agencies and a $125,000 reward, resulted in his arrest, and he was sentenced to life in prison. The next people we're going to be talking about is Los Huipas, and this was a notorious group of Mexican serial killers from the Yoreme Mayo ethnic group who were led by Eusebio Soto and others, and they are recognized as one of the first group of serial killers in Mexico. The group was apparently bound by both familial and the rumored homosexual relationships and faced significant marginalization and discrimination within their community, which fueled their vengeful acts, and they would begin targeting and murdering 7 men whom they believed had mocked them, using deception to lure their victims to a remote hut where they were killed by stabbing, strangulation, or bludgeoning. They also mutilated their victims, notably castrating them and removing their genitalia, and their criminal activities would come to light on April 13th, 1950, when the father of one victim reported their crime, and they would initially be sentenced to death, but their sentence were later reduced to 30 years in prison. 2 of the members would die while incarcerated, while 2 others would complete their sentence, and their subsequent whereabouts remain unknown to this day. The next person we talk about is Werner Niesek, and he was born November 17th, 1946 in Austria, and is a notorious triple murderer known for one of Austria's most heinous crimes. He was a troubled youth and had a history of violence and criminal behavior from an early age, including the assault on his mother and multiple prison sentences for theft, attempted murder, and drug offenses. After being released on parole in early January 1980, he would go on to commit a series of brutal murders in St. Polten on January 16th, 1980. Posing as a carpet salesman, he broke into the home of the Altrailer family, consisting of a wheelchair-bound son, Walter, his mother, Gertrude, and his sister, Ingrid. He would then torture and kill the family members, covering the bodies in welts, burn marks, ultimately strangling them. He then packed their bodies in the trunk of his car, and then went on a shopping spree with the stolen funds, and was eventually apprehended after a tip-off from a restaurant employee. He confessed to the murders, stating that they were motivated solely by his desire to kill, and was sentenced to life in prison on July 4th, 1980. And I'm not sure if this does belong here. I believe this would consider him a mass murderer instead of a serial killer, since he committed 3 murders in one day. I don't know. He was on the list, and Our next people we're to talk about is Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown, and they were a criminal couple whose violent crime spree across the Midwest during the late 1980s and early 1990s left a harrowing legacy. Coleman and Brown would embark on a series of brutal crimes beginning in 1984, traveling through Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, and Illinois, and their acts included murder, torture, and abduction, with their method of operation involving kidnapping victims from public places, subjecting them to extreme violence, and then robbing and murdering them. The crimes were notably brutal, often involving young children and vulnerable individuals, and were marked by disturbing sadistic pleasure that they got from committing these crimes. Their spree would end in 1985 when they were apprehended in Kentucky following coordinated investigations that linked them to multiple violent crimes through witness testimonies and forensic evidence, and Alton Coleman would be sentenced to death, and Deborah Brown would receive a life sentence. The next person we talk about is Guy Georges, and he was born October 15, 1962, and was a French serial killer and rapist who was convicted for the murders of at least 7 women between 1991 and 1997, had a troubled childhood and a history of violence, and began targeting women in the Parisian Bastille area. And his criminal behavior began early, with incidents of attempted strangulation and assaults on family members and acquaintances. His reign of terror would include the rape and murder of 7 women between 1991 and 1997, and he would eventually be identified through his DNA and would be arrested in March 1998. And he would confess to all the murders and would be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The next person we're going to talk about is John Wayne Glover, and he was an English-Australian serial killer convicted of murdering at least 6 elderly women in Sydney's North Shore from 1989 to 1990. Originally from England, he had a history of petty crimes and violent assaults, and he moved to Australia in the late 1950s, where he continued his criminal activities that culminated into a series of brutal murders targeting elderly women. His method of operation involved attacking his victims with a hammer, strangling them with a pantyhose, and stealing their belongings. Despite his seemingly normal life as a husband, father, and sales representative, his violent tendencies were deeply rooted in his troubled relationships with older women, particularly his mother and his mother-in-law, as he claimed. His arrest in 1990 followed a series of molestations at nursing homes, and he was linked to the previous murders through surveillance and forensic evidence, and he even confessed to them himself, and he would be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, and he eventually committed suicide while incarcerated in 2005. But alright, that's tier 6. Moving on to tier 7. And the first person we're going to talk about is Anthony Hardy, and he was born May 31st, 1951, and was an English serial killer known for dismembering most of his victims. He had a seemingly ordinary life marked by academic success and a career as a manager, and faced significant turmoil after a divorce in 1986. His mental health deteriorated, leading to a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, depression, and substance abuse issues, and he became an alcoholic and diabetic. In January of 2002, police would discover the body of Sally White, a 38-year-old prostitute, in his flat, and her death was misclassified as a heart attack. Hardy's criminal activities would escalate, and by December of 2002, he dismembered the bodies of 2 women that he had murdered, and they were found in garbage bins, leading to Hardy's arrest after a violent struggle with police. He would later confess to the murders of all 3 women and was sentenced to life in prison in 2003, and he would die while incarcerated on November 25th, 2020. The next person we're going to talk about is Carol Cole, and he was born May 9th, 1938 in Sioux City, Iowa, and was an American serial killer. He had a troubled childhood marked by severe emotional abuse and cross-dressing that was imposed by his mother that set the stage for his later crimes. At the age of 8 years old, he would drown a classmate, an act that was initially deemed as an accident, but later confessed by Cole in prison. His adolescence was plagued by petty crimes, alcoholism, and mental health issues, leading to several hospitalizations, and despite diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, he was repeatedly released into society, where his violent tendencies persisted. And in 1971, he began a spree of murders that spanned across multiple states, including California, Texas, and Nevada, and he confessed to killing at least 14 women, with his crimes often linked to his turbulent relationships and personal grievances. He would eventually be arrested and convicted of murdering 3 women in Texas in 1981, and was sentenced to life imprisonment. And in 1984, he would be convicted of 2 more murders and sentenced to death, and would be executed by lethal injection at Nevada State Prison on December 6, 1985. Our next person we're going to talk about is Colin Norris, and he was born February 12th, 1976, and was a Scottish former nurse and a convicted serial killer who was notorious for murdering 4 elderly patients and attempting to murder a 5th in England in 2002. He openly disliked elderly patients and had a history of stealing hospital drugs, and was on duty when 5 non-diabetic women inexplicably fell into hypoglycemic comas. It wasn't until one patient, Ethel Hall, would be discovered of having high levels of synthetic insulin in her blood, raising suspicions, and an investigation would reveal that Norris Harris was likely inspired by another nurse, Jessie McTavish, who had been convicted of a similar crime in the 1970s. And he would go on the trial in 2008, resulting in a life sentence with a minimum term of 30 years. And he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Daniel Harold Rolling, and he was born in 1954 and was an American serial killer who brutally murdered 5 college students in Gainesville, Florida over 4 days in August of 1990. He was born to an abusive father and had a troubled family life and had a history of criminal behavior, including robberies and peeping, and his gruesome crimes in Gainesville involved the and posing of his victims, creating widespread fear and media attention. He would also confess to a triple homicide in his hometown and the attempted murder of his father. He claimed that his motive was to become a superstar, similar to Ted Bundy, and he would be captured after a supermarket robbery and eventually was linked to the Gainesville murders through DNA evidence. And in 1994, he would plead guilty to the murders and was sentenced to death, being executed in 2006. And his killing spree and the horror it instilled was said to inspire the screenwriter of the 1996 slasher film, Scream. And the next person we talk about is Derek Todd Lee, and he was a notorious American serial killer who committed at least 7 murders between 1998 and 2003 in Louisiana. Initially overlooked due to an incorrect FBI profile suggesting the killer was white, Lee would eventually be identified through DNA evidence and linked to the murders of women in Baton Rouge and Lafayette. His methods varied, but commonly involved removing victims' cell phones and leaving no visible signs of forced entry after killing his victims within their homes. And after being connected to the murders through forensic evidence and a survivor's detailed description, Lee would be captured and convicted and was sentenced to death for the murder of Charlotte Marie Pace in 2004 and life imprisonment for the murder of Geraldine DeSoto. And he would eventually die while incarcerated in 2016 while awaiting execution. And the next person we're going to talk about is Donald Harding, and who was an American serial robber and spree killer who committed at least 6 murders and numerous other violent crimes between December 1979 and January of 1980. Had a troubled upbringing marked by severe brain damage and abuse, and his criminal sprees spanned across several states and involved multiple kidnappings, armed robberies, and murders, including the brutal killings of Robert Weiss and Martin Concannon in Tuscan. He would eventually be arrested and executed by gas chamber, which was controversial due to its gruesome nature, with reports of severe suffering during his execution. And this execution actually led to a push for inmates to be able to choose between the gas chamber and lethal injection. The next person we talk about is Edward J. Adams, and he was born in 1887 and was a notorious criminal and spree killer active in the Midwest during the early 1920s. He was renowned for his violent crime spree, who Adams, along with his gang, committed numerous bank and train robberies, leaving a trail of destruction across Kansas, Missouri, and Iowa. His criminal activities were marked by the murder of 7 people, including 3 policemen, and the wounding of at least a dozen others, earning him a notorious reputation as an outlaw. He initially escaped from life imprisonment in Missouri and continued his crime spree with a new gang, leading to several violent encounters with law enforcement. And his rampage culminated in a series of violent acts in Wichita, including the killing of patrolman Al Young. And his reign of terror would end when he was surrounded and killed by police in Wichita on November 22nd, 1921, after a final confrontation that resulted in the deaths of police officers Charles Hoffman and Charles Bowman. The next person we're going to talk about is George Howard Putt, and he was born in New Orleans in the mid-1940s to extremely abusive and neglectful parents and experienced a tumultuous upbringing marked by frequent relocations, institutionalizations, and violent behavior. His criminal record began with early charges of assault and sexual offenses, and by the summer of 1969, when he was around 20 years old, he embarked on a brutal killing spree in Memphis, murdering 5 individuals over a span of 29 days, committing heinous acts including rape, mutilation, and strangulation. And his arrest would follow after a violent confrontation with the police after his final murder, and he would eventually confess to all the crimes. He would be convicted in 1970 for 1 murder and sentenced to death. However, this was changed to life imprisonment, which was further extended to a total of 497 years in 1973 after additional convictions, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Herbert Baumeister, and he was born in 1947 and was an American businessman and suspected serial killer linked to the murders of at least 11 men, primarily targeting individuals from gay bars in the early 1990s. Born in Indianapolis, he exhibited disturbing behavior from adolescence, and he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and antisocial personality disorder, though he received no significant psychiatric treatment. He married Juliana Staylor in 1971 and had 3 children, but their marriage was troubled. And he would found the Save-A-Lot thrift store chain and purchased Fox Hollow Farm in 1988, and it was between 1980 and 1991. The I-70 strangler was believed to be Baumeister, who murdered and disposed of victims along Interstate 70, with their bodies often being found strangled and discarded near rural areas. However, this hasn't been definitively proven. Eventually, in 1994, his son would discover a skeleton on their property, leading to an investigation that uncovered the remains of 11 men buried on the farm. And with a warrant out for his arrest, Baumeister would flee to Ontario, where he committed died in July of 1996, leaving a note that expressed regret over his personal failures, but did not address his crimes officially. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Nathaniel White, and he was born July 28th, 1960, and is an African-American serial killer who terrorized the Hudson Valley region, particularly Orange County, New York, during the early 1990s. White, who had served in the U.S. Army and lived in Wallkill, New York, began his killing spree after being paroled in 1992, having previously been convicted of abducting a 16-year-old girl. It was said that his first murder was inspired by a scene of RoboCop 2 that occurred on March 25th, 1991, with the victim Juliana Frank, a pregnant 29-year-old, whose body was found on abandoned railroad tracks. His subsequent murders included Christine Klebe, who was a 14-year-old girl that was a niece of his girlfriend, Laurette Huggins Revere, a 34-year-old friend of his girlfriend, and Angelina Hopkins and Brenda Whiteside, who were all killed on July 1992. He would eventually be arrested and confess to the murders and led police to his dumping grounds, and in 1993 he would be sentenced to 150 years to life and currently remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Obed Chandler, and he was born October 11th, 1946, and was an American serial killer and mass murderer. He was a former unlicensed aluminum contractor with a history of crimes and was responsible for the 1989 murders of Joan Rogers and her two daughters. He would lure the family by offering them a sunset cruise, proceeding to kill them and throwing their bodies in the bay while they were still alive. And the case would gain media attention when local police used billboards to display Chandler's handwritings from a pamphlet found in the victim's car, leading to his identification by a neighbor, and he would be arrested in 1992. He would be convicted in 1994 and sentenced to death, and executed on November 15th, 2011. And 3 years later, in February of 2014, DNA would link him to another 1990 murder, further establishing his criminality, and it is because of this he would be labeled a serial killer. The next person we're going to talk about is Peter London. He was born February 15th, 1972, and was a Danish serial killer who was responsible for murdering and dismembering his cohabitant Marion Peterson and her two sons, Dennis and Brian, from June 16th to June 17th, 2000. This only occurred after he served a 15-year sentence in the U.S. for the 1991 murder of his mother, which would then lead him to be deported to Denmark, where he committed his later crimes. He claimed that the murders were accidental, however, he would receive a life sentence, for which he did not appeal, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Sean Vincent Gillis, and he was born June 24th, 1962 in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and was a notorious American serial killer and criminal offender, responsible for the murders of at least 8 women between 1994 and 2004. His criminal career began with minor infractions, but would eventually escalate to murder when he killed his first victim, 82-year-old Anne Bryan, in 1994, and his subsequent victims included 7 more women whom he would rape and murder. His crimes involved brutal acts of violence, including and the dismemberment of their bodies. He would evade capture for years until evidence, including unique tire tracks and DNA, would lead to his arrest in April 2004. He also had an extensive documentation of his crimes, including the grisly photographs that were found on his computer that played a crucial role in securing his convictions and providing evidence that was used against him. And following his confession to multiple murders, he would be charged with several counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Sergei Golovkin, and he was born November 26, 1959, and was a Soviet-Russian serial killer, rapist, and pedophile, whose crimes spanned from 1986 to 1992. He was born in Moscow with a troubled childhood, marked by a birth defect and a dysfunctional family, and he exhibited violent tendencies from a young age, including sadistic acts against animals. His murderous spree would begin with the and strangulation of 15-year-old Andrei Pavlov in 1986, and continued with a series of horrifying murders, primarily targeting boys aged 10 to 16. He would use his garage, where he constructed a basement dungeon, as a location for his heinous acts, and his method of operation involved abduction, rape, torture, and often them dismembering his victims' bodies before disposing of them. He would be arrested in October 1992 after a series of murders led investigators to his garage, and he would confess to killing 11 boys. He would be diagnosed with schizoid disorder and psychopathy and would be sentenced to death in 1994 and would be executed by firing squad on August 2nd, 1996. The next person we're going to talk about is Terry Blair, and he was born September 16, 1961, and he was an American serial killer convicted of murdering 7 women in Kansas City, Missouri between 2003 and 2004, though investigators also suspected additional unidentified victims. He was born into a troubled family with a history of crime, including the murder of his children's mother in 1982, and his criminal activities would span from violent offenses to serial killings. His murder spree was marked by the brutal slaying of women, and often involving an assault, which led to his arrest in 2004 after a series of 911 calls from an anonymous tipster. Although primarily circumstantial, DNA evidence and witness testimonies would implicate Blair, leading to his conviction in 2008 on 6 counts of first-degree murder, with 2 murder charges and several assault and charges dropped as a part of a plea agreement. He would be sentenced to 6 life terms without parole and continued to deny his involvement in any other murders until his death while incarcerated on May 11th, 2024. The next person we're going to talk about is Tommy Lynn Sells, and he was born June 28, 1964, and was a notorious American serial killer who was convicted of 1 murder, but is believed to have committed up to 22 murders, with some of his claims exceeding 70. He was born in Oakland, California, and faced a troubled life marked by trauma and substance abuse, and by the age of 14, he had become a drifter, committing various crimes as he traveled across the United States. His criminal activities included assaults, thefts, ultimately culminating in a series of brutal murders. His crimes included the murders of the Dardine family in Illinois, as well as the brutal killing of a 13-year-old Stephanie Mahaney in Missouri. Despite his numerous confessions, some of which were inconsistent and unconfirmed, he would be implicated in numerous unsolved cases following his arrest, and he would be convicted of the 1999 murder of 9-year-old Mary Beatrice Perez, and he would be executed April 3rd, 2014. The next person we're going to talk about is Wayne Adam Ford, and he was born December 3rd, 1961 in California, and is a convicted American serial killer whose crimes span from 1997 to 1998. A former long-haul truck driver, he murdered at least 4 women, strangling and dismembering 3 of them. His criminal activities came to a startling end when he turned himself in on November 2nd, 1998, bringing with him a severed woman's breast in his coat pocket. He had a troubled past, including a head injury from a 1980 car accident and a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, and even had a history of legal issues, including animal cruelty and assaults. He would be arrested and convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder in June 2006 and was sentenced to death, and he remains on death row as of today. Our next person we're going to talk about is William Edward Cook Jr., and he was born December 23rd, 1928, and was an American spree killer who went on a violent 22-day rampage in 1950, resulting in 6 murders. He was born in Joplin, Mississippi, and was orphaned early and had a troubled upbringing, leading him to a life of petty crime and imprisonment. Upon his release in 1950, he embarked on a cross-country crime spree, starting with the kidnapping and robbery of Texan mechanic Lee Archer, followed by the brutal slaying of the Mosser family in Texas. After a series of violent encounters, including the murder of a deputy sheriff and traveling salesman, he would be apprehended in Mexico and returned to the U.S., where he initially received a 300-year prison sentence. However, intense public pressure led to a separate trial in California, and he would be convicted of first-degree murder and executed by gas chamber on December 12th, 1952. The next person we're talking about is Radik Tagarov, and he was a Russian serial killer born in May 1982 who would go on a killing spree from March 2011 to September 2012. He was a former locksmith and vagrant and preyed on elderly women aged from 75 to 90, targeting them in their homes under the guise of a utility or social service worker. He would murder at least 31 victims by strangling them with improvised items or his hands, and then proceeded to rob their homes. He would eventually be captured in December 2020 after DNA evidence and CCTV footage linked him to the murders, and during his trial he confessed to 25 murders and would be sentenced to life imprisonment, which included 31 murders, several attempted murders, and 34 assaults, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Francisco de Assis Pereira, and he was born November 29th, 1967 in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and was a notorious Brazilian serial killer who was suspected of committing the murder of 11 women and the assault of 9 others. His early life was marked by trauma, including molestation by an aunt and a violent homosexual relationship, which contributed to his psychological instability, and Pereira would commit his crimes posing as a talent scout, targeting vulnerable women around subway stations, luring them with promises of modeling opportunities before strangling them with shoelaces after sexual assault. His crimes would come to light following a 23 manhunt that ended with his arrest on August 4th, 1998, and he would be sentenced to 268 years in prison. He claimed that his actions were driven by an evil force, and despite his original sentence, he's actually scheduled for release in 2028. Yeah, pretty soon. The next person we're going to talk about is Raymond Lee Euler, and this was technically a serial killer and arsonist, and he was responsible for the Esperanza fire, which was a devastating wildfire ignited on October 26, 2006 near Cabazon, California, that rapidly spread to burn around 41,000 acres by October 30th, causing extensive damage estimated at over $9 million, and even resulting in the tragic deaths of 5 firefighters. A nearly $600,000 reward would be offered for information leading to the arsonist's capture, and Raymond would be arrested on October 31st, 2006, and evidence linked him to multiple fires in the region, including the Esperanza fire, leading to his conviction on March 6, 2009 for the murders of the firefighters, and he would be sentenced to death on June 5th, 2009. Next person we're going to talk about is Edward Surratt, and he was born August 8th, 1941, and is a notorious American murderer, and suspected serial killer whose criminal activity spans several decades. He was raised in Pennsylvania, and his early life was marked by troubled behavior and repeated run-ins with the law, culminating in conviction for the attempted rape of a 13-year-old boy in 1974. Following his release in 1977, he would become the prime suspect in a series of gruesome murders across Pennsylvania, Ohio, and South Carolina. Despite being arrested for a violent crime in Florida in 1978, it wasn't until 2007 that he began confessing to multiple murders, including those of David and Linda Hamilton, John and Mary Davis, and others. His confessions included detailed accounts of various murders, however, no formal charges were pursued due to the life sentences he was already serving. And he would even make further admissions of guilt in 2021, and he remains incarcerated at Florida State Prison to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Daniel Conahan, and he was born May 11, 1954, and is a convicted murderer, rapist, and suspected serial killer linked to the infamous Hog Trail murders in Florida and the Fort Myers 8. He was raised in Punta Gorda, Florida, and had a troubled upbringing, and subsequent struggles with his sexuality would suspectedly lead him to a life marked by crime and violence. He joined the Navy and would end up returning to Florida and worked as a licensed practical nurse while going to gay bars, and he would begin targeting transients and gay men. Between 1993 and 1996, it is believed that he committed a series of gruesome murders, leaving mutilated bodies along a wooded trail. His crimes were characterized by extreme brutality, including genital mutilation and dismemberment. In 2007, he would be implicated in the Fort Myers 8, which was a mass grave discovery of 8 men in Fort Myers. Despite his arrest and conviction for the 1996 murder of Richard Allen Montgomery, which led to his death sentence, his potential involvement in numerous other murders remain under investigation, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is John William Cooper, and he was born September 3rd, 1944, and is a notorious Welsh serial killer whose violent spree would begin in 1985 with the double murder of siblings Richard and Helen Thomas, who he killed at their farmhouse before setting the place on fire. His spree continued in 1989 when he murdered Peter and Gwenda Dixon, a couple who were just enjoying a holiday, as he approached them with an armed sawn-off shotgun and forced them to reveal their bank card details and PIN before brutally shooting them both in the face. His criminal activities would be further marked by a series of violent assaults, including the rape of a teenage girl and sexual assault of another in 1996, and he would eventually be arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole on May 26, 2011. The next person we're going to talk about is Leroy Martin, and he was an American serial killer from Gaffney, South Carolina, who murdered 4 victims, 2 women and 2 girls, between 1967 and 1968. At the time of the killings, he was a married textile mill worker with 3 children, and his first known victim, Annie Lucille Dedmond, would be murdered on May 20th, 1967, and her husband would actually be wrongfully convicted until Martin's confession. In 1968, he would abduct and kill Carol Paris and Nancy Christine Reinhardt, leaving their bodies in public areas. And his final victim was 15-year-old Opal Diane Buxton, who he abducted on February 13th, 1968, and her murder led to his arrest on February 27th, 1968. He would be convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder and received 4 life sentences, and he would be killed by an inmate on May 31st, 1972. The next person we're going to talk about is Glenn Edward Rogers, and he was born July 15th, 1962, and is an American serial killer convicted of murdering at least 2 women in Florida and California. He was born in Hamilton, Ohio, and had a troubled early life marked by family issues and substance abuse, and his criminal activities, including armed robbery, grand theft auto, and arson, would culminate in the murders of Sandra Gallagher in California and Linda Price in Mississippi, Tina Marie Cribbs in Florida, and the suspected murder of Andy Giles Sutton in Louisiana. His method of operation involved targeting women with red hair in their 30s, and he often left their bodies in bathtubs. After being arrested in Kentucky on November 13th, 1995, following a high-speed chase, he was convicted and sentenced to death, and he remains incarcerated on death row. The next person we're going to talk about is Harry Edward Greenwell, and he was born December 9th, 1944, and was an American serial killer and rapist responsible for at least 3 murders along the Interstate 65 in Indiana and Kentucky between 1987 and 1989. His criminal history included armed robbery, sodomy, and burglary, with multiple incarcerations throughout his life. And his first known murder occurred on February 21st, 1987, when he sexually assaulted and shot 41-year-old Vicki Lucille Heath in Elizabethtown, Kentucky. 2 years later, in 1989, he would kill 2 hotel clerks, both of whom were sexually assaulted and shot with the same .22 caliber handgun. And he also sexually assaulted and stabbed another woman in Rochester, Minnesota in 1991. The cases would remain cold until DNA evidence from 2008 would link them, and Greenwell will be identified through a DNA match with a close family member in 2022. Prior to his identification, he led a seemingly normal life, working as a railroad worker and living in a small town where he was known for his generosity and diverse interests, and he had died from cancer 9 years before in 2013. The next person we talk about is Manuel Pardo, and he was born September 24th, 1956, and was a former police officer and American serial killer who between January and April 1986 would murder 9 people. Initially a Boy Scout and a Marine Corps veteran, he began his law enforcement career with the Florida Highway Patrol, but would be dismissed in 1979 for falsifying traffic tickets. He then worked for the Sweetwater Police Department until his termination after several legal issues, and his killing spree would begin with a robbery in January of 1986, where he murdered Mario Amador and Roberto Alonso. Later that month, he killed Michael Malo, a gunsmith that he suspected of being a police informant, and in February, he killed 2 more people during a home robbery and 4 other people in April, driven by various grievances, including an argument over a pawn ring and drug deal disputes. Pardo would be eventually apprehended in New York City after being injured by a bullet from his own gun during a murder, and his home revealed Nazi memorabilia and evidence of his racist and anti-Semitic views, which could have been linked to his motives. During his trial, he claimed that he was on a mission to rid Florida of drug dealers, asserting that he was doing society a favor by killing them. Despite his claims, he was convicted of 9 counts of first-degree murder and was executed by lethal injection on December 11th, 2012. The next person we talk about is Timothy Spencer, and he was born March 17th, 1962, and was an American serial killer who, in the fall of 1987, committed a series of brutal rapes and murders in Richmond and Arlington, Virginia. And his known crimes included the strangulations of Debbie Dudley Davis, a 35-year-old account executive, Dr. Susan Helms, a neurosurgery resident, and a 15-year-old high school student, Diane Cho, all of which were linked to him by DNA evidence. His final known victim was Suzanne Tucker, whose murder in Arlington led to his arrest in January of 1988, and he was actually the first serial killer in the U.S. convicted based on DNA evidence, which played a crucial role in his trials for the murder of Tucker, Davis, and Helms. And he would be eventually convicted and sentenced to death and was executed in the electric chair on April 27th, 1994. The next person we're going to talk about is Gerald Parker, and he was born in 1955 and was an American serial killer who committed a series of brutal rapes and murders in Orange County, California between 1978 and 1979. His violent spree included the murders of 5 women, along with the assault of a pregnant woman whose unborn child would end up being stillborn. His violent behavior was noted from an early age, as he was apparently influenced by a troubled childhood and heavy substance abuse. He was a former Marine who had been dishonorably discharged for felony convictions, and his criminal activities included several attacks, such as the 1979 assault and a 1980 rape, which led to his initial convictions. And while he was incarcerated for the rape of Diana Green, his DNA would be crucial in linking him to his other previous murders, and he would be convicted of 6 counts of first-degree murder on October 20th, 1998, and would be sentenced to death, and he remains on death row to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Steve Wright, and he was born April 24th, 1958 in Norfolk, and was an English serial killer, and he had a troubled early life marked by his parents' separation and his own struggles with gambling and heavy drinking. He was responsible for the murder of 5 women working as prostitutes in Suffolk during 2006. His criminal activities included hiring prostitutes and frequently going to brothels, and his tastes escalated to murder, culminating the deaths of 5 women. Forensic evidence, including tiny flecks of blood on his car's backseat, would lead to his arrest in December 2006. And despite previously only being convicted for theft, he would be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Bruce George Peter Lee, and originally born Peter George Dinsdale on July 31st, 1960 in Manchester. He undertook the name Bruce George Peter Lee and was responsible for starting multiple fatal fires that he ended up being convicted for, and he began his criminal activities in 1979, culminating in the deaths of 26 people across several fires in England. He was basically a large-scale arsonist, like a couple of people we talked about before, and he would be convicted for the manslaughter of 26 people. However, a 2021 appeal led to his acquittal of several counts, but many of the other convictions were still upheld, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Joseph Gerard Christopher, and he was born July 26, 1955 in Buffalo, New York, and was an American serial killer. As a young man, he faced various challenges, including a diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia, and had a troubled mental health history that went inadequately treated due to the era's limitations on psychiatric care. You know how it went back then. His killing spree began on September 22nd, 1980 with a series of murders targeting African-American men and boys using a .22 caliber rifle, earning him the moniker the .22 caliber killer. His spree continued with brutal bludgeonings and mutilations, including 2 murders in October 1980 where victims' hearts were removed. His violence escalated to stabbings, with notable attacks in Manhattan in December 1980, and he would even join the army for like a year before returning to Buffalo and committing additional murders. He would eventually be arrested in April 1981 after his confession to a psychiatrist, which led to his conviction for several murders, and he would be sentenced to life imprisonment in 1985 and died while incarcerated on March 1st, 1993. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is Sylvia Moraz in the sect of Nacozari. And Sylvia Moraz Moreno was born in 1968 in Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico, and was a serial killer and sect leader convicted of orchestrating 3 murders between 2009 and 2012 as a part of ritual sacrifices to Santa Muerte. She was raised in poverty and became convinced that human sacrifices would grant her economic favors from the saint. Along with her family, including her partner, Eduardo Sanchez Urieta, and several of her children, she committed her first murder in December 2009, killing 55-year-old Cleotilde Romero Pacheco, a friend, by striking her in the neck with an axe. In June of 2010, she had her adopted son, 10-year-old Martin Rios Chaparro, brutally murdered by stabbing him at least 30 times, with his blood being used in a ritual. And the final murder involved her 10-year-old grandson, Jesus Octavio Martinez Yanez, who was slaughtered in July 2010 in front of an altar. The investigation into Jesus' disappearance eventually led to the discovery of the bodies of all 3 victims, implicating Sylvia and her family. She would be arrested in March of 2012 and was sentenced to 180 years in prison, while her co-conspirators received sentences of up to 60 years, and her youngest daughter was placed in a youth detention center, and they remain incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Juan David Ortiz, and he was born in 1983 and was a former U.S. Border Patrol agent and Navy veteran who was convicted of murdering 4 sex workers in Texas. Ortiz, who had served with the Border Patrol for 10 years and had no prior disciplinary issues, would be apprehended after one of his victims, Eric Pena, escaped from his vehicle and alerted a state trooper, providing crucial details that led to his capture. And Ortiz would confess to killing 4 women who he revealed that he knew personally, while the other 2 were strangers. And his attacks were characterized by a disturbing pattern of violence, as he reportedly expressed a deep-seated hatred for prostitutes. After being charged with 4 counts for murder and 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, he would be convicted of all charges and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Luis Oscar Jimenez, and he was a Mexican serial killer born in 1983 who was convicted of murdering at least 16 women between 2013 and 2016. He was born in Durango City to a dysfunctional family marked by domestic abuse and ended up developing a deep contempt for women and reportedly suffered sexual abuse during his childhood. He ended up serving the Mexican army and had a criminal record for minor offenses before his arrest, and his criminal activities began with the murder of Maria Atino Garcia Martinez in 2010, and her body was found strangled inside an empty building. And Jimenez would actually be arrested and was briefly considered a suspect, but was released due to lack of evidence. The bulk of his murders, however, would occur between 2013 and 2016, as Jimenez would go on employing a method of gaining his victims' trust, luring them to hotels, and then assaulting and strangling them when they attempted to leave. His final known victim was Rosa Griselda Alvarado Flores, whose body was discovered handcuffed and bruised in May of 2016, and Jimenez would be arrested and confessed to up to 15 murders, and in 2018, he'd be sentenced to 123 years in prison and remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Ivan Manzikov, and he was a Soviet serial killer and rapist who terrorized the area around Kazku University between 1988 and 1989. He was born in 1965, and he actually had a history of violence and lived a troubled life before he began targeting female students and abducting and strangling them before dismembering their bodies. His first known victim was Aizen Zimabeva, who was a 20-year-old student whose body was found in October 1988, leading to an extensive but unsuccessful search. He would strike again 3 more times, abducting and murdering women, dismembering their bodies and discarding their parts in the river. And his capture would come after a failed attack in June of 1989, when he was identified by a witness and later linked to the crimes through blood tests. And he would be sentenced to death and executed in 1993. The next person we're going to talk about is Patrick Baxter, and he was born April 28th, 1969, and is an American serial killer whose violent spree spanned from 1987 to 1990 in Westchester County, New York, where he raped and murdered 2 women and a teenage girl. His first known victim was 14-year-old Michelle Walker, who was abducted on June 6, 1987 while walking home in Yonkers, and her body was found in a wooded area, having been sexually assaulted and asphyxiated. On New Year's Day of the same year, 19-year-old Patricia England disappeared and was later found in Greenberg, and she was also sexually assaulted and strangled, with her body being moved post-mortem. His final victim was 25-year-old Lisa Gibbons, who was killed on July 17, 1990, near the Crestwood train station, and she was sexually assaulted and shot in the head. Although Baxter was suspected in these cases, it wasn't until 2000, while serving a prison sentence for auto theft, that DNA evidence linked him to the murders, leading to his conviction in 2002, and he was sentenced to 25 25 years to life imprisonment for each of the murders to be served consecutively, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Anthony Robinson, and he was born September 3rd, 1986, and is an American serial killer, also known as the shopping cart killer for his method of transporting victims' bodies in shopping carts. His crime spree began in 2021 and involved murdering at least 4 women in the Washington, D.C. area. His victims included Eileen Elizabeth Redmond, whose body was found with her hands bound and their cause of death was disputed, Tania Smith, who vanished in November 2021 and was found dead near Redmond's body, with her cause of death also being unclear, Cheyenne Brown, who was pregnant at the time of her disappearance and was last seen entering a Metro bus before her body was discovered alongside Stephanie Harrison, who was staying at the same hotel as Robinson, and both were found in a container next to a shopping cart. Robinson, who was previously homeless and working in waste management, will be apprehended in November of 2021 after surveillance footage linked him to the murders, and he would be arrested and charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder. Is currently being held without bail at the Rockingham-Harrisburg Regional Jail, awaiting further trial. The next person we're going to talk about is Daniel Blank, and he's a Louisiana serial killer known for his gambling-fueled crime spree that took place between 1996 and 1997, claiming the lives of at least 6 victims. His crimes included the bludgeoning of an elderly couple and a series of murders motivated by his addiction to gambling, which led him to commit robbery and murder. And he would be arrested in 1997 and pleaded guilty to the murder of Joanne Brock in exchange for a life sentence, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Christopher Peterson, and he was born January 20th, 1969, and was an American serial killer convicted of 4 murders in Indiana between October and December of 1990. Following his arrest for an unrelated incident, he confessed to the crimes but later recanted, claiming his confessions were made under duress and influenced by racial biases and legal mishandling, including an illegal arrest which tainted evidence. Despite his acquittal on 3 murder charges and controversy surrounding his trials, including an all-white jury's decisions and conflicting witness identifications, he would ultimately be convicted of 4 murders, and his initial death sentence was changed to a 120-year prison term, which he would receive in 2004. Ronald J. Harris, another defendant, would also be found guilty of 2 of the murders and would be sentenced to 90 years. The next person we're going to talk about is Christopher Wilder, and he was an Australian-American serial killer whose spree of violence in the United States lasted from February 26th to April 13th, 1984. He was born March 13th, 1945 in Sydney, Australia, and was responsible for the abduction of at least 12 young women and girls, 8 of whom he murdered during a cross-country rampage. His crime spree began in Florida and extended across several states including Texas, Oklahoma, Colorado, Nevada, and California, with attempted abductions in Washington and New York. He often lured his victims by promising them modeling opportunities and would subsequently kidnap, torture, rape, and murder them, using various methods such as shooting, stabbing, strangling, and even electrocution. He also had a previous earlier criminal history that included offenses and a brief marriage marked by troubling behavior and borderline domestic abuse. And despite numerous charges, he avoided substantial jail time until his murder spree. And his spree would end when he was fatally shot during a confrontation with police in Colebrook, New Hampshire, and he would die on April 13th. 1984. The next person we talk about is John Charles Bolsinger, and he was born September 17th, 1957, was an American serial killer who was linked after his death to the murders of 3 women in Eugene, Oregon from 1986 to 1988. After being released from prison for a 1980 murder in Utah for the killing of Casey Sorensen, he went on to commit further crimes, and he would be convicted for second-degree murder, which was later reduced to manslaughter, resulting in his parole in 1986. And upon his release again, he moved to Springfield, Oregon, where he was involved in several burglaries and assaults. In between June and February of 1988, he murdered 3 people, and despite initial investigations yielding no suspects, his connection to the crimes would only be confirmed in 2000 via DNA. However, he had committed suicide in March of 1988, a month after the last murder. The case remained cold until 2016, when he was identified as the perpetrator through DNA analysis, officially closing the cases in February of 2022. The next person we're going to talk about is Anthony Kirkland, and he was born September 13th, 1968, and is an American serial killer who committed 4 murders in the Cincinnati area between 2006 and 2009, following a 16-year prison term for killing his girlfriend, Leola Douglas, in 1987. So after being and murdering Douglas, his girlfriend, he set her body on fire to conceal the evidence and would be sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison for voluntary manslaughter. While incarcerated, he received his GED and an associate degree and would be paroled in 2004. He would then go on to murder 4 people, all of whom were strangled and burned to hide evidence of rape. Kirkland would be arrested with stolen items from his last victim, and in 2010 he would be sentenced to death, and he remains on death row to this day. Alright, that's tier 7. Moving on. And the first person we're going to talk about is Charles Ray Hatcher, and he was an American serial killer who was born July 16, 1929. His spree began in the mid-20th century and spanned over 2 decades, during which he ruthlessly murdered at least 16 victims, primarily young boys and men. His method of operation involved luring his victims with promises of friendship or assistance, only to brutally assault, strangle, and sometimes actually abuse them before disposing of their bodies in remote locations. His ability to evade capture was aided by his frequent use of aliases and manipulation of the legal and mental health systems, often feigning insanity to avoid long-term incarceration, as he would be arrested in 1979 for assault and attempted murder after trying to stab a 7-year-old, and would be sent to a mental health facility after the charges were dropped. Then he would be arrested again in 1981 after a knife fight and spent time in several mental health facilities, and then was released again. It wasn't until 1982 when 11-year-old Michelle Steele would be reported missing, and her uncle would find her body on the bank of the Missouri River as she had been beaten and strangled to death. And Charles would be arrested the following day, and while awaiting trial, he would confess to 15 other murders. He would request a death sentence, but the jury refused, recommending a life term on December 3rd, 1984, and 4 days later, he would commit in his prison cell. The next person we're going to talk about is Christopher Robin Worrell and James William Miller, and they were linked to what was called the Truro murders, which was a series of killings in South Australia that were uncovered between 1978 and 1979 with the discovery of remains belonging to 7 women and girls. And the first discovery was on April 20th, 1978, that involved the remains of Veronica Knight, an 18-year-old who vanished in December of 1976. And over the next year, further remains will be found, and the investigation revealed that the victims had been murdered over a 2-month period from 1976 to 1977, and Christopher Robin Worrell and his partner, James William Miller, would be suspected of the murders. Now, apparently the two had met in prison and developed a violent relationship that led to this spree of abductions and murders, and Worrell's former girlfriend would tip off authorities about his murderous tendencies, which led to his arrest in 1979, and both were convicted of 6 murders and sentenced to life in prison, and Miller would die while incarcerated in 2008. The next person we talk about is Gary Lee Sampson, and he was born September 29th, 1959 in Weymouth, Massachusetts, and was an American bank robber and spree killer who committed a series of murders in July of 2001. Over the span of 3 days, he killed 3 people that he hitched rides from, and he would attempt to kill a 4th victim in Vermont but did not succeed, leading to his arrest. And in 2003, he would be sentenced to death and would die while on death row on December 21st, 2021. The next person we're going to talk about is Harvey Carignan, and he was born May 18th, 1927, and was an American serial killer who was active in the early 1970s. His criminal activities were characterized by a profound brutality, leading to the murders of multiple women, although he was specifically convicted for the deaths of 2 victims. His method of operation involved luring women under false pretenses before subjecting them to horrific violence, as he would frequently use help wanted ads to lure his victims, where he proceeded to strangle and them. He was able to evade capture for some time. However, in 1974, he would be apprehended and subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is James E. Childers, and he was born February 8th, 1964, and was an American serial killer and arsonist. And he was born and raised on a 96-acre farm in West Virginia and led a seemingly normal life, working various jobs and exhibiting a friendly demeanor despite his apparent underlying issues with depression and substance abuse in the 1990s. However, his violent tendencies would come to light on June 1st, 2009, when he sent a package containing letters and a 2-hour audio recording to the Clarksburg police station, in which he admitted to 5 murders and 4 arsons. The recording revealed him detailing his crimes, including the murder of 26-year-old Carrie Lynn Baker and 45-year-old Carolyn Sue Sauerwein, whose bodies were discovered shortly after. And as police moved to arrest him, Childers, overwhelmed by the impending capture, would commit suicide by shooting himself in the head. Despite the discovery of 2 bodies and his confession, authorities found no additional remains on his family farm, leaving the extent of his crimes unresolved. The next person we're going to talk about is Joseph Michael Irvin, and he was born June 25th, 1951, and was an American serial killer whose criminal career spanned from Texas to Colorado. Initially implicated in the 1969 murder of Rodney Jean Bonham in Fort Worth, Texas, Irvin would escape conviction by fleeing to Denver, Colorado, where he continued his violent spree. Despite multiple arrests for various offenses, including rape and assault, his identity remained obscure due to bureaucratic errors and inadequate legal responses. As from 1978 to 1981, he would commit a series of brutal murders in the Denver area, killing 4 women, and his criminal activities would culminate in a violent confrontation with police in June 1981, leading to the shooting of 2 officers and his arrest. He would be charged with murder and attempted murder, but would ultimately commit suicide in his jail before his trial. And it wasn't until 2013 and 2022 that DNA evidence definitively linked him to the murders he committed in Denver. Alright, the next person we talk about is Jose Augusto de Amaro, and he was born in 1871 and is recognized as one of Brazil's first serial killers. Now, he was born into slavery in Brazil and was freed at 17, and subsequently struggled with limited employment options, leading him to enlist in the military and participate in the Canudos War. However, his repeated desertions and subsequent imprisonment would mark his unstable life. At 55, in 1926, he would commit his first known murder by strangling and sexually assaulting a 27-year-old man near Campo de Marte Airport. His gruesome acts also included necrophilia, as he was linked to additional murders and assaults. He would be captured after a failed attack and was tortured into confessing, and he would die of tuberculosis 5 months later before standing trial. And in a symbolic gesture, a mock jury actually acquitted him of his crimes in 2012, 85 years later. And the next person we talk about is Leon Dorsey, and he was born November 17th, 1975, and was an American serial killer who terrorized Texas in 1994. Over several months, Dorsey murdered 2 Blockbuster store employees during a robbery, and later he killed a Korean convenience store worker in Ellis County. Initially, he evaded suspicion despite owning a gun that matched the murder weapon used at the Blockbuster killings, and his arrest would only come after he used the same gun, murdering the Korean convenience store worker, which led to a conviction for that crime and a 60-year prison sentence. However, in 1998, a reinvestigation into the Blockbuster murders, including analysis of surveillance footage, eventually led Dorsey to confess to the murders, and he would be sentenced to death, leading to him being executed by lethal injection on August 12, 2008. And the next person we're going to talk about is Terry Childs, and he was born September 22nd, 1955 in Santa Clara County, California, and was an American serial killer who was convicted of at least 5 murders across Nevada and California from 1979 to 1985, though he claimed to have killed 12. He was raised in a troubled family and fell into a life of crime and drug abuse, and even had multiple run-ins with the law before his serial killings. His first confirmed murder was that of 17-year-old Lois Segala in 1985, who he shot 15 times in Scotts Valley. And his arrest would actually come after witnesses linked him to the crime, and ballistic evidence tied his weapon to the murder. During his trial in 1987, it was revealed that Segala had been targeted after Childs suspected her of being an informant, and following his conviction, he would confess to around 6 other murders. His confessions, which included details only known to investigators, led to further charges and life sentences, and in 1996, he would attempt to kill another inmate and would be transferred to Pelican Bay State Prison. He would continue to confess to other murders and claim that his confessions were motivated by hauntings from his victims' ghosts. And despite his claims of mental illness and remorse, he remained incarcerated until his death on February 11, 2023. The next person we talk about is Thornese Christensen. He was born December 28th, 1957 in Denmark, and later immigrated to the United States and was a Danish-American serial killer and necrophile whose crimes spanned from 1976 to 1979. Eventually being raised in Solvang, California, his early life was marked by academic decline and significant weight gain, leading to a series of petty crimes and drug abuse. His method of operation when it came to murder typically involved him picking up hitchhiking young women, shooting them in the head with a .22 caliber pistol, and sexually assaulting their bodies post-mortem. His first 3 victims were all found murdered in the Santa Barbara area, and in 1979 he would kill Laura Benjamin and attempted to murder Lydia Preston, who survived and later identified him. He would be arrested in July of 1979 after his previous victim, Lydia Preston, saw him in a bar and reported him to the police, who arrested him and linked him to the murders. He initially pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, but later changed his plea to a diminished capacity, which resulted in him being sentenced to life in prison, and he would be killed by another inmate on March 30th, 1981. The next person we talk about is Gary Hilton, and he was born November 22nd, 1946, and was a convicted American serial killer who operated between 2007 and 2008 across 3 states, committing murders within national forests. Hinton would be linked to the deaths of 4 known victims: John and Irene Bryant, who were an elderly couple killed in Pisgah National Forest; Cheryl Dunlap, a Florida woman whose decapitated body was discovered in Apalachicola National Forest; and Meredith Emerson, a Georgia hiker found dead in Dawson Forest Management Area. Hilton would be identified after surveillance footage and items belonging to Emerson led authorities to him, and he was arrested following anonymous tips and later confessed to multiple murders in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. And he still remains a suspect in several other unsolved cases, with criminal profilers suggesting that he may have committed additional murders before 2007, and he remains on death row to this day. The next person we talk about is Jose Guerrero, and he was born in 1973 and is an American serial killer and rapist who targeted women in Madera, California between 1995 and 1998. He would meet his victims in an area known for its high prostitution rates, although not all of them were sex workers, and his crimes included the rape and murder of Julie Ann Woodley in April of 1995, whose body was found in an orchard, and the strangulation of Charlene Flower in July of 1998. And he would commit his final murder in November of 1998, killing Tamara Hernandez, and his crimes were made unsolved until 2004, when his DNA, collected after a DUI arrest, linked him to the murders. In 2009, he would be convicted of 3 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder, receiving the death penalty. And as of today, he remains on death row. The next person we talk about is Suzuka Hatakeyama, and she was a Japanese serial killer who was sentenced to life imprisonment for the 2006 murders of her 9-year-old daughter and a 7-year-old neighbor. Hatakeyama initially claimed that her daughter's death was an accident after her body was found in the river in April 2006, but police suspected foul play, and the investigation, influenced by media scrutiny and the mother's odd behavior, eventually linked Hatakeyama to the death of another child who was a neighbor and was found strangled by a riverbank in May of 2006, a month later. Hatakeyama confessed to strangling the boy but denied premeditation, suggesting that she had done it in hopes to divert suspicion from her daughter's death. And the court found her confession credible, concluding that she had intended to kill her daughter and was mentally competent during both murders, and she would receive a life sentence and remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Gao Chenyang, and he was a Chinese serial killer and was born November 10th, 1964. As over the span of 14 years, he would murder and mutilate 11 women. His youngest victim was an 8-year-old girl, and his method of operation involved stalking his victims, attacking them in their homes, and committing acts of sexual assault, murder, and mutilation, including the removal of reproductive organs and body parts. His criminal activities will come to light in 2004 when police linked the murders, leading to a reward offer for information, and when he would finally be apprehended in August of 2016 after his uncle's unrelated arrest revealed a familial DNA match. Eventually confessing to the murders, Gao was sentenced to death on March 30th, 2018, and executed on January 3rd, 2019. He was married with 2 children and worked at a grocery store in Bayern, and his wife and the rest of his family were unaware of his previous murders. The next person we're talking about is Koos Hertogs, and Jacobus Dirk, or Koos Hertogs, was a Dutch serial killer born on December 16th, 1949 in The Hague. He was convicted of 3 murders. His known victims included Tialda Visser, a 12-year-old girl who went missing on May 11th, 1979 and was found dead 4 days later, Emmy Den Boer, an 18-year-old who disappeared on April 3rd, 1980 and was discovered 2 days later, shot in the stomach and head, and Edith Post, an 11-year-old who vanished from school on September 29, 1980 and was found beaten to death around 4 days later. Hertogs will be apprehended after police received an anonymous tip linking him to the crimes. Traces of blood from the victims were found in his home, and an insulated attic room suggested that he may have held and assaulted his victims there before killing them. He eventually confessed to the murders in 1989, and he would be sentenced to life in prison, eventually dying while incarcerated on July 19th, 2015. The next person we talk about is Yadira Narvaez, and she was born in 1985 in Florencia, Colombia, and was a businesswoman who owned a farm in the Caqueta department and lived with her husband and daughter. And her criminal activities would begin after she developed a relationship with a woman who ended up later exposing her crimes. As in 2011, driven by greed and ambition, she collaborated with accomplices to commit robberies, targeting adults with a lethal method involving carbofuran, which was a potent pesticide mixed with alcoholic beverages to induce rapid and silent deaths. Over the course of August to December 2011, she was believed to have killed between 5 and 6 men using this method. However, she would eventually be arrested on December 26, 2011, and would be sentenced to 100 years in prison, and she remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is John Jairo Moreno Torres, and he was a Colombian serial killer born in Bogota who led a notorious gang in the 1990s, operating primarily in the Fontibon and Kennedy neighborhoods. He emerged from a troubled background marked by economic hardship and a significant burn injury on his leg, and he eventually dropped out of high school at age 13 to lead his gang, and they became an extremely feared criminal group in Bogota. Under his leadership, the gang was involved in numerous violent crimes, including multiple murders and rapes using firearms, knives, and machetes. They expanded their territory, displacing rival criminal organizations and monopolizing drug trafficking in the city. However, Moreno Torres would eventually be captured by authorities through a strategic operation targeting his associates, and he would be imprisoned in La Modelo prison in Bogota, where he met a brutal end at the age of 19, being beaten, stabbed, and shot 12 times by fellow inmates. And although he was officially linked to 4 murders, it is believed that he committed between 10 and 20. The next person we talk about is Andrzej Kunowski, and he was born March 29, 1956, and was a notorious Polish serial rapist and suspected serial killer whose criminal career spanned both Poland and England. He was born in Warsaw and grew up troubled and increasingly violent, leading to his first arrest for rape at just 17 years old. However, despite a history of severe offenses and a 15-year prison sentence, he would be paroled in 1991 and would be arrested again after committing sexual assault. In 1995, he was able to go to England using a fake passport after a temporary medical release, and he committed a series of violent crimes, culminating the 1997 murder of 12-year-old Macedonian immigrant Katerina Koneva, and he would be arrested in 2002 for raping a Korean student that led to DNA evidence linking him to Koneva's murder, resulting in a life sentence in prison, and he would die while incarcerated in 2009. However, he has also been identified as a prime suspect in the disappearances of 2 women, both of whom disappeared in Ealing during the years he was most active. Alright, the next person we talk about is Randall Woodfield, and he was born December 26, 1950 in Salem, Oregon, and is an American serial killer, rapist, kidnapper, robber, and burglar who gained infamy as the I-5 killer due to his crimes along the Interstate 5 corridor spanning Washington, Oregon, and California. He was a promising athlete with a brief stint as a professional football player for the Green Bay Packers. However, his life took a dark turn as he began a crime spree in 1975, marked by a series of violent robberies and sexual assaults in Portland. His criminal activities escalated in the late 1970s and 1980s, culminating in multiple murders. His confirmed victims included Sherry Lynn Ayers, Darcy Fix, and Julie Wrights, among others, with estimates linking him to as many as 44 murders and over 60 rapes. His method of operation involved using disguises and a distinctive strip of athletic tape across his nose to obscure his identity, and he would eventually be arrested in March of 1981 and subsequently convicted of 1 murder and multiple other charges, including rape and attempted murder, and he is currently serving a life imprisonment plus 90 years at the Oregon State Penitentiary. The next person we're talking about is Edward Edwards, and he was born on June 14th, 1933, and was a notorious American serial killer and former fugitive who led a criminal life marked by dramatic escapes and a string of violent crimes. Now, after escaping from jail in 1955, he embarked on a nationwide spree of gas station robberies, which would even land him on the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list in 1961. He would be captured in 1962 and released on parole in 1967, and he was initially, quote, reformed and became a motivational speaker, appearing on television and writing an autobiography. However, he would return to crime in the late 1970s, ultimately committing at least 5 murders between 1977 and 1996, including the high-profile sweetheart murders of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew in 1980, and the murder of his foster son, Danny Boy Edwards, in 1996 for insurance money. His criminal activities will be uncovered after his daughter tipped off authorities, leading to his arrest in 2009 and conviction in 2010 for multiple murders. He would be sentenced to death, but would eventually die of natural causes while incarcerated on April 7th, 2011, just months before his scheduled execution. The next person we talk about is John Floyd Thomas Jr., and he was born July 26, 1936, and was a notorious American serial killer who was convicted of the murders of 7 women in Los Angeles between the 1970s and the 1980s, though he is suspecting of committing up to 15 more. His early life was troubled, as he was born in Los Angeles and his mother died when he was just 12 years old, and he would be raised by relatives. After a brief stint in the U.S. Air Force, he received a dishonorable discharge and was later imprisoned for burglary and attempted rape. And his criminal career began with the West Side Rapist murders, where he targeted elderly women in Los Angeles, entering their homes, sexually assaulting them, and smothering them with pillows and blankets. The killings paused in 1978, but resumed in mid-1980s under the moniker of the Southside Strangler in the Pomona Valley area, with a similar method of operation. And the case will remain unsolved until 2009, when DNA evidence linked Thomas to the crimes. Thomas would be arrested in 2009, and in 2011 he pleaded guilty to 7 murders as a part of a plea deal to avoid the death penalty and receive a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we talk about is Winford Stokes, and he was born March 21st, 1951, and was an American serial killer. He was born in a large family and dropped out of school in the 8th grade and began his criminal life with a violent robbery in 1969, during which he and his accomplices killed tavern owner Ignatius de Manuel, leading to their arrest. However, after a prison escape and subsequent manslaughter conviction after he was arrested again, he was released only to commit more heinous crimes, as in 1977 he assaulted R.C. Lucas but did not kill him, and shortly after he would murder 73-year-old Marie Montgomery during a robbery. In February 1978, he killed 33-year-old Pamela Benda in a brutal attack in her apartment, leading to his arrest. However, he would escape from custody again in December of 1978, along with 2 other prisoners, but this was short-lived as he was captured a week later. In 1979, he would be convicted of second-degree murder for Montgomery's death and would eventually be convicted of capital murder for killing Pamela Benda, and he would be executed by lethal injection on May 11th, 1990. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is Joshua Wade, and he was born March 13th, 1980, and was an American serial killer convicted of multiple murders in Alaska. He was born in Great Falls, Montana, and raised in Anchorage, and his early life was marked by sexual abuse and troubled relationships, leading to his violent tendencies and presumably his growing disdain for women, particularly Alaskan natives. His first known murder occurred in 1994 when he killed John Michael Martin, a schizophrenic, and continued his criminal activities with the 1999 murder of Henry Ontowarusruk. And in September of 2000, he would brutally kill 33-year-old Della Brown, an Alaskan native, and claimed to have killed another unidentified man during the same period. Despite being acquitted to Della Brown's murder due to insufficient evidence, he would eventually be convicted of evidence tampering and would be released on probation. In 2007, he would go on to murder Mindy Schloss, a nurse practitioner, during a robbery, leaving her body burned in a remote area, and he would later be arrested after his ATM usage and carjacking led to his identification. He would face state and federal charges, but managed to avoid the death penalty by pleading guilty to Schloss's murder and other crimes, and received a 99-year state sentence and federal life term, and he would die while incarcerated on June 14th, 2024. The next person we talk about is Billy Edwin Reed, and he was born in 1959 and is an American murderer and a prime suspect in the deaths of at least 17 women in Denver, Colorado, spanning from 1975 to 1995. And the connection of these murders was not recognized until 2008, as they were previously believed to be the work of different perpetrators. His criminal activities would come to light in 2005 when DNA profiling linked him to the 1989 murders of Linnell Williams and Lisa Kelly. Williams's body was found in a degrading position near Clear Creek on October 14, 1989 by East High School students, and Kelly, a prostitute, was found on March 24, 1989 in a state of severe decomposition on a mountainside, with her identity only being confirmed 17 years later through a partial fingerprint. Reed is also suspected in the 1988 murder of Queena Sanders, and at the time of his alleged crimes, Reed was a transient frequently traveling between California and Colorado. In 2008, he would be convicted of the murders of Williams and Kelly and was sentenced to life in prison and remains incarcerated to this day. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Adolf Seefeld, and he was born March 6, 1870, and was a German serial killer who preyed on boys during the Nazi era. Trained initially as a locksmith and later as a watchmaker, his life was marked by abuse and mental instability, leading to his frequent incarcerations. His criminal activities spanning from the late 1930s would involve the murder of at least 12 boys, ranging from toddlers to 12-year-olds, whose bodies were often found in pine forests dressed in sailor suits and showed no external signs of violence. Police were initially mystified, suspecting natural deaths or undetectable methods of killing, such as chloroform or hypnotic sleep, but theories suggested that Seefeld might have used hypnotism to induce hypothermia on his victims. And multiple crimes would also come to light in 2008. However, he was apprehended in 1936, tried and sentenced to death, and executed by guillotine in May 23rd. 1936. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Genzo Kurita, and he was born November 3rd, 1926, and was a Japanese serial killer who committed a series of brutal murders between 1948 and 1952, resulting in the deaths of 8 individuals. His killing spree began with the murder of 2 girlfriends in February of 1948, and on August 8th, 1951, he and murdered a 24-year-old woman in the presence of her baby, later engaging in necrophilic acts with her body. A couple months later, on October 11th, 1951, he raped and killed a 29-year-old woman and subsequently threw her 3 children from a cliff, with only one surviving. And his reign of terror would continue with the murders of a 63-year-old woman and her 24-year-old niece on January 13th, 1952, after which he also engaged in with the niece's corpse. His arrest on January 16, 1952 led to his trial, where he was sentenced to death for the murders of 8 people, and he was executed by hanging on October 14th, 1959. The next person we're going to talk about is Kenny McDuff, and he was a notorious American serial killer from Texas. He was raised in Rosebud, Texas, and was the 5th of 6 children in the family with a successful concrete business. And his early criminal activities included numerous burglaries, leading to his first imprisonment in 1964. After his release, his violent career would begin in 1966 when he, along with an accomplice, Roy Dale Green, abducted and murdered 3 teenagers, Robert Brand, Edna Louise Sullivan, and Mark Dunham. McDuff would be arrested for this and sentenced to death, but his sentence was later changed to life in prison in 1972, and he would be released on parole in 1989, where he resumed his killing spree between October 1989 and March of 1992, murdering at least 6 women. He would finally be captured in Kansas City in May of 1992 after a co-worker recognized him from America's Most Wanted, and he would be sentenced to death and executed on November 17th, 1998. The next people we're going to talk about is Doug Clark and Carol M. Bundy, and these were a pair of serial killers, also known as the Sunset Strip Killers, whose crime spree spanned across Los Angeles in 1980. Clark and Bundy were responsible for the murders of at least 7 victims, including young prostitutes and teenage runaways, whose method of operation involved decapitating their victims, keeping their severed head as trophies, and performing acts on their corpses. Bundy shared a sadomasochistic relationship with Clark and aided him by luring victims and purchasing firearms for his killings, and the couple's reign of terror would include the murders of individuals such as 17-year-old Marnette Carey Connor, stepsisters Gina Narano and Cynthia Lee Chandler, and sex workers Karen Lee Jones and Exie LaFaye Wilson. And the remains of several victims will be found across various locations in California. They would eventually be arrested in August of 1980, and Clark would be charged with 6 murders and sentenced to death in 1983. And Bundy, who confessed to her involvement and provided critical testimony against Clark, would be sentenced to 52 years to life. She would die from heart failure while incarcerated in 2003, and Clark, after years on death row, would die from natural causes in 2023. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is William Suff, and he was born on August 20th, 1950, and is infamously known as the Riverside Prostitute Killer, and was a convicted American serial killer who committed a series of brutal murders between June 28th, 1989 and December 23rd, 1991 in Riverside County, California. Now, he was initially arrested and sentenced to 70 years in Texas for the 1974 murder of his infant daughter. However, he would be paroled in 1984 after only serving a decade, and he subsequently went on a killing spree targeting at least 12 women, primarily sex workers, all of which involved violent acts of strangulation, stabbing, and mutilation. He would be arrested on January 9th, 1992 after a routine traffic stop uncovered evidence in his car linking him to the crimes, and he would only be formally charged with the murders of 12 women and 1 attempted murder. And in July of 1995, he would be convicted of these murders and sentenced to death, and he remains on death row to this day. The next person we talk about is Ronald Gray, and he was born August 14th, 1965, and is an American serial killer and who committed multiple heinous crimes while stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina as a member of the U.S. Army. His criminal activities included the murder of 4 women, and he was also convicted of 1 attempted murder and 8 counts of rape. His criminal actions were marked by extreme violence. For instance, one of his victims, Vickery Clay, was abducted, raped, sodomized, and shot multiple times, while another was found beaten, stabbed, and raped. After his arrest, Gray was convicted in both military and civilian courts, receiving multiple life sentences and a death sentence in 1988, and he remains on death row to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is William Paul Thompson, and he was born May 2nd, 1938 in Wichita Falls, Texas, and was an American spree killer. He was raised in an abusive environment and repeatedly incarcerated for crimes such as burglary and forgery, and his violent tendencies intensified after the death of his wife in 1982. His criminal activities would escalate dramatically in 1984 when he committed a series of murders across California in Nevada. As on March 25th, 1984, he and a companion, Robert Herman Boyle, would kill the brothers Robert and John Paraset during a robbery in California. And following this, Thompson committed a murder in Nevada and attempted to rob 2 women shortly after. He would eventually be captured in Nevada and was tried and sentenced to death, and he would be executed by lethal injection on June 19th, 1989. Our next person we talk about is William Richard Bradford, and he was born May 18th, 1946, and was an American convicted murderer and suspected serial killer. Now, he was previously arrested and awaiting trial for rape, and in 1984, while awaiting this trial, he would lure Sherry Miller, a barmaid, to a remote desert campsite under the pretense of helping her build a modeling portfolio, and he proceeded to photograph her in various poses before strangling her, removing her tattoos, and abandoning her body in a Hollywood parking lot. He would then target his 15-year-old neighbor, Tracy Campbell, who he also lured with promises of modeling opportunities, photographing and strangling her before leaving her body covered in his previous victim's clothes. Suspicion would fall on Bradford when he was the last person seen with Tracy Campbell, and a subsequent search of his apartment revealed photos of Miller, Campbell, and 54 other unidentified women. Bradford would be arrested, and his trial began in 1988, where he represented himself and implied he had other additional victims. He would be convicted of the murders and was sentenced to death, and spent his time on death row writing poetry and gaining media attention as the death row poet, and he would be executed by lethal injection in 2008. The next person we're talking about is Ralph Raymond Andrews, and Ralph Raymond Andrews was a convicted killer who had previously lived in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Illinois, and was linked to multiple unsolved murders in these states, with authorities suspecting his involvement in the deaths of at least 20 to 40 women. Known for his brutal crimes, in 1991 he murdered Virginia Griffin in Chicago using a tent pole and a stun gun, rendering her unconscious before stabbing her repeatedly, and he would be convicted of this in 1993, and while serving his life sentence, he bragged to fellow inmates about his crimes, prompting authorities to secretly record his confessions, and he would detail details several murders. He would eventually die while incarcerated on January 31st in 2006, and despite his claims of having killed as many as 40 women, many cases remain unverified as much physical evidence was lacking, and he was only conclusively convicted of 2 murders. The next person we talk about is John Norman Chapman. He was an American serial killer who committed a series of brutal murders between 1967 and 1969 in southeastern Michigan, targeting young women aged between 13 and 21. His victims were abducted, raped, beaten, and often mutilated, with their bodies being discarded within a 15-mile radius of Washtenaw County. His first known victim was 19-year-old Mary Therese Flesdar, who was discovered in August of 1967, having been stabbed approximately 30 times, with her severed limbs never being found. The following year, the body of 20-year-old Joan Elspeth Schell would be found, and John Norman Chapman, an Eastern Michigan University student, was initially overlooked despite circumstantial evidence linking him to the victims, and the murders would escalate in brutality, with victims like 16-year-old Marilyn Skelton and 23-year-old Jane Mixer exhibiting severe injuries. Chapman would eventually be arrested following the July 1969 murder of 18-year-old Karen Sue Beinman, and during trial, forensic evidence linked him to other murders, and he was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole in 1970, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Magdalena Solis, and she was born in 1947 and was a Mexican serial killer and cult leader, active in the early 1960s. She was convicted of 2 murders, but was suspected of orchestrating as many as 15 murders. She was born into poverty and likely a dysfunctional family, where she began working as a prostitute under her brother Eleazar before joining the Hernandez brothers sect in 1963. The Hernandez brothers, Santos and Caetano, initially were scammers who posed as Inca gods to exploit the impoverished villagers, and they incorporated Solis into their cult, presenting her as the reincarnation of the goddess Coatlicue. And Solis would develop a severe theological psychosis, actually believing in her divine role, and began leading the cult in increasingly brutal and sexually motivated rituals. These involved human sacrifices where victims were beaten, burned, and mutilated before their blood was consumed in a ritualistic ceremony, which was believed to grant supernatural powers. The violence culminated in a spree of 6 weeks, during which 4 people were murdered. And the cult's activities will come to light when a 14-year-old boy reported witnessing a ritual, but his claims were initially dismissed until further investigation revealed the dismembered bodies of a police officer, Luis Martinez. And a crackdown on May 31st, 1963 led to the arrest of Solis and her brother, Eleazar, while Santos Hernandez was killed in a confrontation with police, and Caetano was killed by a cult member. In further searches would uncover the bodies of 6 additional victims, and Magdalena and her brother would be imprisoned for their confirmed murders, while other cult members received 30-year sentences. The next person we're going to talk about is Nicolas Gutierrez Mendoza, and he was a Peruvian serial killer who admitted to sexually abusing and murdering at least 12 young girls between 1995 and 1996. His method of operation involved stalking his victims for days before luring them to secluded spots where he would attack them, and his initial murders occurred in the southern neighborhoods of Lima before he fled to Parcona, evading police who had previously arrested him, only to release him due to insufficient evidence. He would continue his killing spree until 1996, when brothers Juan and Carlos Espino Castillo caught him in the act of assaulting another girl in the abandoned shack, leading to his arrest and eventual confession to all his crimes, and he would be convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The next person we talk about is Nathaniel Burkett, and he was born in 1946 and was an American serial killer and rapist, responsible for at least 5 murders across Nevada and Mississippi between 1978 and 2002. He was born in Picayune, Mississippi, and was known for his limp due to polio and nicknamed Crypto. And he would also develop a criminal record that included arrests for battery, domestic violence, kidnapping, robbery, disorderly conduct, and rape. He would begin a violent spree in Las Vegas in 1978 when he sexually assaulted and strangled 22-year-old Barbara Ann Cox. And despite being intoxicated and found near the crime scene, he would evade charges due to lack of evidence. And his criminal behavior would escalate when he moved back to Mississippi and burned his mother, Ruby, to death in 1982, for which he received a 20-year sentence and would eventually be released in 1992. He returned to Las Vegas and committed more murders, including the rapes and stranglings of Tina Gail Mitchell and Althea Williams in 1994. And it was suspected he was involved in the disappearance of Bridget Mitchell Thomas in 1999. It wasn't until DNA evidence linked him to multiple unsolved murders in 2011 following a forensic breakthrough, and he would be arrested in 2012 and indicted on multiple counts of murder, and he ultimately pleaded to 2 counts of second-degree murder in 2018, receiving a life sentence, and he would die while incarcerated on January 19th. 2021. The next person we're talking about is Harvey Miguel Robinson, and he was born December 6, 1974 in Allentown, Pennsylvania, and was an American serial killer. He lived a troubled early life that included severe abuse from his alcoholic father, who was later incarcerated for murdering his mistress, and he began exhibiting conduct disorder from a very young age, as he was first arrested at 9 years old. His violent spree began with the murder of 29-year-old Joanne Berghardt in August of 1992 when he was 18, followed by the murder of 15-year-old Charlotte Schmoyer in June of 1993 and 47-year-old Jessica Jean Fortney in July of 1993. His criminal activities also included burglary and assaults, and he was actually briefly detained for speeding after Schmoyer's murder. It wasn't until one of his victims, Denise Sam Calley, would survive a brutal attack by Robinson, leading to his capture after a dramatic shootout with police. And in November of 1994, Robinson will be sentenced to death, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're talking about is Joseph Daniel Miller, and he was born September 2nd, 1964 in Steelton, Pennsylvania, as an American serial killer who committed a series of violent crimes in Harrisburg between 1986 and 1990. He was raised in a severely abusive household with an unstable family background and exhibited intellectual disabilities and behavioral issues from a very young age. His early life was marked by significant trauma, including sexual harassment by his uncle, and his early criminal activities landed him in a juvenile institution. And after his release, he would struggle with crime, drug addiction, and low-skilled jobs, and his activities would escalate to murder, with his first known victim being 18-year-old Selena Franklin being raped and strangled in May of 1987. Following this, he murdered 23-year-old Stephanie McDuffie in November of 1989 and later 25-year-old Jeanette Thomas. In 1992, he would be apprehended after he attacked Clara Johnson, who survived and helped lead to his capture. And he would be convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to death in 1993, but this was later changed to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He would also confess to 2 additional murders and would be found guilty of additional charges in 2016, receiving 2 more life sentences, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're talking about is Emile Louis, and he was born January 21st, 1934, and was a French bus driver and the primary suspect in the disappearances of 7 young women during the late 1970s. Initially, the disappearances did not attract significant attention, as the victims were residents of homes for the disabled and had no close relatives, leading authorities to assume that they had simply just run away. And it wasn't until 2000 when Louis himself would confess to the murders, providing details that led to the recovery of the victims' bodies from shallow graves. And he would be convicted in November 2004 and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, and he died while incarcerated on October 20th, 2013. The next person we talk about is Louis D. Hastings, and he was an unemployed computer programmer who committed the worst mass shooting in Alaska's history on March 1st, 1983. As armed with a .223 caliber Ruger Mini-14 semi-automatic rifle, he targeted the small village of McCarthy, which had only 22 residents, and his rampage resulted in the deaths of 6 people, and he injured 2 others during the attack. And his motive appeared to be linked to a desire to disrupt the Alaska pipeline, and in July of 1984, he would be convicted and sentenced to 634 years in prison for his crimes. Now, I'm not sure why he's on here, as his murders took place during one day, and that would make him a mass murderer instead of a serial killer, but he was on the list, so I had to include him. The next person we talk about is Maury Troy Travis, and he was born October 25th, 1965, and was an American serial killer who was linked to at least 12 murders and was suspected of killing up to 20 women. Travis, a hotel waiter on parole for a 1989 robbery, was known for his disturbing videotapes depicting the torture and murder of his victims, which were discovered in his Ferguson, Missouri home. He was also identified as responsible for the deaths of Teresa Wilson, Verona Thompson, Giovanni Cruz, and Brenda Beasley between May and October of 2001. His arrest was facilitated by a tip from an anonymous letter he sent to the Louis Post-Dispatch, which contained the map that led investigators to him. He claimed to have killed at least 17 women, and before facing trial, he committed suicide by hanging on June 10, 2002 in his jail cell. The next person we talk about is Willem van Eecht, and he was born August 13th, 1941, and was a Dutch serial killer, convicted of 5 murders. He grew up in the small village of Kortewaar and faced extreme bullying and exhibited cruel behavior towards animals, which evolved into violent fantasies about raping and killing women. His first known victim was 15-year-old Cora Mantel, whom he strangled and raped in 1971 when he was 30 years old, and he would later murder 43-year-old Alt J. Vanderplat in 1974, leaving her body with severe mutilations. Willem would be arrested and sentenced to 18 years in prison and psychiatric treatment in 1975, and would eventually be released in 1980. And after this release, he would continue to murder people, including 23-year-old Michelle Fatol, 31-year-old Annalise Reinders, and 34-year-old Sasha Schenker between 1993 and 2001. The discovery of his final victim's clothes near his house would lead to his arrest in 2001, and he confessed to these murders, and despite appeals, he was sentenced to life imprisonment in 2002 and died while incarcerated on June 19th, 2019. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Amarjit Sada, and he was born in 1998 in Bihar, India, and is known as the world's youngest serial killer, committing his first murders by the age of 8 years old. Between 2006 and 2007, Sada brutally killed 3 children, including his 6-month-old baby sister, his 6-year-old cousin, and another 6-month-old girl. Despite his family's efforts to conceal the first 2 murders as private matters, the discovery of a 6-month-old girl's body led to Sada's arrest after his community suspected him of the killings. Under interrogation, Sada confessed to strangling the 6-month-old girl, hitting her with bricks, and burying her under a shallow grave, and revealed that he had similarly beaten his sister and cousin to death as well. He was diagnosed with a general psychiatric disorder, and Sada was deemed a sadist who took pleasure in inflicting injuries. And due to Indian law prohibiting the imprisonment of minors, he was held in a remand home until his 18th birthday and was released in 2016, and his current whereabouts remain unknown. Alright, the next person we talk about is Richard Avenitz, and he was born July 29th, 1963, and was a serial killer, kidnapper, and rapist whose crimes spanned several states. He was born in Columbia, South Carolina, and he grew up in a dysfunctional family with an abusive father who once attempted to drown him. Avenitz would end up joining the U.S. Navy after high school, serving as a sonar technician, and later worked various jobs, including one at an air compressor company. And his criminal activities would begin with a 1987 conviction for indecent exposure, which would later escalate to more serious offenses. And he would become known for murdering at least 3 teenage girls in Spotsylvania County, Virginia, including 16-year-old Sophia Silva and sisters Kristen and Catherine Lisk. Avenitz was also linked to the abduction and of 15-year-old Kara Robinson in South Carolina, who managed to escape and identify him. Facing imminent arrest in 2002, Avenitz confessed to his crimes to his sister, and after being surrounded by police in Sarasota, Florida, he committed died on June 27, 2002. Alright, the next people we're going to talk about is Raymond Fernandez and Martha Beck, and this was an infamous serial killer couple known as the Lonely Hearts Killers. Though they were only convicted of 1 murder, they were suspected of up to 20 victims between 1947 and 1949. Fernandez, born in Hawaii to Spanish parents, lived a tumultuous life involving abandonment and imprisonment, where he was introduced to voodoo, and he believed this endowed him with irresistible charm. And Beck was born in Milton, Florida, and faced a troubled childhood and a strained adulthood marked by failed relationships and a troubled career. The pair met through Lonely Hearts ads placed by Beck and quickly became partners in crime. Beck, posing as Fernandez's sister, would assist in gaining the trust of their victims, and their murders would include Janet Faye, whom Beck killed with a hammer after catching her in bed with Fernandez, and Delphine Downing, whom they murdered along with her daughter in Michigan. Their spree ended in March of 1949 when neighbors reported the Downings' disappearances, leading to their arrest, and both were sentenced to death and executed in Sing Sing prison on March 8th, 1951. And alright, that's tier 8. Moving on to tier 9. And the first person we're going to talk about is Eugene Barrett, and he was born June 30th, 1931, and is an American serial killer who between 1959 and 1995 murdered 3 women in Honolulu, Hawaii. He was born in Oakland, California, and had a troubled early life, including a dishonorable discharge from the army due to excessive drinking. And his criminal activities will begin with the murder of his ex-girlfriend, Annie A. Phillips, in 1959, after which he was sentenced to life in prison, but he was paroled in 1967, and upon his release, he would later kill his second wife, Roberta Ulani Avero, in 1972, for which he was convicted of manslaughter, and then paroled again in 1976. In the 1980s, he would exhibit erratic behavior and alcoholism, which would lead to his final murder in 1995 of his neighbor, Donacia Kastner, and he would be arrested the next day after he voluntarily surrendered at a local inn. And during his trial, he'd be found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, and he would die while incarcerated on November 8th, 2003. The next person we're going to talk about is Hugo Ernesto Osorio Chavez, and he was born in 1917 as a Salvadorian serial killer infamously known as the psychopath of Chalchuapa. He was a former police officer and alleged member of an organized criminal group and would be convicted of murdering 14 people whose bodies he buried in his home of Chalchuapa. He primarily targeted women whom he lured through deceptive social media offers of employment, immigration opportunities, or romantic dates, and once the victims arrived at his home, he would subdue, rape, and murder them. His final 2 known victims were a 56 57-year-old woman and her 26-year-old daughter who were brutally beaten to death with a pipe, and he'd been arrested on May 7, 2021, and confessed to the murders during his interrogation and was subsequently convicted and sentenced to 70 years in prison on June 10, 2022. The next person we're going to talk about is Jane Toppan, and she was born March 31st, 1854 in Boston, Massachusetts, and was an American serial killer who committed at least 12 murders in Massachusetts between 1895 and 1901, though she confessed to 31. She was a nurse who used her position to murder her patients and their family members, as she was reportedly driven by a sexual fetish for death. She began her nursing career in 1885 and initially was well liked, but soon began using patients as subjects in her lethal experiments with morphine and atropine. Her killing spree started with her landlord and his wife, escalating to the poisoning of her foster sister and several members of another family, and she would be arrested on October 29th, 1901 after the toxicology report of one of her victims led to an investigation, and her confession and subsequent trial in 1902 resulted in her being declared insane and committed to Taunton Insane Hospital, where she would die on August 17th, 1938. The next person we talk about is Jorge del Carmen Valenzuela Torres. He was a Chilean farmer and mass murderer and serial killer born on August 23, 1938. His troubled life began at age 7 when he left home after his mother remarried, leading to a nomadic existence marked by petty theft and alcohol abuse. In 1960, while living with widow Rosa Elena Rivas Acuna and her 5 children, his life would take a tragic turn. After a failed attempt to obtain money for Rivas's pension, he brutally murdered her and her children, including a 6-month-old baby, in a drunken rage. He covered their bodies with stones and would proceed to flee under various aliases. He was eventually apprehended, and during his imprisonment, he showed signs of remorse and rehabilitation, becoming literate and practicing Catholicism. However, despite these efforts, he was not paroled and was executed by firing squad on April 30th, 1963. The next person we're going to talk about is Joseph Baldi, and he was born January 16th, 1941 in Richmond Hill, Queens, and was an American serial killer who between 1970 and 1972 murdered 4 women and girls in Jamaica and New York City. His background remains largely obscure, though he was known for his petty crimes and mental health issues, even receiving treatment at Creedmoor State Hospital. And his killing spree would begin with the stabbing of 23-year-old Aredi Kularmanis in September of 1970, followed by a series of brutal attacks on 3 other young women. And after being arrested in 1971 for attempted murder and burglary, he would be released due to administrative errors and quickly resumed his violent behavior. He would then be arrested again in 1972 and would be convicted for all his past crimes, and he would be sentenced to life in prison and would die while incarcerated on October 17th, 2009. The next person we're going to talk about is Leon Davis Jr., and he was born December 14th, 1977 in Lake Wells, Florida, and is an American spree killer and arsonist convicted of 2 double homicides within a week in Polk County, Florida, in December of 2007. Despite his early life as an athlete and basketball player, his adult years will be marked by legal troubles, including a 2002 shoplifting arrest and significant debt from a home purchase in 2006. December of 2007, he committed his first double murder at a gas station, killing Pravin Kumar Patel and Dashra Patel in execution-style shootings, and then fleeing without even stealing anything. 6 days later, he would perpetrate a second double murder at the Hadley Nationwide Insurance Office, where he forced Yvonne Bustamante and a pregnant woman, Juanita Luciano, into a back room, and he proceeded to steal money, bound them with duct tape, and set them on fire. Davis would turn himself in on his 30th birthday and was quickly linked to both crime scenes through forensic evidence, and he would be sentenced to death in 2011 and remains on death row. The next people we're going to be talking about are Ray and Faye Copeland, and this was a pair of serial killers who gained notoriety as the oldest couple ever sentenced to death in the United States for their crimes. Born in Oklahoma, Ray Copeland's early life was marked by petty crime, and after marrying Faye in 1940, they would struggle with financial instability and frequent relocations. Ray would then devise a scheme to defraud cattle markets by employing drifters as farmhands who would use bad checks to purchase cattle for him, and then these employees would subsequently disappear. This scheme worked until August 1989, when former employee Jack McCormick alerted Crime Stoppers about suspicious activities on the Copeland farm, including the sighting of human bones, and a police investigation in October of 1989 uncovered the bodies of 3 young men and later revealed additional victims, all of whom were killed with a .22 caliber rifle found at the farm. Although Faye's role was initially questioned, she was convicted of 5 counts of first-degree murder in November of 1990, receiving 4 death sentences and 1 life sentence, and Ray would be convicted and sentenced to death in March of 1991. Ray would die while incarcerated in 1993, and Faye would die while incarcerated in 2003. The next person we're going to talk about is Tommy Rico, and he was born in 1933 and was a notorious French serial killer who was initially sentenced to death in 1962 for murdering his godfather in Corsica. However, his sentence was then changed to life imprisonment and then he was eventually released in 1977. Following this, he committed a series of brutal murders, beginning with the execution of 3 cashiers in December of 1979, followed by the killing of 3 more individuals, including an 11-year-old girl, in January of 1980. The latter of the crimes will be linked to Reiko through witness testimonies and forensic evidence, suggesting the use of the same weapon in both incidents, and despite his denials, evidence connected him to both crime scenes. And he would be sentenced to life in prison in 1983 and remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Volker Eckert, and he was born July 1st, 1959 in Germany, and was a prolific serial killer whose crimes spanned from 1974 to 2006 across East Germany, France, and Spain. His criminal activities began at a young age, driven by a disturbing fetish for long hair. His first murder occurred in 1974 at age 14 when he strangled a classmate and staged it as a suicide. Over the years, he would then be arrested multiple times for assaults, but he would continue his violent spree, and by the 2000s, as a truck driver, he would use his job to lure sex workers, ultimately killing 9 women, as his method of operation involved strangulation, post-mortem and photographing the bodies, and his crimes would be uncovered in late 2006 when surveillance footage linked him to the murder of a Bulgarian sex worker. He'd be arrested November 2006. It was found to have incriminating evidence in his truck and home, and while awaiting trial, he would commit in a cell on July 2nd, 2007. The next person we're going to talk about is Yvon Keller, and he was born on December 13th, 1960 in Wittenheim, France, and was a notorious serial killer whose crimes spanned from 1989 to 2006 across France, Switzerland, and Germany. He was raised in a troubled household with a demanding father and a deceased mother. He termed the crime early, eventually serving a 10-year prison sentence for robbery in 1981, and he was released in 1989 and led a seemingly normal life as a landscape gardener in Mulhouse while maintaining a facade of kindness. However, he would begin systematically targeting elderly women, suffocating them in their beds and meticulously arranging their beddings to stage the deaths as natural. Keller claimed responsibility for 150 murders, though he was only formally implicated in 23 and suspected of around 40. Despite being reported multiple times, he remained undetected until a third report led to his arrest, and his confession and subsequent evidence linked him to numerous crimes. However, he committed on September 22, 2006, while in custody, hanging himself with his own shoelaces, leaving behind the note with a final declaration saying, "I just wanted to be loved." The next person we're going to talk about is Kieran Patrick, and he was born March 16th, 1930, and was an Irish vagrant, convicted murderer, and suspected serial killer. After moving to Dublin in the early 1940s, he became involved in petty crime, and at the age of 18, he joined the British Army, only to be dishonorably discharged in 1951 for going AWOL. He would eventually settle down permanently in London in 1960, where he married, had children, and worked in construction until alcoholism and the breakdown of his marriage led to homelessness. He would be arrested for petty theft in 1983, and while in custody, he strangled the man William Boyd, and during subsequent police interrogations, he would then confess to a series of gruesome murders and attempted murders across London over 30 years, including methods such as pushing victims in front of trains, setting them on fire, and poisoning. Despite these confessions, he was only convicted in June of 1984 for the manslaughter of William Boyd and the murder of another homeless man, Hector Fisher, in 1975, and was sentenced to life in prison, and he would die while incarcerated in 2001. The next person we're going to talk about is Juan Diaz de Garay, and he was a Spanish serial killer born on October 17th, 1821. He terrorized the region with a series of gruesome murders between 1870 and 1879. He initially began targeting prostitutes who he hired for sex, and his crimes grew increasingly violent and erratic. He strangled 5 women and a 13-year-old, and his later murders involved stabbing and disemboweling victims. Eventually, after being identified and arrested, he confessed to the murders, and despite claims of insanity, he would be executed on May 11th, 1881. His body was publicly displayed and buried in an unmarked grave, but his head was reportedly chopped off and sold to a medical collection and then lost. The next person we're going to talk about is Robert George Clements, and he was an Irish physician born in Belfast in 1880 and was suspected of murdering his 4th wife, Amy Victoria, who would die under mysterious circumstances on May 27, 1947 from morphine poisoning. His first 3 wives also died under suspicious conditions, with his first wife, Edith Ann Mercier, succumbing to sleeping sickness in 1920, his second wife, Mary McCreary, dying of endocarditis in 1925, and his third wife, Sarah Kathleen Burke, also dying from endocarditis in 1939. His 4th wife's death in 1947 raised further suspicions and revealed a pattern of Clements marrying wealthy women before their suspicious deaths, and when police arrived to arrest him, Clements had already committed suicide by morphine overdose on May 30th, 1947. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is George Joseph Smith, and he was an English serial killer born January 11th, 1872 in Bethnal Green, London, and was convicted of murdering at least 3 women. Smith was a convicted fraudster and thief and had a history of bigamous marriages, using aliases and stealing from his wives before abandoning them. His crimes would come to light after the suspicious deaths of Margaret Elizabeth Lloyd, Alice Smith, and Bessie Mundy, who were all found drowned in bathtubs. Smith would be arrested in February 1915 and would be found guilty on July 1st, 1915, and hanged on August 13th, 1915. The next person we're going to talk about is Rita Mays, and she was born June 16th, 1975 in Reynoldsville, West Virginia, and is an American serial killer who, during her tenure as a nursing assistant in West Virginia, murdered at least 7 elderly military veterans between July 2017 and June of 2018 by injecting them with lethal doses of insulin. Mays, a U.S. Army National Guard veteran who had previously worked as a corrections officer and faced allegations of inmate abuse, would be implicated after a series of mysterious deaths on her ward. Despite having no certification to administer medication, she used her position to cause the deaths of patients who were not insulin dependent, leading to an internal investigation and eventual criminal probe. And the investigation, which included over 300 interviews, identified Mays as a primary suspect through her disturbing internet searches and incriminating phone calls. And in July of 2020, she would be arrested and charged with 7 counts of second-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder, and sentenced to 7 consecutive life sentences plus 20 years, and remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Michel Pieret, and he was born February 28th, 1959, and was a notorious Swiss killer who committed at least 5 murders between 1981 and 1987, though he was attributed with up to 11 murders that all involved abducting young teenage hikers, sexually assaulting them, and then killing them before incinerating their bodies. His criminal career began in 1981 and continued across Europe and France, where he would begin abducting and murdering random people, and his killing spree would culminate in April 1987 with his attack on his final victim, who ended up surviving, and he would be arrested on May 1st, 1987 while serving in the Swiss military, and would be sentenced to life in prison, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Martha Merrick, and she was born October 10th, 1897 in Vienna, and was an infamous Australian serial killer. She was orphaned early and raised by a poor family, and rose to notoriety after becoming the lover of wealthy department store owner Maurice Fritsch in 1919. Upon his death in 1920, Merrick inherited his estate and married Emil Merrick in 1924. Emil would eventually die in 1932, which was then followed by the suspicious deaths of her children and aunt, and she became a figure of public sympathy. However, unknown to the public, she would continue her criminal activities by poisoning her subtenant, and an investigation would reveal she had been using poison to murder all her previous victims, and she would be arrested and sentenced to death on May 19th, 1938, and executed on December 6, 1938 by guillotine. The next person we're going to talk about is Larry Hall, and he was born December 11th, 1962 in Indiana, and is a convicted kidnapper, rapist, and suspected serial killer linked to numerous murders across the Midwest. Despite a background marked by academic struggles, antisocial behavior, and a troubled childhood, including a stint of grave digging with his father, he developed a fascination with American history, particularly the Civil War, which he used as a cover for his criminal activities. Starting in the early 1980s, it was believed that he abducted, raped, tortured, and murdered dozens of young women, often targeting victims from towns near historical reenactment sites that he would frequently visit. In his first major crime, drew attention in 1993 when the remains of a 15-year-old girl were discovered, leading to his conviction for kidnapping. Although he initially confessed to numerous murders, he frequently recanted these confessions, and many of the locations of his possible victims' bodies remains unknown to this day, and he's currently serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole at the Federal Correctional Complex in North Carolina. The next person we're going to talk about is Florencio Fernandez, and he was an Argentine serial killer who reportedly murdered around 15 women in Monteros, Tucumán province during the 1950s. Fernandez, who was a mentally ill and possibly schizophrenic, suffered from delusions that led him to believe he was a vampire and exhibited symptoms of Renfield syndrome, which was a sexual attraction to blood. Abandoned by his family and living in a cave, he would begin preying on women by stalking them for days and exploiting the warm nights when victims would leave their windows open. He would then enter their homes and beat them while they slept and bite their necks, sometimes even hitting the trachea and carotid artery in a manner that fueled rumors of him drinking their blood. His crimes would come to an end, however, on February 14th, 1960, when he was arrested at his cave residence, and he was deemed insane and confined to a psychiatric institution, where he died of natural causes a few years later. However, some Argentine sources dispute the veracity of his existence, suggesting that this man may have just been an urban legend rather than a real criminal. The next person we talk about is Norio Nagayama, and he was born June 27, 1949, and was a Japanese spree killer and novelist whose crimes and literary career would become widely known. He was raised by divorced parents and moved to Tokyo in 1965, and even witnessed the Zama and Shibuya shootings before embarking on his own killing spree, as between October 11th and November 5th of 1968, he murdered 4 people with a handgun, robbing his last 2 victims of 16,420 yen, before being arrested on April 7th, 1969 at the age of 18. He was initially sentenced to death in 1979 by the Tokyo District Court, but this was overturned in 1981, which imposed a life sentence. He would then be sentenced to death again in 1987. However, it was during this time while he was incarcerated that he gained notoriety as a novelist, publishing works such as Tears of Ignorance in 1971, and winning a prize for his novel Wooden Bridge in 1983, and he would eventually be executed on August 1st, 1997. The next person we're going to talk about is Robert Smallwood, and he was born in December 1973 in Lexington, Kentucky, and was a convicted serial killer who was linked to the murders of 3 women through DNA testing. His early life included a troubled background with one sister who actually became a victim of the Edgecombe County serial killer, and he would begin facing legal issues himself from 1993 onwards. He initially gained attention for a sexual assault on an elderly woman in 1993, which remained unsolved until his later crimes, and he would be acquitted of a separate assault in 1998, after which his criminal activities would begin to escalate. In December of 1999, he would murder 48-year-old Doris Ann Roberts, strangling her with her own clothing, and his second victim, 29-year-old Sonora Allen, will be killed in August of 2002, with her body showing signs of strangulation and smothering. And his final victim would be 33-year-old Erica Butler, who was murdered on April of 2006, while Smallwood was on probation for drug offenses. His DNA would eventually link him to the murders in August of 2006, leading to his arrest and subsequent confession, and in October of 2007, he would be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Staff van Aken, and he was a Belgian serial killer, infamous for strangling 3 women between October 1971 and March 1972 in the towns of Mechelen and Bonheiden, and became known as the Vampire Muezzin due to his gruesome habit of biting his victims. Apparently, his criminal behavior was rooted in a troubled upbringing marked by abuse and instability, and his first murder was that of 18-year-old Marie-Therese Rossiel, who he strangled and bit in several places. This followed with the murder of 47-year-old Ida Smeets, who was also assaulted and strangled, and finally the murder of 19-year-old Lutgard van der Wilt, who met a similar fate. He would be apprehended soon after his last murder when police, suspicious of his behavior, found him near the crime scene and saw blood on his sleeve, which led to his arrest. He would confess to the murders and other sexual assaults and would be sentenced to life in prison, where he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're going to talk about is Robert Gene Rembert, and he was born March 15th, 1970, and is an American serial killer who confessed to at least 5 murders in Cleveland, Ohio, committed between 1997 and 2015. Now, he was initially convicted of manslaughter for a 1997 killing and served 6 years in prison and subsequently worked as a truck driver after his release. However, in 2015, he would be arrested after being found in possession of a murder victim's car, leading to the discovery of 2 recent murders, including that of his cousin. DNA profiling would link him to additional murders of women dating back to 1997 and 2015, and he would confess to the killings and would be suspected of many more, particularly due to his job, which involved extensive travel across the United States, and he would be sentenced to life imprisonment in 2018. The next people we're going to be talking about are the Cleaners, and this was a gang of Russian serial killers and neo-Nazis consisting of Pavel Voitov, Elena Lobacheva, Artur Narkisov, and Vladislav Karatayev, who between 2014 and 2015 murdered over 15 people in Moscow, targeting mainly homeless individuals and alcoholics. Their leader, Pavel Voitov, would orchestrate the killings with a chilling method of operation involving luring victims to secluded areas and murdering them with extreme brutality, including multiple stabbings and hammer blows. The group justified their actions as a mission to, quote, clean the city, and the subsequent investigation, aided by mobile phone tracking and a botched attack on a janitor, would lead to their arrests in February of 2015. On October 23, 2017, the Moscow court sentenced Pavel Voitov to life imprisonment, Elena Lobacheva to 13 years, Maxim Pavlov and Artur Narkisov to 9 years and 6 months each, and Vladislav Karatayev to 16 years in prison. The next person we're talking about is Pierre Chanel, and he was born November 18th, 1946, and was a a French soldier and suspected serial killer who was convicted in 1990 for the rape and kidnapping of Balázs Falvey, a young Hungarian hitchhiker. Now, he was a chief warrant officer in the 4th Dragoon Regiment stationed at Camp de Mormel from 1977 to 1986 and had an exemplary military record, including service as a UN peacekeeper in Lebanon, and was known for his rigorous physical training and skydiving enthusiasm. Despite his commendable service, he was suspected of involvement in the disappearance of at least 8 young men in northeastern France between 1980 and 1987, being involved in a case that drew significant attention to the high-profile nature of the missing soldiers and civilians. His arrest in 1988, following the discovery of a bound and raped individual in his vehicle, led to a 10-year prison sentence, and he would be released in 1995, remaining a suspect in multiple disappearances. He would be arrested again, following investigation into these disappearances. However, he would die by suicide while incarcerated on October 15th, 2003. The next person we're going to talk about is Joaquin Ferrandiz Ventura, and he was born in Valencia, Spain in 1963 and is a convicted Spanish abductor and serial killer who murdered 5 women in Castellón between July 1995 and September 1996. His criminal trajectory would begin with a violent assault in 1989 where he ran over and then raped an 18-year-old woman, and after serving a 14-year sentence for this, he would be paroled in 1995 due to his good behavior. After his release, he led a seemingly normal life in Castellón, working in insurance and appearing polite to co-workers. However, he began abducting and murdering women, targeting those leaving nightclubs, all of whose bodies were found in similar circumstances, and he would eventually be apprehended in 1998 after a failed attack, and evidence such as duct tape would link him to the murders. He would confess to 5 murders and be diagnosed as a psychopath, and he would later be sentenced to 69 years in prison for his crimes, and would later be released in July of 2023 after serving 25 years. The next person we're going to talk about is Tony Ray Amati, and he was born June 28th, 1976 in Carbondale, Illinois, and is a convicted American serial killer who committed a spree of murders in Las Vegas, Nevada between May and August of 1996. He moved to Las Vegas in 1992 and was initially involved in a robbery of a gun store with accomplices Troy Sampson and Edward James, stealing $30,000 and 75 firearms. And their crime spree would begin with the killing of 27-year-old Michael Mata, followed by the murders of 48-year-old Sean Garcia and 22-year-old Keith Dyer. The FBI would eventually add Amati to its 10 most wanted list in February 1998, and he would be captured in Atlanta on March 1st, 1998, following a tip, and would be convicted of murders in 1999. He would be sentenced to life imprisonment with the eligibility of parole after 40 years, and he's currently incarcerated to this day, but will be eligible for parole in 2038. The next person we're going to talk about is Cristina Soledad Sanchez Esquivel, and she was born in 1979 as a Mexican serial killer who operated in 2010, murdering between 5 and 6 men, all of whom were taxi drivers, and assisted by her accomplice, 27-year-old Aaron Herrera Hernandez. A psychiatric evaluation describes Sanchez as having an antisocial attitude and displaying insensitivity to the pain of others, showing no remorse and exhibiting a marked tendency to sadism. And the report indicated that her criminal actions were driven by a desire for revenge against men, stemming from past sexual abuse and a life marked by, quote, humiliation, lack of love, frustration, and personal abandonment. She was born into poverty and endured repeated sexual abuse in her childhood, becoming a mother at 16 and giving birth to her first daughter. She had a total of 5 children by her arrest in 2010 and would be sentenced to 130 years imprisonment for her crimes. The next person we talk about is Nelson David M.B., and he was a Colombian serial killer who became infamous for his series of crimes against homosexuals in Spain in 2021. His first victim was a 43-year-old piano teacher who was initially believed to have died of natural causes, but suspicions would arise when large sums were withdrawn from his bank account after his death, and it was revealed that he had been murdered using GHB, or liquid ecstasy, that caused cardiac arrest. Authorities then discovered a pattern linking 3 other similar cases, all involving victims who were drugged and robbed after meeting Nelson David through gay dating apps like Grindr or Wapo. A breakthrough would come when a 5th potential victim would escape an attempted strangulation in December of 2021, and the victim actually managed to take Nelson's backpack that contained drugs and documents and led to his identification. He would eventually surrender to the police in May of 2022, claiming innocence, but the investigation is ongoing to this day, and he is currently incarcerated, awaiting trial. The next person we're going to talk about is Hugo Marcus Selensky, and he was born August 1st, 1973 in Sioux City, Iowa, an infamous serial killer who transitioned from a troubled youth and a notorious criminal figure. He was raised in a broken home and later adopted by Ron Selensky. His adolescence was marked by delinquency including car thefts and multiple DUI arrests, compounded by his poor academic performance. Despite a brief stint in the U.S. Marine Corps, which ended due to fraudulent enlistment, his life would spiral into a pattern of criminal behavior, including bank robbery and drug abuse, and his criminal record expanded with a 1994 bank robbery conviction, followed by violent incidents and prison gang affiliations. He would be released in 2001, during which his life would take a dark turn, as by June of 2005, the bodies of Michael Jason Kurkowski, a pharmacist, and his girlfriend Tammy Lynn Fassett would be discovered buried in Selensky's backyard, alongside the remains of at least 3 other individuals, and he would be arrested on June 5th, 2021, and sentenced to life in prison after being charged for a double murder. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Neil Falls, and he was born September 24th, 1969, and was an American suspected serial killer whose criminal activities only came to light after his death when he was shot and killed in self-defense by Heather Saul in Charleston, West Virginia. Born in Eugene, Oregon, he had a troubled upbringing and showed an early interest in firearms, becoming increasingly deviant in behavior over the years. He had no serious criminal charges until his final days, as his violent tendencies would begin to emerge during his time as a security guard, culminating in an obsession with military equipment and a pattern of abusing animals and associating with sex workers. In 2008, he would be dismissed from his security job due to sexual harassment and began a nomadic lifestyle that spanned several states. His death would come after he attacked Heather Saul, who managed to fatally shoot him in self-defense, and it was revealed that Neil Falls' car contained disturbing items such as handcuffs, weapons, and cleaning supplies. Investigators would then link these findings to a series of murders and disappearances involving sex workers in multiple states. Notably, he would also become a suspect in the dismemberment and murders of several women in Nevada and California, as well as in the mysterious disappearances of sex workers in Ohio. And he would be linked to the murders of at least 11 women, all of whom vanished or were found dead under suspicious circumstances in the regions he frequently visited. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Tony Abels, and he was born December 28th, 1954, and is an American serial killer whose criminal activities would span several decades. His first murder occurred at the age of 15 in 1970 when he killed a man during a robbery in St. Petersburg, Florida, and he'd be convicted of first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison, but was paroled in 1983 after serving 12 years. Shortly after his release, he would murder 83-year-old Adeline McLaughlin by suffocating her with a pillow during a burglary in her apartment, and committed another murder on Valentine's Day in 1987, killing his 31-year-old girlfriend, Deborah Kieser, whose body was found near Roser Park Bridge. And on June 4th, 1990, following a violent altercation with his new girlfriend at the time, Marlene Burns, he fatally beat her and was arrested at the crime scene. Originally sentenced to death, his sentence will be changed to life imprisonment due to mental health issues, and he remains incarcerated to this day. Our next person we're going to talk about is Philip J. Coleman Jr., and he was born in 1919 and was an American spree killer and self-confessed serial killer, convicted of a double murder in Lothrop, Montana, alongside his accomplice, Louise Brown. His early life was marked by instability and crime, including periods in juvenile detention and prison for burglary, and his criminal activities would culminate in the brutal slayings of Carl and Rosalind Pearson, as he killed Carl with an axe and Rosalind with a knife during a robbery. After a manhunt, he would be apprehended, hiding in Drummond, while his accomplice would eventually confess and implicate Coleman in the murders. He would be executed by hanging on September 10th, 1943, and on the day of his execution, he published a written confession admitting to 23 murders across the US and Canada, thoroughly detailing 8 of them. However, this would be publicly scrutinized for accuracy, and none of these were definitively proven. The next people we're going to talk about are Stephen Dean Gordon and Frank Cano, and Stephen was born February 3rd, 1969 in Linwood, California, and became a notorious American serial killer and sex offender who, alongside his accomplice Frank Cano, would commit at least 4 murders of sex workers in Santa Ana and Anaheim, California between 2013 and 2014. Gordon's early life was marked by poverty and health issues, leading to a troubled adolescence and criminal record, beginning with a conviction for sexually abusing his niece. Despite attempts to lead a reformed life, including working at Disneyland and later facing financial and personal struggles, his violent tendencies resurfaced, and after his 2002 conviction for kidnapping and attempting to rape his ex-wife, he would be paroled in 2010, where he then met Frank Cano, a fellow sex offender, and they formed a close bond, deciding to commit crimes together. Their spree began in October of 2013, targeting sex workers whom they would lure, assault, and murder, and their spree would come to light following the discovery of Jerry Nicole Estop's body in a recycling center in March of 2014, and they would both be arrested the next month in April. Stephen Gordon would receive a death sentence in 2017, and Kano would be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The next person we're going to talk about is James Swan, and he was an African-American serial killer born in 1964 who terrorized Washington, D.C. in 1993 with a series of random drive-by shotgun shootings, resulting in 4 deaths and 5 injuries across 14 attacks. Swan, a resident of Woodbridge Township, New Jersey, targeted pedestrians in the Mount Pleasant and Columbia Heights neighborhoods, shooting from his vehicle before fleeing the scene. He would eventually be captured on April 19, 1993, and was found not guilty by reason of insanity and has since been institutionalized at St. Elizabeth's Hospital since 1994. He attributed his violence to auditory hallucinations, including that of Malcolm X ghosts, whom he claimed instructed him to attack individuals in Northwest Washington as retribution for the civil rights leader's assassination. The next person we're talking about is Rodney Bixler, and he was born September 1968 and is an American serial killer in who committed a series of violent crimes in Kentucky between February and October of 2000. It was during this time he strangled 3 women, 67-year-old Thelma Cornett in her apartment on February 4, 2000, a 27-year-old sex worker Heather Wright, whose body was discovered in the stream leading into the Kentucky River on October 7, 2000, and 67-year-old Daisy Whitaker, who he murdered in her bathtub on October 22, 2000 before stealing her car. Additionally, he was suspected but never charged in the drowning of a 13-year-old Stephanie Ann Clonch on July 5, 2000. And prior to these crimes, he had a troubled criminal history, including the 1999 acquittal for the assault of a 17-year-old girl and a conviction for misusing an ATM card, for which he only served 6 months in jail. Following his arrest in November 1, 2000, he faced multiple charges including murder and theft. And in 2003, he pled guilty to rape and received a 5-year sentence. And later that year, he would be convicted of the Whitaker's death, receiving a total of 29 years in prison to be served consecutively with his rape sentences. In 2005, he pled guilty to second-degree arson and a non-fatal assault, earning an additional 10-year sentence. And in 2008, he entered an Alford plea for the murders of Cornett and Wright, receiving 2 consecutive 20-year sentences to run consecutively with his other sentences. And he's currently incarcerated to this day and will be eligible for parole on January 29th, 2024. And if not granted parole, he will be released in September 2039, provided he maintains good behavior. The next person we're talking about is Cesar Armando Librado Legorreta, and he was born 1981 and is a notorious serial killer known for the brutal rapes and murders of several women in the Valley of Mexico. Operating as a driver for the public transport Route 2, which runs from Chapultepec Metro to Valle Dorado, he exploited his position to target women between the ages of 17 and 34, as his method of operation involved simulating a vehicle breakdown late at night or early in the morning, and he would then remove all passengers except for a chosen woman and then offer her a ride while he, quote, fixed the issue, only to change routes and sexually assault and kill his victims before disposing of their bodies. His crimes began in 2011, during which until 2012 he would murder 7 women before being arrested on February 26, 2012, and he would be convicted and sentenced to 292 years in prison for the murder and of 6 women, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're talking about is George Jefferson Hassel, and he was born July 5th, 1888, and was a notorious American serial killer and mass murderer who committed heinous crimes against his own family. Born in Smithville, Texas, he was the youngest of 7 siblings and married his brother's widow, Susan Ferguson. He was known to harbor resentment towards his family and had a history of criminal behavior, including embezzlement, and his killing spree began after a violent argument over him and impregnating his stepdaughter and niece, Maudie. He attacked his wife with a ball-peen hammer and then used a straight razor and other weapons to murder the rest of his family, which included 7 of his children, and store their bodies in a root cellar. He then waited for his eldest son, Alton, to return home before killing him as well. And after the murders, he attempted to sell the family's possessions and was eventually apprehended after a suspicious accident exposed the graves. He would also confess to his previous crimes, during which he killed his ex-wife, Marie Vogel, and her 3 adopted children in California in 1917, 9 years before this, and he would be found sane and guilty and was sentenced to death and executed by electric chair on February 10th, 1928. The next person we're going to talk about is Harvey Marcellin, and he was born May 21st, 1938 in Harlem, New York City, and is an American murderer and suspected serial killer. Now, he was convicted of murdering 2 girlfriends in New York over several decades and is actually currently awaiting trial for a 3rd murder. His early life was marked by trauma and instability, as after his father's death when he was 10, he faced abuse and neglect, leading to behavioral issues and cross-dressing at a young age. His criminal history began with theft and sexual misconduct, escalating to violent offenses, as in the early 1960s, he was convicted of murdering Jack Jacqueline Bonds out of jealousy and received a life sentence with the possibility of parole. And he would be released on parole in 1984 and proceeded to kill and dismember Ana Laura Serrera Miranda in 1985 and would be sentenced to life in prison. However, he was granted parole again in 2019 after serving 55 years in prison. And then he later killed Suzanne Layden in 2022. Dismembering her body and scattering it in different places in New York City. He would be arrested after surveillance footage and witness testimony linked him to the crime, and he's currently facing trial to this day. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is Michael Darnell Harris, and he was born March 7, 1963 in Muskegon Heights, Michigan, and is an American serial killer and rapist convicted of 4 murders and 1 rape committed in Michigan between 1981 and 1982. Now, he had a troubled upbringing marked by familial discord and a vagrant lifestyle that culminated in his arrest in 1982 for the rape of Lenora Nearhart and a series of similar crimes. He would be convicted in 1983 for Lenora's assault, as well as the murders of Ola Curdy and Denise Swanson, 2 women he had murdered in 1981, and would receive multiple life sentences without parole. Although DNA tests later implicated him in other murders, he continuously claimed that the evidence was fabricated and that he was wrongfully convicted. And he remains adamant of his innocence to this day, and he also remains incarcerated. The next person we'll talk about is Elroy Chester, and he was born June 14th, 1969, and was an American serial killer who committed a series of 5 murders in Port Arthur, Texas between 1997 and 1998, targeting elderly individuals who he encountered in their homes. He confessed to killing 5 people, and his crimes also included 3 rapes, one involving a 10-year-old girl, and several non-fatal shootings. He was apparently driven by a deep-seated resentment against white people stemming from a past altercation, and despite having an IQ below 70 and being previously classified as, mentally retarded, the court found Chester competent for execution, arguing that his ability to plan and execute his crimes demonstrated sufficient mental acuity, and he would be convicted of murder and sentenced to death in 1998 and would be executed on June 12th, 2013. The next person we're going to talk about is Russell Maurice Johnson, and he was born in 1947 and is a Canadian serial killer and rapist who terrorized London in the 1970s. He was employed as a automotive store clerk and would begin targeting women in their apartments, where he would often scale the outside walls to gain entry. And over 4 years, he raped and strangled at least 7 women. His method of operation involved stalking his victims, following them home, waiting for them to go to sleep, then attacking them, sometimes watching them for a long amount of time before assaulting and suffocating them. He also assaulted 11 other women non-fatally, and he would be arrested on July 1977. However, he would be found not guilty by reason of insanity, despite confessing to 7 homicides and 11 non-fatal assaults, and he remains incarcerated to this day. The next person we're talking about is Charles Jackson Jr., and he was born February 12th, 1937, and was an American serial killer and rapist who committed a series of brutal murders in the San Francisco Bay Area from 1975 to 1982. He was raised in a troubled environment in Mississippi and moved to California in the 1950s, where he accumulated numerous arrests for crimes including burglary, rape, and assault. Between June 1975 and January of 1982, he murdered at least 7 women and 1 man, with his crimes including the assault and stabbing of 3 women and the murder of an 11-year-old. His method of operation involved breaking into his victims' homes while they were asleep and attacking them, and he would eventually be arrested on January 1982 after police linked him to a murder through a piece of bacon that they found on the crime scene. He would be convicted in 1983, receiving life imprisonment, and in 1998, DNA testing would connect him to another 1981 double homicide, and he would eventually die while incarcerated on February 15th, 2002. The next person we talk about is Lucky Ward, and he was born November 1st, 1964, and is an African-American man convicted of 2 murders in September 2010 in Houston, Texas, while he was homeless. His violent history began early, marked by physical and sexual abuse in his childhood, and multiple arrests for violent crimes and drug offenses. His criminal activities would escalate to murder, with the most notable cases being the strangulations of 46-year-old Carlos Rodriguez, who was a transgender woman, and a 52-year-old Rita Long. His conviction for these crimes were obtained after a 10-year delay in his trial, during which he consistently denied involvement of Rodriguez's death while admitting responsibility for Long's murder under the influence of crack cocaine. Despite this, he would be sentenced to death, although he was not charged with several other suspected murders, and he remains on death row to this day. The next person we're talking about is Oscar Ray Bolin, and he was born January 22nd, 1962, and was an American serial killer and convicted rapist who was responsible for the murders of 3 young women in Tampa in 1986. Born in Portland, Indiana, he had a troubled upbringing marked by severe abuse and legal troubles, which led him to a life of crime. And after moving to Florida in began working as a carnival worker, he was implicated in the abduction of a waitress in Toledo in 1987, and his crimes would go unsolved until his ex-wife's new husband would report him to authorities, leading to his arrest. He would then be convicted in 1991 for the murders of 3 women, all of whom were violently killed, and he would also be connected to the 1987 murder of Deborah Diane Stowe in Texas, though he was not indicted for this crime due to the existing charges in Florida, and he would maintain his innocence until his execution by lethal injection on January 7th, 2016. Alright, the next person we're going to talk about is George Lamar Jones, and he was born in 1945 and was an American serial killer convicted of murdering at least 3 women in Mississippi and Wisconsin between 1972 and 1997. He was born in Mississippi and was troubled from a young age and was initially convicted of manslaughter for killing Corrine Jones in 1972, who shared no relation to him, and he would later move to Milwaukee, where he developed a drug addiction and continued committing crimes. In 1997, he was arrested for the murder of 24-year-old prostitute Shamika Carter, whose body was found discarded in the garbage, and during his trial he pleaded no contest to Carter's murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment. He would also be linked to 3 additional murders through DNA evidence and would have his prison sentence extended in 2010, and he would eventually die while incarcerated in 2012. Alright, this video is getting kind of long, so I'm gonna stop it right here. We've got like 6 more tiers to go through. I hope you guys enjoyed the video and enjoyed the series. Happy Halloween. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, again, hope you enjoyed. Thank you for watching. Rest in peace to all the victims. Make sure y'all stay safe out there, and I'll catch you in the next one. Love you, bro.